the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the Good Time Gang. We're settling in. We're live and ready to go for another edition of the show. We have Dan Moultrie along with Derek Duke. We've had him on before, Director of Engineering for Moultrie. They'll come in, talk the great outdoors, their feeder lineup, and a whole lot more. Plus, it's Match Moultrie time, so get ready for that. You never know what will happen, but as always, the trivia question, the prize is finer than Dan. So that's why we put up with Match Moultrie as Dan comes on in. So we look forward to having him with us, talking the great outdoors. And I know for a lot of states, whitetail deer hunting is a big deal. And so we'll talk about that as a lot of states are getting ramped up and ready to go. But with what they're going to discuss, this is deeper than just deer hunting. It's those of you that deal with varmints all the time, they have got something to combat that. So be looking for that next hour with Dan Moultrie and the Great Outdoors as we discuss that and jump into it. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at the top of next hour. Well, let's bring the Good Time Gang in. Over to my left is Greg Burgess. To my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Hey. Forgot to change out my headphones again.
I was wondering.
Oh,
boy. Dalmatian head.
Come on. Here it comes. Here it comes. Well, how are y'all? Y'all good?
Good.
Yeah.
Watched some Bass Reeves last night.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
That's Paramount Plus for those of
Thanks
you.
for that reminder, Greg.
It's pretty good.
That's good. I just watched the first episode because it was long, first of all.
Mm-hmm.
And
the second one's short, so.
And I wanted a little something for today.
Yeah.
But I liked it. It was good.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, that Taylor Sheridan can write, can't he?
Well, everything he puts out there is just takes off, don't it?
Yeah. It's good.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Terry and I watched the first episode as well last night at dinner, and it was long. And it's the second episode scared me because I was like, well, we ain't got time for this. We can't get into the second one. So
I don't know how
we'll
they
try to
come
get
up
through
with it, but the second one's only like 40 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Huh. Well, we'll look into maybe that today or tomorrow or something like that. I don't know. But saw a little bit of Monday Night Football, just skimmed through it. I'm talking about literally just maybe half a drive. I saw where the Chargers blew out the Jets 27-6 in Monday Night Football. So that
Those
wraps
are
up
two teams I just don't really care
the
about.
NFL.
Well,
Yeah.
I flipped over there just so I could hear Joe Buck, that voice. And
No,
I
Steve,
listened
look at him.
for
He's
for,
smiling.
I know
for a drive or two just so I could hear it, and then I went on about my day.
I watch it just because of Hard Knocks, because now for some reason I care about what happens to the Jets. I don't know why. Aaron Rodgers was on the sideline with his headset on, and he was heard talking to one of the Chargers as they met at midfield after the game to, just, hey man, good game, whatever. And he's like, hey man, give me a couple of weeks. And of course everybody's taking that. Like, is he
boy.
coming back?
How about,
I don't think so, but
Wilson, how'd he play? Yes, he's
Troy Aikman, speaking of Buck, Troy Aikman was not very complimentary of him. Well, from what I could hear, he was doing some overthrows and misreads and stuff, and was pretty critical of him. At one point, even said an NFL quarterback should make that throw.
Wow.
I saw a few. You talking about Wilson? Who you talking about?
Yeah.
I saw a few that were dropped, like that receivers
that.
should actually. It would have been in key situations. So I think it does go. But look, I think by now we all know that's not their answer, and that's why they went out and got Aaron Rodgers, and then you had this unfortunate thing. But last night there were several key plays where receivers are just dropping balls in their hands too. So
I agree. I think there needs to be an asterisk beside, what a completion rating and stuff like that. Well, yeah, but 20% of them are dropped.
But then you can also go back. The quarterback gets credit for a screen pass that goes 90 yards.
Oh, yeah.
He
Same
threw
thing
for 90 yards.
with pitchers at Major League Baseball. There might be an error, but then somebody's going to dive and save one in the gap.
Yeah.
That gets you out of a jam, too. So I guess it all evens out. But, they got beat last night at home. The Jets did. So
So their misery continues.
yes, yeah. I think they're. I think they were 4-3. I think they might be 4-4 now. I don't know for sure.
Oh, you can make playoffs.
Which is better than a lot of folks predicted after Aaron went down.
Think about how fired up. Me included.
Yeah, go back to that.
We're like, hey, this is going to be fun to watch. Well,
runs out with the American flag.
Hadn't even sat down good, and all of a sudden, out.
Good gracious. That's something else. Also, yesterday, I haven't gotten outside, and Greg and I, Helmsy, were talking about this yesterday. I don't know what it is, but just doing trimming the shrubbery around the house. I don't know why that's such a chore for me, but it's probably my least favorite thing.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody just loves yard work. Some do. But
I worry about those.
That chore.
I used to. I don't anymore.
Yeah.
It changed for me.
Yeah. Cutting everything back. I mean, I enjoy getting out and just doing stuff outside, but cutting everything back, and it's just, I got rose bushes and I got all kinds of, anyway, it's just a bip. But yesterday, I spent most of the day up till dark, which meant late afternoon, cutting back everything around the house. And so it's now ready for bark. Terry likes the pine bark. She can't stand the pine straw. I don't know why.
We go with the black bark.
Yeah. The what?
Black bark.
Sound like you said black Bart.
I know. That's why I said
like in the Christmas Story.
Yeah.
Hey, black bark.
But I got off in it yesterday, and I normally just lay down something like a big.
I pictured you laying down in the yard.
No. I normally just get some type of cover and lay it down, in the ground, on the ground, and then just pile everything up on it, and then just haul it off. And so I did that yesterday. That son of a gun was so full. I didn't realize everything had grown up so much. But my goodness,
you had no idea.
No, not at all. But I got everything ready now.
Did you go dump in your neighbor's yard or something like that?
No, I did not. No, but I got everything ready, and so that's done. That's done, and it's off the table.
The list.
And
Check.
it was on me. And I blame some of the neighbors because I started seeing them knocking stuff out, and Terry's like, "Hey, we need to cut back the shrubbery around the house. The bushes are way overgrown."
Next up, Christmas decorations.
And now it's ready.
It's ready.
See, it's a process. We'll be right back. 15 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Why not take care of your holiday shopping now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds and save now because you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
There's never a wrong time to protect your family, but this fall happens to be an especially good time because you can get up to 50% off a brand new Simply Safe home security system. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home with advanced sensors that detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 50% off any Simply Safe system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit Rick and Bubba under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
All right, we are rolling on back 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We talked to Dan Moultrie about an hour from now. He'll have Derek Duke with him again, Director of Engineering for Moultrie. Going to be talking about the feeder lineup, how they can help combat the varmint.
That'd be varmint.
Varmint issues. I don't know why I said varmint. Have no idea why, as I said varmint earlier in the show. But anyway, they will be here with us. They've talked a little bit about that in the past, but we'll dive a little bit more into it today and talk about those issues that a lot of you have and how they can help. Also, don't forget, as we continue along, the big year ender is coming up December the 15th, and that means that we count 12 days back from that, work days, and we'll start the 12 working days of Christmas. And it's at the end of this month. Just the way it all works out, it's going to be actually in November that we start, the last day in November, I believe, that we start the 12 working days of Christmas. So it's getting here. As I was looking at the calendar with Terry, I noticed that, hey, we're like 2.5 weeks away from Thanksgiving. It's weird.
Yeah. Go ahead and order the turkey.
So yesterday we had something in the attic, and Terry had
a varmint.
No,
a varmint.
Luckily, I don't have a varmint in the attic.
Well, they'll
I've
get
had
up there.
them.
Oh yeah,
I've had them. You don't want it,
but
but
squirrel up there.
I went up and grabbed something in the attic that she was needing to get out, and when I just went ahead and did it. I don't know why, but I was like, I want this off my plate. When I grabbed it, I looked over and I saw all the Christmas stuff. And I mean, boxes, trees,
There it
just so
is.
many trees. And they're all just sitting there.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm thinking,
They're looking at you.
yeah, because right now I have the 4-wheeler on the trailer backed into the garage, and I'm thinking, I've pulled the trailer out, so I can pull down the little steps to the attic and stuff. All that's done. Let's just go ahead and get this out. Even though Terry has mentioned it, she hasn't demanded it. So I did. I started grabbing Christmas stuff. Reese had gotten home from work. I said, hey, buddy, grab this, and because some of it was kind of heavy, and he was able to grab it at the bottom of the steps and stuff, and I got it all down. I mean, every bit of it. So she gets home from work, she's like, "Oh wow,
it's waiting on you.
Christmas stuff is down," and I think I kind of got a win.
You should have went ahead and put one tree up. Have it up, not decorated, just the tree.
Yeah, but that's done.
So that's my job at home. I put the trees up, get them in the tree form, get the lights on them, then I leave.
Okay.
Lisa comes in, I move to the next one.
Right. I help get everything out, and I've helped with the trees. We've almost made a deal where I help when needed and when called on inside, but really you take care of all the outside. And we don't do a ton outside, but we do. I mean, it looks Christmassy, but we, good night. It's not a ton of work.
I don't have any outside stuff, I don't think.
Yeah.
I've always wanted like a giant wreath put on front of the house, but when I had a bucket truck at the house, I could probably pull it off.
Right. But
tough now.
I thought to myself, I was like, hey, self, you've pulled everything out and you're up here. Why not knock some of this out? Get it. What, are you going to close everything up and come back stomping up here in a week or two?
Yeah.
Do it again?
I don't blame you. Have to move your trailer and all that.
Yeah.
No.
Let's just get it down now. I mean, come on. Let's go.
You know what I'm going to do when I get home? I'm going to get that big tree and drag it out of that room.
Yeah. Just get it out.
Get it out. Let's
get
look
it
at
out. And some of it is just I want it off my plate so I can say I've done it. But at least it's there.
Of course, now you got to walk around it. But that's fine.
that's okay. I lined it up pretty good. I don't think it's in there.
People ain't tripping over it.
No. All right, so I got a little piece of audio here that is precious. And I
want a little audio.
Yeah, I wanted to play it for y'all because the flat earthers are something that comes up from time to time.
Bunch?
They have these flat Earth conventions. Where people come.
So we have a gathering of idiots.
Oh, we got all kinds of stuff, and we've played some of that before. The audio and we've shown some of that. But this one here, it's a comedian, Jason Silvig, I believe is his name. Anyway, he's interviewing a flat earther, and I just wanted you to hear it. It's the Good Liars put it out on social media on their Twitter account. But this is hilarious what this guy says. Now, he looks like Santa Claus, for those of you trying to visualize what he looks like. But here's the interaction. Take a listen.
If the Earth is flat, where is the sun? It's 93 million miles away?
When you say the sun, there is no the sun. Everybody has their own sun. So there's a different sun for everybody.
What do you mean a different sun? I don't understand that. There's a different sun here in Las Vegas than there is in New York?
You're not looking at the same sun there, correct.
So how many suns are there?
As many people who are viewing it.
Every individual person has their own sun?
Correct. The sun's no more than 50 miles away at any given time.
But wait a second.
No more than 50 miles away.
That's right. And it's like a rainbow.
How come the sun doesn't get bigger when you're in an airplane?
The closer you move to it, the farther it moves from you. It's like a rainbow. It's not like a burning ball of gas.
What is the sun then?
Cold.
Sun is cold.
Sun is cold.
Sun is cold. And it's 50. How close to you?
50, 60 miles.
And then as you get close, it moves away. Even flat earthers want this guy to be quiet.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, buddy. Look, we're just saying the Earth's flat. We ain't got to go that far.
So, Greg, you've trained us well. Whenever I see something or we, getting ready for the show, I always go, okay, is this a bit? In other words, all right, this was a comedian. Is this a bit? But I watched the video, too. This guy looks pretty legit.
He does, and we act like that it's surprising that someone actually, in today's world, the things that we claim to be true.
Mm-hmm. But we're all looking
this is nothing.
You have your own son, Greg.
Yeah, you have your own son.
I know that's Taylor, but you know what I mean.
I know. But here's what I want to know. Anytime someone goes on a rant like this, they always sound like he did. You never have somebody with like a James Earl Jones voice.
Right.
No, what do they have? They all sound like this. And
you have your own son.
Yes, you have.
No. It's flat. Where is the sun? It's 93 million miles away?
When you say the sun, there is no the sun. Everybody has their own sun.
Okay. Won't you put that in Bank 9? It makes no sense.
Everybody has their own
What
sun.
does he mean by everybody?
Hey, that's a lot of suns.
That's a lot of suns.
So is there
I think the suns would clash.
This
at
is
some
local,
point.
okay? For those of you that are across the country, this is local. But are you saying that the sun is like in Gadsden? and they're sharing our son, and that's it.
Or does every person in Gadsden have their own son?
Yeah,
that's
sounds
what
like to me.
That's
That's
what
what
I'd
he's
like to get to the
say.
bottom.
Everybody
of.
has their own son because it's always staying a certain distance. Because did you hear what he said? It's like a rainbow.
Yeah, you can't. You think you can catch it, but it keeps moving itself.
That's right. Yeah.
But I got news for him. The sun's really hot, and if it was that close, that wouldn't be good.
Well, no, it's not hot. It's cold.
That's
according to
true.
him.
I forgot that.
He doesn't think
so
it's
in
hot.
the end,
Greg.
the sun was cold.
That's right. Yeah.
The flaming ball of fire.
Yeah.
It's cold.
For everybody.
What do you mean a different sun? I don't understand that. There's a different sun here in Las Vegas than there is in New York?
You're not looking at the same sun there, correct?
Correct. Now, this guy's figured this out, right? I've never heard anybody that had this belief.
I know.
Now, like I said, the flat Earth people are even waving him off.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy. Why are you here? You don't need to be at
Stop
this convention.
He votes too.
Oh, yeah.
Think about that.
Hey, and we got a convention.
I guess he does.
We got a convention full of a bunch of them like him.
Oh yeah.
Or at least
he's running around.
Similar.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody's quite that extreme. That's the most extreme sun philosophy I've ever heard.
Yeah. I've never.
Everyone have their own thing.
I've never understood
wish
some of
you'd
these
talk like
these
that.
folks that have these. Well, I say that, but come on, man, look at the world we're in. I can. It's clear now to me. I think after you see some of the things that are happening, how somebody could be duped to believe in that. But
Yeah, well, guys, the things that we are told is fact today, anything's on the table.
yeah, things that used to be like so bizarre are now just part of the everyday news cycle. It's And I've talked to y'all about that. We used to do wacky world stories on things that are just in the regular news cycle. Just everyday stuff. It used to be like people would make fun of it or be like, hey, can you believe somebody's thinking this? And now it's just like, no, really. This is how we believe. This is what we do. So there's you a flat earther, and he says we all have our own sun.
You know, there's people that'll probably email us and defend him.
Oh,
and go,
yeah.
Hey, y'all don't know what you're talking about.
That's
Y'all
right.
being a little rough on him.
No.
He's pretty much out to lunch.
Yeah, he is. 866 We Be Big is our number. It is the kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in an hour from now. Plus, don't forget Dan Moultrie with us next hour. All that still to come here on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's never too early to start your holiday shopping, and why not take care of it now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when you can shop Raycon products and save up to 50% off because their early Black Friday sale is going on now. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space, and this past year they've expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech. Raycon is known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at half the price of the other premium tech brands. It's no wonder their products have racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds now and save. Because trust us, you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20% off site-wide. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A A to point B, traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the Innovative's Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, we just let Dan Moultrie in, so he's here. He joins us next hour to talk about the great outdoors. Plus, your phone calls are always welcome, 866-WE-BE-BIG. You'll want to know that number because we'll have a match Moultrie, and you never know. You never know, so just be prepared for that. Yeah. All right, so Helmsy says, guys, I just want to let y'all know the questions are piling up. I've got tons of questions from the audience, and I know this past weekend, RBU, if you've missed it, it was letters from the audience, very similar when you guys and ladies sent Rick and Bubba emails, sent them to me. I kind of organized them. The guys did a whole podcast on answering questions from you, the audience, but most of it was more, hey, well, how'd the show, things about the show. These are just what would you do, different questions here, so a little different. But, Helmsy, what you got?
Do you own a leather jacket?
I don't anymore. I used to.
No, I don't either.
I'm never
not Fonzie. Excuse me. I've never owned one.
Matter of fact,
I don't think I have either.
When I went to,
I've never dealt with a lot of leather.
The PETA protest that was in Birmingham, and the audience put me in a dog cage and carried me and set me down beside the lady painted like a tiger. I was wearing a leather jacket at that time.
Okay, you were just trying to make.
It was a little chilly, but I was also making a point.
Yeah.
What is the first thing you do when you get to a hotel room? This is easy for me. I go to the air conditioner and peg it as cold as I can get it.
Check the temperature. I hate to follow you on that one, but
drop
the bags.
Clean.
Yeah, just walk around a little bit.
You go to the bathroom and see if it's clean?
Yeah, I don't like
it.
Interesting.
Terry checks for bed bugs.
Yeah.
I never check for bed bugs. I probably should, but I just don't.
Mm-hmm.
Can y'all identify any wood grain when you see it.
No.
No, and
like that's a piece of pine or
yeah,
that's a piece
well, y'all can't. I can't.
I wish
either.
I was better at that in identifying trees.
Cedar, I can identify.
Oh,
cedar.
look, there's some mahogany. Like I can't do that.
Cedar.
No,
Cedar,
no.
I can't identify cedar.
Honey, what do you think about the maple wood?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Well, cherry wood, I know that one.
Buddy, calm down and get your hands out of your pocket. I don't know what that's called.
Cold.
Did you ever wear eye black when playing sports?
No.
Does
it actually do something, or is it just I'm trying to be sharp?
It's supposed to help with the glare, but
I wore it.
Now people take it to new.
Now it's just more of a I'm painting my face up.
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous. I wore it, and I don't know if it helped or not.
Yeah.
It was more of a I'm wearing eye black. Look,
I'm
coming today.
I would always
That
forget.
kind of
I
thing.
would always forget and then wipe my face, and then it's just all over
I
me.
wanted to wear it when I was in the '80s metal band, like Nicky said.
Oh, why didn't you?
Do you remember your old home telephone number?
Yes.
Yes, I know it absolutely. One I grew up with.
Yes.
Yep.
I sure do.
How about my parents still have theirs?
Really?
And it's the same exact.
That's so cool.
Yeah. No, I don't know if it's cool or not.
It
They
is.
probably need to get rid of the home
I love
phone.
it.
But yeah.
I do.
Y'all want to give it? Y'all want to say yours
No.
since it's not there anymore?
831-4401.
Yours still the same?
Mm-hmm.
Your parents?
Oh, well, yeah. My parents they relocated from Pascagoula down the Gulf Coast up to Huntsville, years and years ago. Of course, that changed, but I remember our original back
And
in
I
Pascagoula.
think that we were 205 area code then, and then they changed it
Yeah.
to
Okay.
256.
What hobbies do you have outside the show? That question, I don't really like that because they act like the show's a hobby when they ask it.
Well, that may be right.
Yeah.
I don't.
What hobbies do y'all have?
I don't have a hobby. Well, hunting during hunting season.
Yeah,
I don't know
I
if
like
that's,
to-
that's not really a hobby though.
Well, yeah, it is.
That's an interest.
I don't think you
But-
go as much. I don't think you go enough for it to
I
be
think
a
a
hobby.
hobby's got to be something you do pretty much year round.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I don't. But back to your thing, I don't do. I know this is a shock to
Golf,
y'all, but I don't do a whole lot of stuff. But
yours is
golfing,
golf.
golfing. That's what I was getting to. Is that? But I wish I could say something. I'm a woodworker. I do woodworking,
Yeah.
and I do this and I do that. But no, not really. I just, I don't know what. I just love spending time with the family.
And you like planting flowers.
And planting flowers, and I'll play golf, not near as much as I used to. Probably should play more if I'm going to try to be halfway decent. But
I paint portraits.
and then, I mean, the great outdoors is, I think that's somewhat of a hobby. I mean,
guess.
if golf is, you go out and enjoy, time and hunt and
Yeah.
fish and stuff like that. That's
close as I
an
can get.
activity, I guess, is what you're saying. But
Did you ever know anyone who got a rabies shot?
You because they've been bit by
Yeah.
something?
Yeah.
No.
Speaking of the outdoors,
no.
I was always scared of that, but I never knew anybody to
I ain't either.
to get.
I don't
one.
know anybody that's been bitten by a rabid animal.
Have you ever run into?
And I'm thankful for that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. I'm knocking on my head right here.
Have you ever run into someone famous out in public? Someone you never expected to see in a place that you were located.
I ran into Bill Bussey one time.
I was. It was kind of an odd deal back when I did the Titans. Terry was with me, and we were going through the regular ticket booth door, and all of a sudden, standing behind us was Alan Jackson. I mean, just standing there. And I was like, "Oh my goodness!"
I know I'm
I mean, I
forgetting-
know that's at a sporting event, so maybe certain people you would think, but I mean, I just
No, I
wouldn't
think that
expect-
qualifies
forgetting
because
something.
if you would have said I saw Alan Jackson at a country concert,
Yeah.
that wouldn't qualify.
I mean, he was
but the
just
fact
standing-
that you saw him out in
Yeah.
outside of his normal element,
Yeah.
I think that's what I was asking.
I
like,
think
wow.
I'm forgetting one.
I think
think-
I am too.
I think I've I don't know. If I did, I don't remember it.
I saw Beth Mowens at a game.
You sure did. Got your picture made with her. Gave her a good,
But
good squared up hug.
the Alan Jackson thing jumps out at me because it was not.
Did you go,
expected.
hey, Alan Jackson?
Yeah, I was like, oh my god, you got to play it cool, Like,
I was on there. Look, this guy ain't that famous. You'd have to be an NFL 85 Bears expert. But Dan Hampton, I was on the elevator with Dan Hampton at Legion Field.
just in the elevator.
Former defensive tackle for
Yeah.
the Bears.
That's cool. I'm like y'all though. We're probably forgetting half the people we've bumped
Yeah,
into.
I think
But like if we're at Regent's Tradition and we bump into somebody, that's not really because they're there for that.
I know that don't count. That don't count. It's like you're out in public.
Yeah.
Like my daughter on her honeymoon, she sent me a text and said, "By the way, Dennis Quaid's on the plane with us."
Okay, see, that's good.
That's
exactly what I'm talking about.
Or like
right
Rick
there.
was in France and bumped into Jesse Palmer.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. Like I was in Struts the other day eating, and John McEnroe was in there. It was the darndest thing.
He loves Struts.
Stuff like that
There
is
you go.
what I'm talking about.
Now I did meet David from Louisville one time at Stadium Fest.
You crank that up.
When was the
I was
last?
down in Prattville one time, bumped into Philip Webb. Say,
Don't stir him up.
No, I like Philip.
He'll be sending us T-shirts again.
I love Philip.
I love it.
I wear Philip's Mudder T-shirt.
High pitch about Philip.
Well, listen, I had the mud gear on this weekend.
Yeah,
that's a great. I got a good looking shirt.
People think I'm in Mudders, and I'm not.
I'm not either.
Just want to look at me, I'll tell you I'm not. But I like T-shirt.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
those workout material T-shirts.
Oh, it's a good one. Yeah.
When was the last time you went down a slip and slide?
A slip and slide. Now I've done that.
Ooh. When the boys were younger, we set one up at the house.
And you went down it?
Yeah.
At that point?
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember. It had to be probably 20 years ago.
Probably like I say, at a kid's birthday party, and I was too big.
My back popped.
Then, if not, I had to go back to college to like them frat parties. They'd have one in the front yard.
Okay.
Remember those?
Yes.
All right. You got to think about this one.
Okay.
If you've just finished watching a movie about your life, what is the classic rock song playing during the ending credits?
Stranglehold, Ted Nugent.
You'd have one quick.
Down, ding, 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 down, down.
Good night, Helmsley.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
It wasn't tough for me. I know the one I want.
I knew you would have an answer. Would you guys rather live 1 year as a full-blown Amish, full-blown Amish life, or 1 year in San Francisco?
Amish.
I'm going Amish.
In fact, I think it's just a year, right?
It is.
I'd like to experience a little Amishness in just about a year's worth.
I think I'm going Black Crow's hard to handle. But anyway, go ahead.
That's a good one.
All right. I just throw them back to
back
that.
on the other?
But no, I'm with the Amish.
Oh, look, I'm fascinated with the Amish. I wouldn't mind just spend a year milking cows and building barns without any nails.
Yes. Have y'all
Learn
seen
skills.
Have y'all seen the video where they pick up a barn and move it?
No.
Like I bet you it's 100 Amish men.
Now, do I have to grow that beard?
Oh yeah, we're all in.
We do.
We're all in.
I'm actually going to go San Francisco.
Now,
because I think there's probably some decent places there that
you're
could,
probably right. But
continue
if you said,
to do
Greg, you must be Amish the rest of your life, I'd have to think about
Yeah.
that.
How long am
1
I
year.
Amish?
It's 1 year.
That's a long.
I can do a
it's a
year.
long
I can
time.
do a year too.
Okay.
Am I in my current state or am I single just on my own? Or because I hate to leave the family.
Are they
Well,
Amish
you can
too?
take them with you.
They're Amish too.
Yeah, you can take them.
Oh
with
wow,
you.
they're
Well, I hate to
picturing
make that
Reese,
decision for them.
picturing Reese Amish right now in my mind. I got him with that beard and
Picture
everything.
Lisa and Terry with the women dress.
Okay.
One more,
I'm all about the Amish.
just because I want to get this one out of the
I
way.
want to be in the bug, I want to be in a little buggy and ride
Got
around.
nice buggies too.
Yeah,
People pay a lot of money for them.
they do.
What is your favorite flavor of pie?
Oh, that's tough.
Apple, lemon meringue, key lime, chocolate, peach, cherry, peanut butter, pumpkin. There may be something else.
Growing up, I loved lemon icebox pie.
You did with your little
And
eating
my
quirks. You ate
mother,
that.
lemon icebox. And my mother made it with this crumbled up crust that she would make out of graham crackers, crumble it up, and man, that was my favorite pie. But I'll tell you what else. She also made a good chocolate pie.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
I like a
I'm gonna
good
be
chocolate
simple.
pie.
I'm going chocolate pie, but my dad's favorite is pecan pie.
But I'm also,
He will tear it up.
I was a late bloomer on pecan pies.
was,
Didn't
yeah.
start eating them till just a few years ago.
Okay.
Me too.
Love them.
Yeah.
Also, golly, I just forgot one.
I call it the holiday that changed my life.
That's what I'm saying.
That's serious business.
I said I've been missing this the whole
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, what have I
used to-
done?
I used to I don't want that.
Yeah.
'Cause I was that
Yeah.
weird kid.
Yeah.
Oh, and let me tell you though, you give me a good old apple pie with a little ice cream on it. With that crust, real crusty and good and flaky.
Ooh, I'm hungry right
How about
now.
I just like all pies, except pumpkin?
Rick and Bubba.
How would you like to come home to a bartender who will fix you any cocktail you want?
I'll have an old-fashioned.
I'll have a margarita.
Now you can with the Bartesian Home Cocktail Maker. Bartesian is a sleek machine the size of a coffee maker that makes premium cocktails at the touch of a button. Choose from over 50 different cocktails, from classics to the most exotic premium cocktails served in the best bars today. You'll always get freshly mixed, perfectly balanced cocktails with the Bartesian Cocktail Maker. And now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever at bartesian.com/radio. Entertaining? The Bartesian is ideal for parties. No need to stock all kinds of individual mixers for complicated recipes. Every guest gets the cocktail of their choice in seconds. The Bartesian makes a wonderful gift for anyone who loves a fine premium cocktail. Now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever. It's available right now, only at bartesian.com/radio. That's BARTESIAN.com/radio for Bartesian's best deal ever. Only at bartesian.com/radio.
ABC tomorrow.
It's country music's biggest night.
The CMA Awards, live. With performances by Luke Bryan, Lainey Wilson, Jelly Roll, and K. Michelle. Old Dominion with Megan Maroney. Harley Pierce featuring Chris Stapleton. Tanya Tucker with Little Big Town. And more.
The best in country music!
Luke Bryan and Peyton Manning host
The CMA Awards live.
tomorrow, 8/7 Central on ABC. And stream next day on Hulu.
Team, it's snowing again tomorrow. They're predicting 2 to 3 feet.
'Tis the overtime season for Frank snowplows.
Kelly, can you take another shift?
Let it snow. Quality driver applicants.
Hey guys, know anybody else with a D license?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's PHILO.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
From pumpkin spice to apple pie, fall is hands down the most delicious time of the year. But it's also the busiest. So this time around, get HelloFresh and treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors without the stress. It's simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you so you can relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, all the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, so whipping up a home-cooked meal is easy. And make sure and check out all the fall flavors. A new limited-time lineup of easy autumn-inspired eats from HelloFresh Market, fresh on desserts like apple cider cake with caramel sauce, or please a crowd with appetizers like the barbecue pulled pork nachos. And just as always, everything you need to get cooking quick is delivered right to the door. How easy is that? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. It's never too early to start your holiday shopping, and why not take care of it now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when you can shop Raycon products and save up to 50% off because their early Black Friday sale is going on now. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space, and this past year they've expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech. Raycon is known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at half the price of the other premium tech brands. It's no wonder their products have racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds now and save. Because trust us, you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20% off site-wide. buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
It is 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. We've talked this hour about Dan Moultrie being with us. Next hour, he's here hanging out with Rick and Bubba, getting ready for the day. Adler will join us shortly. Right now, it's the Good Time Gang. We got this last segment here before the main show starts right after top of the hour. All right, so we've been going through a lot of questions from you, the audience, this past segment. Let me ask you a question. I am not... You guys, and I mean this, y'all brought me along on coffee, and BuzzBox really changed everything when it came for me and drinking. I never really have drank coffee at all. What are you giggling about?
Because you still just kind of tamper with it.
Yeah,
you don't really.
Yeah. I mean, I might drink a cup of coffee every other day or something.
Yeah, but you're like that guy that's trying to nurse that beer and can't quite get it.
You're almost scared of it.
Well, I mean, I want y'all to let me drink coffee when I want coffee. I'm grown.
See, but
I
you
can
jump
have
in
coffee
there
whenever.
When coffee's low and you get some and you really don't enjoy it.
Well, no, it's normally it's hey, I'm struggling. I need a little pick me up.
That's
or something.
the point. Is we want you to have a coffee experience every day that's joyful without it being a pick me up.
It's like, man,
the
that's
pick
my
me
good old
up.
cup of coffee.
The pick me up we want to be a secondary thing that you just get out of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the primary thing.
On Saturdays, the first thing I do is roll in there and brew me a little cup of coffee.
Yes.
Sit down, just kind of look around, go look at him.
Greg, that's all I've been thinking about since I arrived at the plaza.
Yeah. And if you ask me, Greg, be honest, does coffee taste good? No, it really doesn't. I don't know why I drink it.
So y'all are not drinking it for the effect of coffee. You're drinking it for the experience.
I'm drinking it for both, but the effect of the coffee is just secondary to me.
Me too.
Like I'm drinking it because the experience.
It's the thing.
Well,
and by the way, this is funny. I've gone to now drinking black coffee. I don't put anything. I put a little bit of sweetener, like one yellow pack. I know it's been a while, and so to your point, I'm actually starting to enjoy the taste. Took me a while, but was it Friday or Thursday? Whenever Gary was in here, he was making him coffee, and he started putting cream in it, and so we had been on him all morning about different things, and so. He was sitting there putting cream, and I just said out loud, I said, so you'll put cream in your coffee. Didn't see that coming. And he looked at me, and he goes, I think y'all have done enough today. Don't ruin my coffee.
Well, that was a good point.
Right. That's it, yeah.
But I honestly, when I look at Gary, like you look at me, honestly, if America looked at me, they'd go, this guy puts cream in his coffee.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't.
Haircut alone.
But if you look at Gary, you think straight up black.
Yeah.
Doesn't put anything in it. And he doesn't. He puts cream in it.
Well, that explains them French Bulldogs.
It does. It does.
Well, I know every market has its different coffee shops, so I'm not really talking about that. I'm talking more about national chains because, you talking about the experience, like the boys would go to, O. Henry's or something like that and do homework and have some coffee and chill out and all that. But I want to talk specifically about Dunkin' and about Starbucks. If there was a battle royal between the two, you've got people that, I mean, they search out these locations. Like my sister, if she'll go, where's the local Dunkin' Donuts or Dunkin' now? Where is it? And she will go out of her way to get. I mean, she is obsessed with Dunkin'
What
coffee.
are you asking who would win in a fight?
Well, I'm
because I'm going with the Dunkin' people.
Okay.
Yeah, but now as far as like,
but you like Starbucks.
No, I like either one of them. If I come up on either one of them, it's a convenience thing for me.
Are they similar, or is Dunkin' more straight up coffee?
No,
it's not.
I think. Well, then again, now it may be a little different.
Both of them have.
I think Starbucks offers variety more.
They do.
Lisa loves Starbucks. Okay. If we drive anywhere near one, we got to go through it. And y'all gonna make fun of me. And Helms is the reason I drink. If I order something, which I rarely do, I will get the skinny vanilla latte. And that sounds ridiculous.
I know.
Do you mumble it? I'll skinny vanilla latte.
Yeah, because if I just want a cup of coffee, I'm not going there. I'll go to the gas station before I do that.
Okay.
But if I want that or a frappe, yeah.
Wow. Do you hear what you're saying?
But I was brought it up earlier, and unless I'm just read the thing wrong, They opened up a new Dunkin' in Jacksonville.
About time, by the way. It was sitting there for months.
Well, College Town needs a Dunkin'.
I pulled up and I wanted donuts because it used to be called Dunkin' Donuts. They had like one choice of flavor of donut. That's it. They didn't have like Krispy Kreme has shows all you want this.
Were they just out?
They had just all I saw on the sign is all they had was one choice.
And they have branched out with different sandwiches and cold brews and stuff like that. Yeah. Well, I think used to we would think of Dunkin' just like we would Krispy Kreme.
Yeah,
as far as the
now.
donut, and not now. It's not the case. Not.
You've been through 7 Brew yet?
One time. Yeah.
At least I'll dabble in 7 Brew.
Not
too.
bad. Listen, Jacksonville has there's 4 coffee shops now. All of them are good.
Yeah, and I know that now you can
I
get
like the one on the square.
You can get both of those
Redbird.
locations that I talked about and have them at your home to where you're making that coffee. I got that. Matter of fact, my mom loves the Starbucks coffee, but my sister, I've never seen anybody so.
I know these Dunkin' coffee people, and when I say it's just their straight black coffee, right?
Yeah. Just give me coffee. I want my Dunkin' coffee. I gotta have it.
Remember, they used to bring stuff by the studio sometimes at the old place, and they would have that big cardboard temporary full of coffee.
Yeah,
and I mean it's good, I guess, but
I need to dive in more and give coffee. I don't love coffee. I just sometimes participate, and I know that makes you mad. But I just haven't gone to these places and said, okay, I'm going to get some coffee right now.
Would you go into Mapco and get coffee?
If I had to.
Yeah. I'll go. I'm a threat.
But I know that you and your power days, you love convenience store coffee.
Oh, yeah.
You said that was the best.
And this was the days when they just had a pot sitting there.
Yeah.
At least now they've got a little area and you actually have choices of different.
Yeah. They might as well have a barista sitting there.
They really
so
do.
Good.
They've come a long way. But I'm fine with just that pot sitting there that's been there all day.
Yeah.
That don't bother me either.
My dad did weigh in, said you're not a real coffee drinker unless you drink it hot and black.
That's it.
How about I love it hot too? Greg sees me all the time. I do. I will actually take what's in the pot and put it in a microwavable, safe container and get it even hotter than it came out.
Not necessary.
We'll take a break for the main show.
We're going to go get coffee. It's what we're going to do.
I might dabble in it today.
No.
Is that okay?
Don't dabble. Stop dabbling.
Oh, gosh.
All in. All in.
Rick and Bubba.
Cost to do that. That's part of it.
It's part of the cost of owning it.
But I don't think we have planned. I know they do some of it, but they probably don't do it at the same level for water departments and some other things. You really need to do that. That's just good engineering. It has nothing to do with politics, really.
All right, I saw it was either you or Adler putting the thing up there about the guy doing the impression.
That was Adler.
Adler, do you have that again? So where would that come from? Scop out?
That would be Scat. Yeah, yes, you are correct.
1 second. We don't have. Oh, here it is. Okay. So
he's pretty funny.
This was the guy.
While he's getting that, I want. Go ahead, Ad.
I was just saying 1 second.
Okay, yeah. While she was not finished, Marianne Williamson went on to say a few other things you might want to hear.
I'm normally way over there with Bernie and Elizabeth on this one.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. We've gone through that. I apologize for that.
Yeah. But yeah, when I was watching this, when Adler was showing it, it was. He literally does.
Your hands up, but you haven't. I think if we're going to force Americans to make these radical changes, they're not going to go along. You throw your hands up, but you haven't.
Okay. Y'all, seriously.
He can do it too.
Hello. Okay.
Okay.
Seriously. Can we all just be honest for a minute? I think Bernie has a problem.
Okay. He's
shouldn't somebody take Bernie aside and help him out a little bit?
He looks like that crazy uncle that shows up.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't have. I'll tell you what.
He's got that old scowl look on him. He's never smiling. You never see him smiling.
No.
Never, ever see him smiling.
Well, I will say this.
And he is crazy as an outhouse rat. We joke. Has he ever run a lemonade stand? The problem is he's a communist, and we just need to call it. Didn't he have his honeymoon in Russia?
I didn't know
he's a straight up communist, and it doesn't work. It's proven time and time again. I don't know why y'all are entertaining this guy, letting him stay up there and spouse all this stuff off. It won't work.
Well, this guy actually made a point. You got to do more than just throw your hands up there and do that. What are we going to do?
Right.
I mean, one thing we can say with Bernie's game plan, we can say really with zero reservation, he does have a mountain to climb on mathematics. He apparently does not know basic
Rick,
math.
I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you.
Okay.
And to all the rest of you,
So this became a big story yesterday. Now we have this thing going on with Elijah Cummings and Baltimore and President Trump. And, of course, anytime that you speak out against Elijah Cummings, you're a racist. You can't question whether he's done a good job or not. And so one of the things about that Bernie Sanders and President Trump
thank you, Rick,
have both said is that parts of Baltimore are like a third world country. We're seeing this in Los Angeles and San Francisco and all these places. And Trump was trying to say this is Democratic leadership for you. Elijah Cummings and of course, all those that are ready to race bait ran to try to start yet another thing in Baltimore concerning race. But an interesting thing, if you're trying to show that Baltimore is not as run down and bad as the president, and we must say again, Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, the president was pretty much quoting Bernie Sanders from a couple of years ago.
Says it is. It's not good for you to start your press conferences and there be trash everywhere and a rat running out during the camera shot.
Yeah, no. So it's going to start in studio, courtesy of Fox 45, and they're pitching it. They're pitching it to a field reporter that's on the streets in District 7 in Baltimore, courtesy of Fox 45.
We have reaction from those who live in the 7th District.
And we're sharing what they love about the city and what they admit could be better. We start with Maxine Stryker. Maxine is live in West Baltimore, where residents are reacting.
Well, Guy, we spoke with a lot of people today who call Sandtown home and are deeply offended by the president's comments. But they'll be the first to tell you that, yes, this area has its fair share of problems and continues to struggle today with crime and poverty. Now, Sandtown, of course, is just one part of Elijah Cummings' 7th District. According to the latest data from the Baltimore City Health Department, the family poverty rate here in Sandtown, Winchester, Harlem Park area is a startling 50.3%. The median household income is just about $24,374. And many here, as I mentioned, say yes, this area needs cleaned up. The violence needs to stop. But for the president to say what he said was just too harsh.
There's truth that there's a bunch of problems here in the city. There's a bunch of problems in this district. There's things that need to be addressed.
We have rats. We got trouble. We're not the only trouble city. There's other cities out here that have the same type of trouble we have.
And have the same leadership you have.
All right, so focus in right here. Here we go.
Now, we spoke with many people today who say the president should consider coming here to Baltimore, to the Sandtown area,
and there goes a rat.
Taking a look at things for himself.
Then he pans back
Coming
to the
up
reporter.
at 5, we have some more stats in the area, specifically when it comes to abandoned buildings.
So
right beside her stand-up is a
rat. You have this stand-up where she is in one of these areas that's being referred to, and you see a rat go running across.
All right. I just watched that whole story, and here's how I interpret it. And look, I'm a simpleton. I'm just a good one, okay? Here's what it sounded like to me. Everything the president said is completely accurate, but we just don't like the president, and I don't want him saying it.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Is that am I oversimplifying what I just heard?
Yeah, they didn't dispute.
And
you
know, Rick, your heart breaks for those
That's
folks
no question.
that they talk to on
Which
camera.
is kind of the president's point.
But you've got to admit a problem before you can find a solution to it. And the whole point being Elijah Cummings was being so critical about something else when he ain't taking care of his home district.
Well, and we know it's now been confirmed that the
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We got a lot to do on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show today. Match Moultrie is coming up, and you know how that can be. Kickoff hour is behind us, and we've been starting this hour with the national anthem since the day after the attack on America way back on 9/11. So we'll start this one with our national anthem. hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We are so thankful that you are here, unpacking another one, whether you got us live, and here's your live options. America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. If you have an affiliate, good for you. As we announced just yesterday, just added a new one there in East Illinois. And, of course, if you are watching us on the YouTube channel, Eddie Van Adler now settles in. You got that live option. You also can catch us on the TuneIn app. TuneIn is a free download. And then you search the Rick and Bubba Show. You get our 24/7 channel there, which includes the live show. Now, your archive options, some of them are similar. YouTube, there's a video archive. That's available for you, including a best of hour that you can see in your Blaze TV subscription. You also get audio archives on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel, and the TuneIn app also gives you full show archives as well. So there's all your options. Pick the ones you want or do a combination of both. We're glad that you are here. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba. The topics we discuss are the same that would be discussed on your back porch if you were having a family cookout.
Here we go. Bubba, we're matching Moultrie today.
Oh, it's always exciting.
Oh, my goodness.
We learn so much, don't we? And we learn things not to do.
I know. I'm trying to see. I was actually messing around with Moultrie Mobile just yesterday, getting ready for, I know a lot of you are already hunting, but where we live, people are already hunting too, but we normally don't come around to gun season, which is coming up this month, and so trying to get something done. We are in a drought, and so, you know, the old having a Moultrie Mobile looking at a green field's kind of waste of time right now. So went and positioned those back to point at feeders again, because if I want to see the deer I got, I better be pointing at a feeder right now. So or find some acorns somewhere. It is dry as a chip. I mean, it is. I'm talking about. I mean, I went and looked at the pond, and of course, one fish had crawled out onto the bank, and I gave him a drink of water.
Yeah.
I mean, and had a couple of ticks on him. But I will tell you, it is dry. I have not had a nosebleed, and I don't know when. And there was so much dust and so much stuff from the dryness of all that. I got home, and man, I'm telling you, my nose was bleeding like I'd been punched.
What is Gary's famous saying? Doesn't he say it's drier than a mummy's pocket?
Hey, it's drier than a mummy's pocket down here. Mummy's pocket. I laugh. We'll review that today. You saw I put something out of trying to get Gary on the ball yesterday and get him down there. Of course, Gary's whole existence in that community is one to behold. We'll share that later, but it just. time with Gary in his community and the way he acts, and he kind of embarrass you. You kind of wish he'd be nicer, and but it's like the people know that he's like that, so they don't pay attention.
Well,
to
he'll
that.
bust up in a convenience store, I tell you.
Oh, he'll go bust up in everywhere. Of course, we'll get into it, but we'll talk about that later. But Moultrie is, and Moultrie said that Gary called him. I don't know what that's about. I was literally with Gary one time yesterday, and he took a phone call because we've got on about this. You know what the phone call was? It was just some guy ordering a turkey call. And called him from one of our markets, and finally he goes, "Well, hey, Rick, sitting right here." And I got on there and started talking to the guys. He goes, "Unbelievable, man! I can't believe this. I'm hanging out with the guys on the show today." I'm like, "I'll tell you what's hilarious. You got Gary's cell phone, And but
he wasn't calling from Quebec, was he?
Hey, up there at Quebec. Can I tell you something, y'all? I think how sometimes you're looking at somebody and you go, "Oh, wait a minute, I don't think they're joking." When you think,
yeah.
Gary gave me a real serious speech yesterday, and I'll tell you about it later. And I'm like, oh wow, he's not joking. He really believes that. So we'll talk about that coming up too. And I saw something where it was some story where people in West Alabama claim they've heard some creature out in the woods. And they played the audio, Bubba. It sure does sound familiar.
Well, one of my.
No, it is terrifying.
Somebody got the dumb bull out.
I don't know, Greg. I don't know.
I've told that story before. I may need to tell it again.
And Greg, I could be completely
wrong.
wrong.
He did to me one time.
That's how I met him, y'all. I was walking out of your place, Bubba, in Wolf Hollow. And that's how I met Gary, standing on the dark dirt road after scaring the mess out of me.
Yeah, he enjoys doing it. I told him, I said, "You're going to get shot. I'm going to shoot you, and I'm not going to be sorry when I do."
All right, listen to this. Just listen to this, Bubba. See if it sounds. There's Tom Petty. I know you're familiar with that. Listen to this. This was in a story that somebody sent me.
That sounds a little different.
Okay.
I tell you what, if I heard that,
just
but I don't like. Can I tell you that?
You're in your tree stand. You wait till dark.
I don't like the sound of that.
You think that's real? Somebody messing with me?
That sounds almost manufactured. It's so had an echo to it.
That was kind of my point. I don't know. But I mean, it's nowhere near. Just
the dumb bull has. That sounds like something growling. The dumb bull has like 2 or 3 different sounds that come together to make it eerie sounding.
Yeah.
But we'll cover that. Hey, think about this. Well, I got a thought for you when we come back.
All right. Coming up with Moultrie when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
16 billion was sent to this part of our country. And if I were these people, it's okay, regardless of what party maybe you've supported, to say, okay, so the federal government keeps trying to fund us through you, Mr. Cummings, here in District 7. What did you do with that money? It goes back to New Orleans and the levees, and this was Bill Clinton. There were no Republicans involved in this. That Clinton kept sending money to them to repair the levees prior to Katrina, and they took it and squandered it with lobbyists trying to bring gambling and casinos into New Orleans and to fly those people around and try to get those representatives, excited about being sold on New Orleans. And they didn't take the money they were given and apply it to where it was intended to be applied. And then here comes Katrina, and conveniently
levees are not ready.
Yeah, and then conveniently you blame the next president for something that the prior administration, and that's not a dig on Bill Clinton because he gave it to them to repair it. They just didn't do it. So I think the constituents have to say that the kind of how this works, you're my rep, you're my senator, and you went up there and lobbied to the federal government to get us some funding. You got it. What'd you do with it? Right?
Well, a lot of people are asking those questions now. Where has this money gone? What did it do? And has it done what it was meant to do? And that is help people's lives there.
And I think the one woman...
$16 billion is not a drop in the bucket either. That's a lot of money.
And I think what the one woman didn't understand, the point she was making, we're not the only city that has these problems. We're not the only city in this situation. Well, the president talked about that too. He said wherever you find Democratic leadership in these big cities, because most of them elect Democrats, you see the same problems. And he's not the first person to say that. That's been said by people of color. You remember the talk show host that you and I listened to, who was African American. He called himself the Black Avenger, and he used to point to this all the time. Ken Hamlin pointed to this all the time, saying if you go and find Democratic leadership in these metro cities, you have the same results. So maybe there's a tie to that, and maybe there's certain things when you live in the more urban city metro world where there's things that you're going to see. I mean, you certainly can go to rural communities and find dire poverty.
Yeah, sure you can.
Certainly you can, but I think I didn't take anything away from that story other than, yes, everything the president says about the 7th District is accurate, but we just don't like him saying it.
Well, what's the first thing you can do to help any community? That is bring good-paying jobs there, right?
Right.
So we have unemployment at the lowest level in our country, and if you want to break it down by different groups, African American is historically low right now.
Well, the president talked about that yesterday.
And just like crazy AOC in New York, you had a wonderful, high-paying situation coming there that we're going to bring some good jobs, but she was against it because she's against business. She's against big business. And that's the bottom line. They're against all this stuff that actually can come in and help solve some of these problems. The only thing you can do to help lift people up is give them a good job. That's really the way you help yourself up and out of these problems, is with a good job.
Yeah, and if you go to problems like why do we have trash piled up in different places all over the city, well, that's probably a city situation with whatever deal they've got with whatever sanitation company, whether it's run by the city or they hire an independent contractor. Something's wrong, right? I mean, if you have infrastructure of any kind in a major city, trash pickup should not be the problem it appears to be.
It all goes back to a job, Rick. If people don't have a job, they can't pay taxes. They can't buy things. They can't pay taxes. Those taxes fund city services, and there's a balance. How much it should be, we can argue about that. But that's where you get the pickup service to handle that. You get your street maintenance, you get all that other stuff that a city would handle, like in Baltimore. But if they don't have people working, they have no money to do anything with.
Any time that we can bring It is 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. And there's the sound of Match Moultrie. On the Hunt by Leonard Skinner signals that Dan Moultrie is joining us again on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Yep.
Hey, Dan.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
We are all right, Dan.
Let me share this with y'all. 1 year from today, we will be waking up from the night after we elected a new president. The next president.
Who's that going to be?
So
Bill?
1 year from now.
Bill, who's that going to be?
I think it's going to be shocking by the time we get there. I think a lot of things are going to change in the next 12 months.
Does anybody believe? I'm not saying that he can win or lose, because that gets down to the thing we've talked about. We've really just become a country of two mobs, and so there's have you already said, Bubba, only about 8%?
It's going to decide the election.
Yeah, because if you look at 92%, everybody knows how they're going to vote. They couldn't care less who the candidate is. They're going to vote. They're going to vote.
I think your skeleton poll right out of the gate would be 48-45 demo.
Yeah, because what you got is people vote ideology now, because the ideologies have become so different.
Right.
They used to be they had some similarities. They really don't anymore. So it's such a, you can see so clearly one ideology is so much different than the other Most of the people say, well, I'm just voting for the ideology. But I will say this, I don't see any way just from the world of truth, and I know in the real world, that Joe Biden can be part of it. No way. It'll be another Democrat. There's no way he can run for a second term.
Well, what did I tell you 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Gavin Newsom.
Right. So he's
see. Over in China. He's made his round. So he's running a shadow campaign already.
Yeah, right.
He's ready to step in when the people demand it. So he can do for us what he's done for California.
So we'll see. And 1 year goes by really, really fast. So that's going to happen pretty quick. Dan Moultrie, I know that we are talking to the country. We are talking to a vast
world
audience. So that means their weather patterns have been different because our country is so vast. But I know, and we're going to talk a little bit today about feeders. If you are part of the country, which would include us, that's in this drought right now, well, those feeders have never been worth more.
It's time right now. These people that were bow hunting, unless they found a good acorn tree, that would be it.
Yeah, I was. I went down and checked yesterday on our situation, and it's a lot of dirt. It is not a lot of grass.
Well, I have not taken the last step to end this drought, but I'm going to do it today. I'm going to wash the car. That is a guaranteed rainmaker every time.
Every time.
I kind of feel like,
and the more money I spend on it, the quicker it'll rain.
Yeah.
I think the deer where we are, they like a diverse diet. They appreciate the supplemental feeding, and very much they do. But I could almost sense an attitude from them yesterday. It's like I went into one field, it was all dirt, and there was a sign, like it had been written with somebody that didn't have opposable thumb, and it said, "What gives?"
Yeah. Cut the water back on.
Come on. Right. You're not going to sit and look at a beautiful creek right now,
We've talked about on the show for years and years when we talk food plots. We've talked and said, please, if you're around our home base here in Alabama, wait, because we're going to go through the October dry month. And boy, this year is taking it home.
Well, what hurt us this year is the October dry, and the reason why I know it so vividly this year because we had an October wedding that was outside, and they picked October for that reason. They said if you want to have a wedding outside, do it in October. It's not going to rain. And so what I was concerned about though is the dry October started early and it's lasting longer. It started in September, and I started worrying. I said, hey, you can only have so much dry. I didn't know a drought was coming. And I thought, well, the October dry started early this year, and it's still lingering. So,
and part of that reason is we've had a very mild hurricane season.
Yep.
They're the ones that stir everything up and push it up our way.
So, the big question I think a lot of people are asking, if you are in the drought, you tried to plant. Some people there was one little rain that came in, and some people got it. Then there was a real minor sprinkle. Didn't do a whole lot, but people are thinking there's a chance where we live that rain is coming Thursday, Friday this week, Thursday night into Friday, and people are thinking, do I go back and try to throw some more seed down? I mean, what do I do? There's a lot of thought about that out there.
Right now. There he is.
But the good news is, if you have Moultrie feeders, you're
feeding every day.
You're feeding, and you set up, and if you're in a state where that's legal, and thank goodness in ours it is now, you get to set up and just use them feeders and work those feeders.
And the deer appreciate it, and all the other animals.
And have a Moultrie Mobile spotlighting the Moultrie feeder, and now you really
there you go.
Yeah, I can tell when we're allowed to continue, feeding year round, and being able to get those supplemental, nutrients there and the proteins and stuff like mixing in with the corn and all that. I can tell the health of the deer. You can tell by their muscle mass, their bodies, the antler growth has been so much better. It really is good that we can do that.
They just look healthy.
It's neat being in the shooting house, and you may have a guest or somebody with you, and you see a deer that you've seen, they become acclimated to that spot, and every year, and you're allowing him to grow and say, look, now that one's 3.5. We saw him last year. And that's a cool deal.
It is. It is. And unlike in the past where you didn't have much confidence in that, you were like, if I let him walk, he's going to look the same thing next year.
Or over the next hill, you're
oh, yes. Well, you got to get everybody working with you. I've seen the difference in people that I know that have neighbors working with them and the ones who have neighbors that don't work with them. And it's a terrible feeling when you let a nice 6-point walk, and all of a sudden he goes over that hill and out of sight, and you're like, well, Larry Wayne took him out. I should have taken him. I
still got on my phone that picture you sent me. I don't know which guest it was. You had the little bitty ape on top.
No, the funny thing, we have a room at Camp House, and I was showing a guy yesterday. So the drum set, Adler. Oh, you got to get the motorcycle going. So I was.
We're gonna give it away for 12 days.
The guy that bought the drum set showed up, and big fan of the show, and I said, "You want to see Camp House?" And he said, "Yeah." And I took him in there, and we have this room in the very back that we call Baby Brody's room, which he hates. and so it's got a picture of Brody as a baby, which was just an extra picture I found because the Camp House is anything that Sherry's not using.
Yeah.
And on there is a 6-point rack, okay, and it's on, and you would go, "Why was that his first deer?" And I'm like, "Nope, that wasn't his first deer." Well, so what? Tell me the story of this. I said, that's when Brody got glasses. I said that's a doe that Brody was taking for us. Like that. And so Brody's like, that is correct. He goes, I text Dad and said, hey, I got a big doe down. Got him right when there was enough sunlight, still legal. Okay. And I'll go over there and I'm like, Brody, this is not a nub. You shot a 6-point like that. And he's like, I thought that was a doe. I said, we got to get your eyes checked.
Yeah, and really do.
And sure enough, they checked him. And now he had to have glasses. So that's up there as a reminder. I'll always go in there. And then people at first, when I say doe, the first thing they'll say is, oh, is it one of those does that has horns? I said, no. So it is a buck. It was a male deer. It's Brody identified it as a doe. That's why
the deer didn't identify as a doe. Brody did about it.
That's why he got to have glasses.
Those are great deals because that makes everybody think later on.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Nobody else wants to be on that wall.
No. Well, you remember back in the day, if you made a mistake, I mean, the people, they cut your shirt tail off.
Oh, they were tough.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Speedy had one of those long time ago. You remember bow hunting?
Oh, bow hunting.
Long time ago.
Yeah.
That was a nice shirt.
We come back, we're going to talk to Team Moultrie's Derek Duke. We're going to talk about feeders and talk about them varmints that take all the food it's supposed to be for the deer.
Isn't that good?
Yeah, we'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. A Bigfoot update. We will in this Mammoth Cave, Kentucky. Let's all sing it together for the Bigfoot update. In the great state of Kentucky. Here we go.
Kind of wish I had this guy's voice right here.
Lead to an ongoing investigation. Allison Baker's faced with the couple who experienced it all.
A fun weekend camping trip for a young couple ended up turning into a nightmare when another person close to their campsite decided to fire shots into the woods because he was claiming he saw Sasquatch. The couple woke up in the middle of the night to strange noises and were met with a man saying something destroyed his campsite.
But they said that it was also Bigfoot country, which seemed a little weird that they would say that.
The individual then informed them that they were searching for whatever destroyed their campsite and warned them to be careful.
He said, I hope you have weapons, and then he, flashed his gun at us. He was like, I have this, so if anything happens to you, then just yell and I'll come.
The two decided to head back to their tent, but when moments later they heard gunshots, the couple dialed 911 and met up with park rangers at their car 5 miles away.
So Mammoth Cave National Park law enforcement rangers responded to reporting of an individual with a firearm at one of our backcountry campsites in the early morning hours of Sunday, July 28th. The rangers made contact with all the parties involved. It is an ongoing investigation at this time.
Mammoth Cave would like the public to know that there is no threat to the park at this time and it is safe to go and visit. Reporting in Mammoth Cave, Allison Baker, 13 News.
Now that is if you don't want your campsite destroyed by Bigfoot.
Early morning hours, the key here. Okay, that means they've been up all night, been partaking a little bit, and claim they saw Bigfoot and shot in the woods.
Well,
whose kid was that reporting?
I know. She's got to get back to middle school.
I thought she was going to sing the national anthem at the minor league game.
Yeah, what was that?
That's just next generation being trained.
What about when you got old pops send it out to somebody's 15-year-old daughter?
Somebody's kid done stole the microphone.
In Mammoth Cave, here's a reporter.
Hello, thanks for that. Somebody's got something going on here. Want to say hey to Mom?
But
she did look young.
Yeah, she did.
And sound look.
I mean, that's somebody's kid.
She's doing a good job.
That's somebody's kid. No, I'm not saying she's not doing a good job.
It's horrible.
That's somebody's kid.
This is a serious subject.
Well, how about this? No adult's going to go investigate some drunk shooting up the woods over Bigfoot.
Yeah. He told him everybody to look out.
I'm not trying to step out here. Could it possibly be that your campsite was torn up by, I don't know, a bear?
Yeah.
Or
you drunk, buddy?
Yeah. I mean, bears come into campsites all the time. If there's bears, it's probably a bear versus Bigfoot.
No, Rick, wait a minute.
No, hang on a minute, Rick.
Hang on just a second.
When that ranger was talking, I was hoping Greg was like going to walk past her.
And first of all, I can't take her serious with that hat on.
Well, that's her uniform.
I
Greg.
know.
That's her hat.
They need a different one.
Get you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we got somebody's granddaughter reporting, and we got some lady with a funny hat on. This is a weird story.
Well, Greg,
It's a ranger hat.
Guys, y'all
need to redesign that.
Y'all are forgetting the whole part of the story. These people didn't just claim Bigfoot; they fired upon.
Yes,
they fired.
Watch out!
Fired down on him, Rick.
We fired on it.
Truth be known, their campsite could have been tore up by one of them drunk in the middle of the night, stumbling around. Who knows?
Trying to find somewhere to go urinate.
I take it they're probably not supposed to have guns in that national park.
Andy Blanks, who wrote the How to Be a Man series, and I was honored to do that with him in the first edition. He also has written a second edition with Dr. Brian Gill, and I also have put the forward in that one. But so he's a big outdoorsman, former. We're back. Match Moultrie coming up. Your chance to win big again today from Moultrie and the gang. Congratulations to Dan Moultrie, a granddad again.
How about that? Isn't that
Congratulations to your family as your daughter Ashley had a healthy baby girl.
Yes.
So congratulations.
Yes. And isn't that just great? We're blessed.
How many
with
is that now? Two?
Two.
Oh, we go, Dan
We're
Moultrie.
happy.
All right, so Derek Duke is here, Director of Engineering for Moultrie. The Duke
is in the house.
The Duke. So the feeders, so important, and Moultrie, as always, continues to be out front of the entire industry going, all right, let's take on some of the issues that people are having. We get a product out there, then we keep developing it, and we keep being problem solvers. Bubba, you and I love to be problem solvers.
Oh, I do. I love to be problem solvers.
So let's talk about problem one, varmints. Varmints.
Critters and varmints.
I tell you, I watch those little bandits and all their friends, and they love to come in there, and they just think, how can life be so good that somebody is just putting food out for us every single day? So, but we have
Christmas,
and then if you try to overprotect, then now the deer can't get to it. So you guys have said, let's develop this. So tell us what we've done.
So one of the biggest things is using a metal feeder. We have a lot of plastic skews that people can use to feed deer in their backyard or on their lease or anything like that. But switching to a metal feeder is a big thing because squirrels and raccoons can't get to the feed nearly as easy as they can with plastic. We have anywhere from 6.5 gallon to 30 gallon, 55 gallon, or even a ranch series, 300 and 450 pound capacity. So any range you want to look for, it's in your price budget. We got one for you. And we have a couple different feeder kits you can put on the bottom. One's called our NXT Hunter feeder kit, and it has a little shocking circuit on it to where there's a positive and a negative lead. Mm-hmm. And when the squirrel or raccoon touches both of them once, it charges the capacitor When it touches it again, it discharges. So it gives them like a little zzz. Yeah. Just
Ooh,
to,
that's
just
hot.
to get their attention and be like,
Yeah.
not today.
Right. And they don't like that.
That's a really good product for us that has really good success. And it's a quick lock capable, so it goes on any of our feeders. And the other one we have is called our Super Pro Mag, which is made out of cast metal. And it's got really big diameter varmint guards to where the raccoons and squirrels can't reach their arms to the spin plate and get the corn. Because you ever seen the Mission Impossible raccoon hanging upside down, like spinning it down to the belly?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So this one's supposed
Buddy,
to.
they get that arm in there and they just stretch.
those busy little hands.
Well, they're creative. When you're that hungry out in the middle of the night, you'll do anything to get some food. So.
Oh yeah.
And then a couple other things we've got is our varmint guards. We've got two different form factor varmint guards or varmint cages that you can put up over the feeder kit to where even if you're having problems for some reason, you can put these cages over them. It'll protect your feed.
So we got all kinds of stuff dealing with varmints. Now, Dan, I'm a little disappointed in you. We'll get to a product you didn't even know y'all had. But let's talk about the galvanized lids first. So let's talk about those.
Galvanized.
These lids, 30 and 55 gallon barrels are pretty common in the marketplace, not just with us, but with our competitors as well. And so some of the lids are hard to get on and off. We have some older customers that have a hard time getting the lever
water.
and the.
Did you see him look at us? There was a time.
He looked right at me.
There was a time
He did
when
look at
Derek
y'all.
Duke would have said this about older clients and never even looked our way.
He looked at y'all.
I was trying not to look
me.
at Dan over here. You saw me hobbling here. I can't talk too bad.
I did.
But no, so these lids, even our competitors that have galvanized lids that fit, they're heavy enough to fit over the barrel and not fall off. Ours, we took it a step further because we put a little rolled seam on the bottom because a lot of our competitors have this little knife edge on the bottom where if you try to knock it off, you'll slice your hand.
Oh
open.
yeah,
So,
sure.
They just fit right over the top and they're heavy enough they don't blow off. It's super easy.
So no more pinching your hand.
Yeah.
Right, you just set it on top and you're good to go.
This happened yesterday, and when Gary and I were getting ready for the season, we got into an argument about whether something was level or not. And of course, he got out the level and said, "I'm gonna show you." This.
You didn't call it a leveler,
I did not. No, I did not. If you had not, you've corrected me on that about 3 times, and I think the last time you finally did it. You know what I mean? You know how sometimes things don't click?
Right.
It finally clicked with me this last time, and so I don't think I'll ever do it again. I think. But anyway, so he was like, "Come here, let me show you the bubble." And then when this, I didn't know this product exists. This would have made life a lot easier to get this thing leveled. So let's talk about this.
So basically, we sell it in a one leg package to where you can put your tripod. You can put your one leg facing downhill, and you can use this to prop that side up.
Wow!
Right? So how many times have you set up a feeder where you put a little rock underneath it,
or a big rock,
or a stick, or something like that?
Hey,
to try
push
to
it
level
up, and I'll run this under.
I mean, I do.
Yeah, you just build it. Just build it with 300 pounds. Like, here, hold this up real quick.
Right, yeah.
So,
Come over here, get
we
under
always
it.
we always decide to level it after we put the food in for some reason. I don't know why. What is that?
Well, and the other point that hit me
now it weighs
immediately
300 pounds.
is this allows me to put the feeder where I want it, not where I'm able.
Right.
A lot of times you go, well, that over there's flat, but that's not where I want it. I want it right here, but I can't make that work.
And a lot of times you try, and it's kind of a little off kilter, and it doesn't feed real right. You got some corn left in the barrel, and then there's squirrels that try to get to it. They might chew a hole in your plastic feeder or something like that. So this is a way to adjust in 1 inch increments, and it has adapters to fit smaller square legs or larger square legs.
That's a great problem.
And so you can adjust it however you need.
Very convenient.
So now, what about this product this year going to be released in January? Is that part of this setup?
Yeah. So we've got a couple things to look out for in January. They're going to be really exciting for the industry. And as far as varmints, we've got something that we're looking to that'll work with any feeder that you have on the market. That'll really help keeping critters off. Because even if you have a plastic feeder, how can you protect it? Well, you just keep them off of it, right? And so we've got something coming that'll really help you keep all the raccoons, squirrels, everything like that off your feeder.
Is this a Moultrie 4? Is this a Moultrie 410?
No,
I gave him a category, Dan.
Yeah, a category. Okay, no other hint.
No other hint.
And this will be released at the show?
Yes, sir, in
ATA show?
January.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's good. You know those feet.
So,
that's good.
Derek, what do you do developing all this? Do you get into some like a mad scientist? You just get in and have feeders and pieces of feeders laying around? And
you like Doc Brown on Back to the Future?
Yeah.
We have a great team of people that use our products, right? And so us using the products, you go out there and you're putting a rock under a leg. You're like, man, I wish I could adjust this.
So you see the problem. You're like, man, we can beat this.
Right. And we also do listen to the customers. All of our customer feedback through customer service, even online reviews, like we pay attention to all that to try to attack problems that the customers have.
So I know one of the things, and you guys, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger as far as how big a feeder. And now you're all the way up to how much can you put in your biggest one?
450 right now is our biggest one.
That's your big boy.
In the ranch one.
Yeah, yeah. The ranch, to me, if you're feeding in your backyard, I think the smaller ones are fine. Or but those big ones really make life. Now, the day that they need to be filled is a rough day.
Oh,
but
but
then you're done for a while. And usually you're going to find, if you've got a place. And I was warned about this by you, Dan, by, of course, Gary couldn't talk about it enough, is that when you first start out at a new place, they're a little antsy about feeders. They don't know what this is about.
Mm-hmm.
And he was saying, hey, I'm telling you, right now, so you ain't having to fill them up that much. But once they figure this out, I'm telling you, they'll go through it. And I really I grossly underestimated how much they can go through when they finally get comfortable with it and say this is okay, this is good, this is not a bad thing.
Part of that, though, Rick, is not only the deer. That's those pests we're talking about getting rid of.
No, you're right, the varmints.
And the raccoons will tote it off. And then think about the people that got hogs on where they're trying to feed deer.
Oh, my goodness.
The hogs are going to dominate it.
They are.
Yeah.
You're right. So you got it.
Unless you make sausage.
Yeah, now you have. Well, and I found that out.
A lot of sausage.
And I don't know why. Is the varmints, to me too, unlike the deer, they're really messy.
Yeah.
If you can't keep them off your feeder, they just make a mess. Okay. I mean, they're not very neat eaters.
You know what? The birds and the squirrels don't bother me. But Bud Grant used to build bird houses and hang them at every spot so they could watch the birds while they're deer hunting.
Yeah.
But the hogs and the raccoons are bad.
Those two, what they do on your feeding is.
And so Derek's addressing that in a good way.
Yeah. So we're thankful. I know it's just a matter of time, but we still don't have hogs yet where we are. But I know it's just a matter of time.
Well, for hogs, our best solution is our hanging feeders. We have a couple different lines of hanging feeders with a hoist and a gambrel to where you can actually hang it up in the tree so that the hogs won't mess it up.
That's the same way with bears. That's about the only way you're going to get a bear off.
And the bear population, I got somebody was showing me this past Sunday at church. Boy, Arkansas's really got the bears now. Mm-hmm. And they were showing when they were hunting and showed me a big old black bear that came out on the.
I don't like bears while I'm hunting.
I'm
against that.
Arkansas's got so many now; they've got a season.
They've got a season. It's growing.
Yeah. So, and I know that our population is growing.
It's growing.
Yeah. So, all right, we'll come back. You ready, Moultrie?
I'm ready.
All right,
here we go.
A dandy.
Ashley's warned me about this. Said, I'm out. So Dad's on his own.
Oh boy.
Here we go. Nobody's checking his work.
Match
Hey,
Moultrie.
I ran it by Derek this morning.
Okay.
Road time. All right.
Road time.
Road time. All right. We'll do Moultrie's question next. Try to match him.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Where Adler just got back from. We were in our 20s. We had bear spray, a huge can of bear spray, and a ranger passed us on the trail. The ranger looked at us and said, "Bear spray, huh?" He said, "The only thing bear spray guarantees is that you die with your eyes burning."
That's probably true.
He said, "I've never forgotten that line." I wouldn't forget that one either. To the phones we go. John in Alabama. Hey, Johnny. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, John.
Hey, guys. Good to talk to you.
Thank you.
Hey, look at here. First off, I love it when guys opine on something they have no clue what was really going on, so I'm going to do the same.
Good.
There was reports in the early 80s that Rick Burgess was a football player, but everyone knows any fat guy could put on a football uniform. Whoop, whoop.
Okay, John. Thank you. I thought you were bringing more to the table than that.
One there.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
Hey, burned you.
Ooh, burn. I think what we have here is because it said on the board. It says on the board that he thinks Bigfoot is real. So does he think us making light of it?
Yeah, we don't know what we're talking about.
We don't know what we're talking about.
Don't know what we're talking about.
Well, he should have set it up that way instead of being a loser and explaining the way he just did.
So he's saying that there's no proof that Rick was a football player because I never saw him in the uniform.
So you call and do that?
No,
I don't have anything else on my time to do today, so that's what I do.
He's mad about exactly. And it started off, I got a voice that's not very strong. And my delivery's not good.
No.
Right.
See, nothing was going in his favor.
Why John crying?
And my material wasn't great.
Because he did got dunked on. To Nashville.
All I know is he told you, buddy.
He did. He put me
Pushed you on your own property, Rick's what he did.
I'll tell you what, I'll sit over here in the corner and I'll be put in my place.
How was that story negative toward Bigfoot?
Bubba, it wasn't really.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Even if I can't understand why that would rub you the wrong way. I'm not following.
You're America.
You're making a lot of something that's real, and we think it's not real.
That's right.
No, we're making fun of people shooting in the forest at night and running around 5 miles back to their car and all that.
Remember, though, every group has their fringe.
Yes.
Every group has their people that are just joking around. They have their people that are somewhat level-headed about it, and they're just reasoning it. Then they have the fringe.
Yep.
And the fringe is, if you don't think it's real, then you just got dunked on. John in the Music City, Nashville. Go ahead, John.
Hey, I'm in the big town of Asheville, Alabama, Rick and Bubba.
Yep, that's what they said, Music City, Asheville.
Hey, listen, I got you guys the ultimate bear song.
Bring it.
Look up The Preacher and the Bear by Jerry Reed. He spells it out what to do, how to do it. It may save some listener's life in the woods one day.
Jerry Reed.
Okay.
Any song that Jerry Reed does, it gets high marks from us.
I mean, it's right up there with Amos Moses.
Oh, gosh, so good. Ronnie, Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Hey, Ronnie.
Yes, sir. I was at a bear show one time, and I asked the guy, he was doing black bears. He said, if a black bear attacks you, make yourself as big and tall as you can. Said, everybody says lay down and play dead. He said, don't do that. Make yourself big. He said, if a grizzly bear attacks you, go ahead and lay down and play dead because that's probably what you're fixing to be.
yeah, grizzlies are. It's just
Adler better stay away from black
What
bears.
is this here?
What is this, Adler?
This is from the show Meat Eater.
Yeah, that's a good show, by the way. It's a real good show. Netflix.
Oh, they got a bear charging them?
Oh,
Do I see cubs behind it?
Oh, probably.
Oh, watch it. That's
Listen,
when
the meat eater, he'll kill something and have it grilled by the end of the show.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is he about to eat a bear?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I
he
just
don't waste anything.
Let's go to.
He's got some good food.
Heard you loved him.
I like the meat eater.
Steve in Oxford. Steve, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey, guys, got a Calhoun County update for you. Anniston started an article yesterday. Essentially, there is an entire area of Anniston, the Golden Springs, the Yarmanville, Ward 4 area, that is so fed up with the property values going down and the school system going down and the bad leadership in Anniston. They are wanting to essentially secede or de-annex from Anniston and have Oxford annex them in. They've got a bill that they're wanting Marsh to put together. It's kind of got some legs, so you may want to look into it.
Well, there was always the running joke. Once Oxford began to boom, they started referring to Anniston as North Oxford. And so, yeah, if you're living in Anniston and you got a shot of Oxford or Anniston, you want to go Oxford right now. I promise you. So, yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen that.
Not totally surprised.
No. Let's go to Robert in Birmingham, listening to 104.7. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Let's go. All right, time to match Moultrie. Here we go. All right. So let's all. I got that not so confident feeling. But here we go. All right. So let's talk about what's up for grabs first. All right. We're going to be giving away today a 30-gallon Pro Hunter tripod feeder. And we're going to throw the varmint guard in. So it's going to come with the varmint guard. So you don't have to worry about that.
No varmints.
So there'll be no varmints. So you're going to get the varmint guard, and you'll get a 30-gallon Pro Hunter tripod feeder. Okay? But in order to do that, you're going to have to match Moultrie. And now Moultrie,
this is straightforward.
Did he give you something?
It's straightforward.
What'd you get?
No,
it is.
You gave me
straightforward.
Yeah, I got it right here. Okay. All right. So here, when I say this, Bubba, you try to see. I'm gonna turn your mic off if you can't stop laughing. Okay. It may be possible you won't be able to. Look, you're already tickled thinking about it.
This is as straightforward as it gets.
Here's what Moultrie says, and I feel so bad for all of you that have been you've been aggressive and you've gotten on hold. All right, so here we go. Moultrie has many options on how to feed deer. Now, underline deer,
This does not include feeders of other animals.
Yeah.
All right, just deer.
Yeah.
With their combination of feeder kits and feeders. There are feeder kits and feeders that are designed for deer. Nothing else, only deer. Would you like to know how many feeder kits and feeders there are to successfully feed deer? 12. And Dan wants you to name all 12 of them.
Name them?
Dan Moultrie.
That's easy.
Name 12
Derek can do that.
of the feeder
Blindfold.
kits and feeders used for successful
Good
deer
night.
feeding.
Good gracious.
So,
It's easy.
well, for instance, you would just say,
Yeah,
okay,
easy, got
the blank kit,
Hannah wrote it in the magazine.
and I know Dan well enough to know he's going to want you to be specific.
Yeah, boy, is he.
A little bit.
Yeah, well, no,
Gracious.
I know how you are. I have them in front of me. That Dan
Do
has-
you?
Yeah, that Dan has
Is it in
provided.
his writing or is it from a website?
I don't know. I'd rather not say. I feel kind of bad for Josh, who hustled to be the first one.
I feel so bad for them.
I feel so bad for her. All right, Josh in Alabama bailed, but Josh in Mississippi stayed. Josh, how are you today, buddy?
I was doing good.
Can you give us 12 feeder kits and feeders used for successful deer feeding?
Golly.
Offered by Moultrie.
All right, let's see. Maybe the Ranch Series broadcast feeder kit.
Yep, that's
Auger
one.
feeder kit.
Mark that one off.
Okay, what did you say the second one was?
Auger feeder.
The auger feeder kit.
That's 2.
All right, that's 2.
Super Pro mag feeder kit.
Let's see. Yep, that's 1. Go ahead.
Pro Hunter 2 feeder kit.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good feeder.
Mm-hmm. That is a good feeder. Got it.
Gravity feeder kit. My favorite.
Okay. Yeah, I like the gravity too.
We're only at 5?
No, that's 5.
He's on a roll. Keep him going.
I think that was 12.
No.
You knocked out
Josh,
5.
that's
Now,
5.
are you saying just is the feeder and then the kits separate, adding up? to
No. That's all one name.
Yeah.
Oh gracious! He
Yeah.
only named 5.
There's 7
But
other
that's
names.
easy. I mean, everybody knows.
It felt like 12.
All in one quick.
Yes. Okay.
There you go.
There you go. That's number
Feeder
6. That's number 6.
Keep going.
Finally got
Quick
on
lock
Amazon.
directional feeder
Yeah.
kit.
There you go.
That's number 7.
NTX Hunter feeder kit.
Yep. That's number 8.
NXT. Come on with it.
The all-in-one deer feeder timer kit.
He already got all in one.
Yeah, you already did that one. You already had that one.
Well, give it to him again.
Okay, that's the end of the list anyway.
Is it?
Yes.
Man, you were close. You only got 4 left.
How about the Ranch Series feeder?
Done that one.
No. What? Be more specific.
Yeah, there you go.
In the
now you got it.
You said
the actual feeder itself, the whole feeder.
But there's a
Not
key
the-
word.
But what kind of feeder? Ranch Series, what kind of feeder? Because there's another ranch. There's a broadcast feeder, and then there's a Ranch Series what?
There's 3.
Yeah, there's actually 3, but you've named 2 of them.
Oh,
This is
man.
a good one, isn't it?
It's a dandy.
So you've named the auger.
How about is it a barrel? Maybe a barrel
No.
type feeder?
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're just
So we got to start over at 0 now?
Golly.
Do we
Boy.
just want the people to name the 4 he didn't get?
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Okay, just name the 4 that,
Wow.
that Josh didn't get.
Josh, you did all the heavy lifting.
You don't have to go
He was
name
on
the
the
other
Josh is
8.
going to win.
Bo and Clanton. I was just down there yesterday at Twin Jemison and Clanton. Bo, go ahead.
Ranch Series broadcast feeder kit, Ranch Series auger feeder kit,
Right.
Super Pro mag feeder kit, Pro Hunter 2 feeder kit, gravity feeder kit, all-in-one quick lock feeder kit, quick lock directional feeder kit, NXT Hunter feeder kit, all-in-one deer feeder timer kit, quick lock adapter kit.
He went that just 2 more, Rick.
2 more is all you got left, buddy. You
He went right down the list.
yeah. There's 2 you're missing.
Ranch Series auger feeder quick
No,
kit.
no, you've already named that one.
Well, on the website, he's only got 10 items. I can't.
No.
Yeah, see, that's what happens when cheaters. That's what happens to cheaters.
Well, Rick, who is going to know that off the cuff? I don't think Dan knows that.
Everybody knows that.
Oh, he's talking.
The tripod feeder.
No, you've already named that. We're there.
Golly, he's trying so hard.
This is so good.
Good gracious.
Dan, I want you to name one the Big
Greg,
Bubba.
where's Greg?
All right, no, look, you don't have to name all those others.
Yeah.
You just need, because everybody, that's out there for common knowledge now. Two more. You just got to name two more. Karen in Birmingham, we're missing two.
Oh, gosh. Okay. You ready?
Come on, Karen.
Okay. This is the Ranch Series auger feeder.
I already got that.
We already got all those. You don't have to name all those. We're looking for the two that have not been named.
I didn't hear what he didn't name.
Well, just go ahead and
Go
run them
ahead
all
then. You go ahead then.
Good night.
All right.
Okay. So you've got the all-in-one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You've got the Pro Classic 2.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the Gravity.
Right.
Okay. Now, there's 3 Gravity. Do I name all 3?
No, we know you know those.
If you look at that chart, I'm gonna give you a hint. If you look at that chart, there's not but 10 on the chart.
Yeah.
There's 2 more.
So yeah, if you're reading off that chart, there's 2 that are not on this chart, and that's who's going to win.
Didn't y'all name one of them a minute ago?
Yeah, all 10. 10 have been named.
Too.
No, I mean when we were talking about something.
They got them all off the chart.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we got the bag feeder.
Hey,
there's one.
There's one. Okay. Come on, you're one away. You only want one more.
Come on with it.
Okay, you got the Moultrie feed station.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
That's it, Aaron.
You earned it. You earned it.
My George, that's it.
Isn't that good?
She got it. Karen.
That is for my husband. He's been wanting one of these feeders. Yes.
There you go.
Well, you earned that one, ma'am.
Yep. You were savvy. You knew where to find them. Congratulations. Your husband's got a 30-gallon Pro Hunter tripod feeder with the varmint guard to go with it.
Oh, yeah.
So congratulations on that. Karen got you on hold. Moultrie will send that right to you. Dan, good job.
Hey, great day, great question.
All right,
guys.
stay one more segment. We want you to hear something.
We've got a news story. We want your opinion.
We want your opinion on this news story when we come back. All right. Top of the hour, Derek Duke. Thank you, brother. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We use ZZK. Robert, go ahead.
What's up, fellas?
Hey. You?
Oh, man, I don't know. I just called in to see what Frenchie's take is on Bigfoot. I think we have to hear it. I think
great question.
That is
a great question.
Yeah, that is.
Does he call him skunk ape, yeti? I wonder what they call him.
Sasquatch.
Have you even asked him? Is that subject come up?
We did have a conversation about it, and he didn't seem to have any idea what I was talking about.
Frenchie, come here.
They don't have any monsters like that. What about the Mothman? They got the French version.
Yeah, I'd like to know what their Bigfoot is.
Take the mic there and pull it over to you there, Frenchie.
Bring it to you, kid.
Bonjour, Gabriel.
Bonjour.
So do you know what we're talking about when we say Bigfoot?
Yes.
Do you have this legend in France?
No, I don't.
None.
No, we don't.
Do you have any monster legends in France? Other than Napoleon.
Like you got Loch Ness over in Scotland or wherever it is.
So you
maybe in Scotland, do you know the Loch Ness?
We do know that. Okay. Yeah.
But not in France.
Nothing in France.
No.
Nothing.
I don't know.
Isn't there like a Yeti up in the Alps somewhere?
Yeah, like you fish, you go trout fishing, and you're out in the outdoors. No one says, "Hey,
be careful.
Be careful of anything."
No.
We talked sharks on the way to work this morning. He says they don't have sharks. They don't have any dangerous sharks.
No, no.
Just a whale shark.
What about Mothman? No.
What?
Mothman. You ever heard of the Mothman?
No.
Mothman.
No.
So you don't ever hear anything scary in the woods and go, "What's that?"
Greg, where are you getting all this?
What about UFOs?
Urban legends. Lizard
Do they have UFO
aliens, UFOs from other planets? Aliens?
UFO?
Yes.
UFO?
Little
gray? No, y'all don't talk about UFOs?
Come on, y'all got to have some of that.
There is some legend. Yes, but there is UFO in some region, but I never see UFO.
I got you. Are y'all afraid of socialism?
Afraid of
Let me tell you, that's a monster.
Yeah, that's worse than Bigfoot.
So, but no legends. Just one UFO story, and that's all.
Yeti, maybe.
Yo, Yeti?
Yes.
That's the same thing. That's Bigfoot.
Yeah, Yeti.
Ah, okay.
Abominable snowman.
Yeah. So
but
y'all.
it's everywhere in the world.
Yes.
Not just in America.
Yeah, Yeti's
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, now we're getting somewhere.
That's
So-
Bigfoot's cousin.
Yeah. So y'all, do y'all talk about Yeti?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. We got it. That's
Oh, Yeti.
it. Okay, we got you.
Not the cooler.
Yeti and Bigfoot are like Greg said. They're cousins. It's like they're the same family. Big, hairy monster. Do you believe it's real?
No, I don't.
Not at all. Okay. All right, bottom of the
It
hour.
is.
Yeah, we'll be back.
It is called the 5 legendary monsters of French folklore. So they do have some monsters.
Yeah, Adler was asking Frenchie in the break about these, and
Pretty funny.
And he was giving a yes.
Can
and
we
then,
get Frenchie in here?
He
I'm gonna
didn't
ask
get
him
out
about
much.
this.
Frenchie, come back.
I'd like Adler in here
Frenchie,
too.
come back. Really?
Yeah, in fact, because he pulled up. If he could pull up the website he was on.
Yeah.
Because he was going through the list.
Is it
This
different
one
than
looks
this
like a wolf or something here.
Yeah.
It's,
Yes.
There's all kind of stuff.
Yes.
Yes.
Gabriel, we have we found information Bubba wants to ask you about.
Frenchie, come here. Just come over here, man.
Yeah, you can say
Come here. 5 legendary monsters of France. You familiar with this one?
Yes.
How do you say that?
La bête du Gévaudan.
What's that?
La bête du Gévaudan.
Are you familiar with this monster?
I have already heard this name, but I don't know really what is it.
You don't know what it is?
But
It sounded like a dessert.
It did.
Well, it looks
It's
like
they catch it on
a,
fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a wolf. Now, what is this one here?
I don't know this one.
That one?
Can you pronounce it?
L'encou.
And what does that? Never heard of it?
Like it's an animal between turtle.
A turtle?
Rick,
Huh?
it looks like a dragon with a turtle shell on it that has horns coming out of it. And
Don't be scared,
some
Gabe.
kind of crazy face. But it's said to be the servant of death. And it's depicted in.
I don't like the servant of death.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm reading this one up here. It's actually a skeleton, Rick, draped in a black cloak and holding an arrow or spear. That one is.
That's not the turtle?
No, it's the next one down. I had them off. Now, what is this one here?
I don't know this one.
How do you say it?
La tarasque.
That's the one that looks like a turtle.
So, and he needs to work on
It's-
this word in English. He struggles with turtle. Say turtle.
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 Turtle. Turtle.
Turtle.
Turtle.
Hey, relax it. Go. Turtle.
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 No. Look.
Make
See,
it one
turtle. So
syllable.
they talk right
Turtle.
here. He can't make his mouth not do it. Turtle.
Turtle.
That's
better.
It's better. It's better.
It said it's a legendary beast that haunted the marshes and riverbeds, especially between some areas there. It's described as part dragon, snake, or crocodile with a lion's head and a tortoise shell.
Wow.
Never,
quite a
never-
common one there.
have you heard of any of these?
Yes. La bête du Gévaudan. Yes.
Which one?
Careful.
La bête du Gévaudan.
You've heard of
The
it?
first.
The first one?
Yes.
Yes. What was it? The wolf thing, Bubba? Was that
No,
the
this
first?
is a giant bear that would eat young shepherds and their flocks.
Oh, boy.
So you've heard of it?
Yes.
Have you ever seen it?
Yes, of course.
I hear they're in Burgundy.
This one here, how do you say that one?
Saramoka. But it's not a French name.
It's not?
No.
Well, don't talk down to us. We didn't know.
you
I mean,
got related links here?
Sounded Russian.
Rick, it said it looks like a.
It is 6.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, thank you for being with us today as we roll into another hour, reminding you of some things that are going on. Our own Bill Bubba Bussey coming up. Hey, we got a lot going this week, baby. Bubba's going to be speaking to the Lake Martin Amateur Radio Club, Alexander City, Alabama. There at the Sportsplex. You'll find those
your seat
details
early.
Go to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. At themanchurch.com this week, tomorrow night, James Spann will be in Indian Springs, Alabama. He's doing a man church there as they plug into the men's discipleship strategy. That'll be happening on Wednesday night if you want to be there. And also coming up Thursday night at my home church, Valleydale, our next man church, Blake Prime speaking. We are having a chili cook-off, 21 different chilies for you to enjoy. We'll be giving out prizes. Then for some reason going into worship after stocking ourselves with chili. As I said, Dan, we may...
Pepto-Bismol got a booth there.
I hope someone there's to translate because I fear an unknown tongue. But anyway, and also, so that's coming up, and you can get into one of our small groups there. And then, of course, a couple opportunities. The Daring Faith Conference in New York City. I'm honored to be there. We're Promise Keepers. You can simulcast that conference to your church. If you just go to themanchurch.com and look at December 1st and click on that link, you can do that. And as you're there, don't forget tickets are going fast for the Man Church conferences coming up next year. We'll be in Birmingham, Alabama on February 16th and 17th. Robbie Gallaty will be there. Also, Rich Wingo, Andy Blanks. I'll be speaking. Chuck Hooten doing worship. And then in Starkville, Mississippi, on the campus of Mississippi State, coming up on March 8th and 9th, James Spann will be there. Graduated from Mississippi State. Scott Dawson will be there. I'll be speaking, so will Andy, and Chuck Hooten will be there. And all those tickets are moving quickly right now. I know Birmingham, about 60% sold out, and Starkville about 50 to 50, a little plus 50% sold out. So if you want to get your reserved seats for your men, you need to go to themanchurch.com right now and get that done. All right, so Dan Moultrie is staying with us, and also Derek Duke. Now, we have a story today, and I know both of you probably are aware of this. Did you know, and for you, Dan, this is a double whammy, that Alabama, along with Georgia, are the top states for Bigfoot sightings? Did y'all know that?
I don't know if we're the top states for Bigfoot sightings, but we may be the top states where people think they see Bigfoot.
No, see, there you go. That
and it's just no different than the mountain lion deal.
Right.
We're going to go back. They think they see it.
What do you think people are more likely to see in Alabama, a black panther or Bigfoot?
See, this is what kind of what you
think like Brody, they need to go to the optometrist.
No, they need to quit going to buy the ABC store now.
Dan, we know the company line. Okay. All right, I want y'all to hear these noises. Okay. Now that would be
sounds
Red
like
Bone.
that sounds like a hit from the 60s there.
I know exactly what that was.
All right, there's more.
I know. Let's go through and name that. That's easy.
What do you think that is?
That was Nick Saban right after they missed that field goal.
Dan Moultrie.
Derek, what do you think?
I'm just glad Alabama beat LSU.
There you go.
Yeah, you don't even want to. All right. So what
is that real or is it manufactured?
Yeah, here's the problem. I mean, all these shows that show them going in somebody's basement and spending the night, it's all pre-manufactured. It's all made up. They're selling advertising. They're selling their show. So, you know
what is it? What is it, Dan?
All that could be it could be a dog way off. You don't know because somebody's messed with the recording. Bill, that's in your area.
So you think that is manufactured, not an animal sound?
Possibly could be, but it may not be. But you don't know the conditions. That you don't know if it's wind. You don't know if it was 2 ridges over. You don't know if it was muffled. You don't know if it was down in the bottom. There's a lot of variables that have to be ascertained before you can make a prediction about what it is.
It almost sounds like there's too much of an echo on it. You know.
So Megan,
we know it's not a bobcat.
Megan
or
and
a fox.
Jason Williams from Chipley, Florida. They were camping in Hale County, Alabama. Are you familiar with Payne Lake Okmulgee Wildlife Management?
Okmulgee.
Okmulgee. I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah, it's down in Hale County, right on next to County Road 25.
Okay.
That's down there too.
James Spann knows where it is there.
Derek, I can tell you've got a look on your face, and Dan's going to go company line, but I can tell you're terrified, especially now that you're limping.
That's what my boss said yesterday. He said, man, I'm going to go bear hunting with you right now because you'd be a great person to have.
So Dan is saying
it could possibly be an animal that is already indigenous, and the conditions could create a sound like that.
Have you ever heard those bobcat noises, though?
Yeah, I have.
Well, bobcat that I've heard sounds like a baby crying.
It does.
And I've heard foxes make a sound like a woman screaming before.
A fox may be the most terrifying.
Yeah, it's because you think a woman's in distress.
But
and I've heard Gary's dumb bull.
Yeah, that could be Gary over in Hale County. That could be Gary slept over there.
We laugh.
I wouldn't rule that out.
No,
I wouldn't
not
either.
at all.
I wouldn't either.
Hey, I mean, I don't even. I stay.
dumb bull
I
is a
stay Chilton
terrifying
County.
sound.
Now, if you hear it in Chilton County, I might be messing with some of my neighbors, but I mean, that's all the way over there near Mississippi. I don't get over that way.
All right, so we
what do y'all think? I want to hear your prediction. Rick,
Well,
you're level-headed, Rick.
Well, I think you rule out bobcats, fox, and I don't think it sounds like a dumb bull because I think the dumb bull has different sounds. That to me sounds more manufactured or it's real, one or the other.
I would if you push me in a corner and said you can't just say you don't know. I would say manufactured.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's got something making that noise.
Yeah.
And
all right, now let's go the other way.
Okay.
You're camping.
Oh my!
All right, and then all of a sudden you hear that.
I go
Well,
I go directly to it to see what it is.
You do.
I absolutely do.
Dan,
Absolutely
I'd be right
would.
behind Dan.
would you dare?
Absolutely
Would you go?
But you're armed. You're ready to
I
defend
would
yourself.
absolutely would go directly to it.
I want y'all to picture this.
You're in the lead,
Let's
Dan.
all put ourselves there. Okay, we just all are done. We've been singing by the campfire. You know, Greg's played the guitar for us. We've all sang, and everybody said, "All right, let's put the fire out." And let's all go to our tents and let's all lay down. Yeah.
Well, that was fun. Time to go.
And then you hear this. Do y'all snuggle in? Hannah's going, no way, no how. and then right when you say, well, I think it's okay, it gets louder and closer.
It's like poltergeist.
Any way you lay down, Greg, and go night.
Why don't they go night?
Are you leaving?
We arm up and get ready.
Are you leaving?
No,
If it's too close, I think it's too close to leave.
That almost sounds like in Predator,
Yeah.
the movie. Yeah.
Now the
That's
problem
kinda
is
what
you
that
go to
sounds
see what it is, and you get over there, and it's some alien that's eating
It's
things
not
in the
going
woods.
to be any
and it's not
alien.
gonna be-
How
then
many
it's not good.
aliens have you seen now?
Well, none.
How many?
None.
I think it's
how many
saying
Black
something.
Panthers have you seen?
I saw one.
No, you didn't.
I did.
No, you didn't.
I saw a black jaguar with a real long tail on it in the middle of the day.
No, you did.
I did.
What's it saying?
And I had a good witness. Too.
It is saying
speed.
Is it saying grow?
It's saying no. Listen, it is saying Dan. No, listen. Not there.
It's definitely
not
saying
there.
Greg.
Listen.
Let's go investigate.
That's people trying to answer Match Moultrie is what
Let's
it is.
go. That's good.
That's the sound of the audience.
That's good.
That's the sound. That's the sound of the audience after the Match Moultrie question.
I missed two.
So
Here comes Scooby Doo.
Yeah. So Dan, you're saying not a creature, not a Bigfoot,
No.
not an unknown creature.
No.
Okay.
Dan, at least you're not a skeptic, Dan.
No.
Dan's in the Mystery Machine trying to go figure it out.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
And it says it comes into your room at night and sits on your chest and stops you from breathing correctly.
Ugh. Are you afraid of that, Frenchie?
Yes.
No.
What is this one?
Le cheval malais.
What is that?
That sounds like a great dinner.
It did.
I don't know.
Would you like
I would
one?
like the Lucifer Melly.
It's a white horse.
Yeah, this one, Rick, is a white horse. It's a beautiful white horse, but evil.
Oh.
It would appear at night alongside tired travelers in parts of western France. The horse would be ready to ride with a saddle and tempt the exhausted travelers to climb on board and rest their legs, only to be thrown off when the horse would run and jump over a cliff.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. You got to watch him, white horses.
I saw one out in the middle of nowhere.
You sure did.
I may have seen this thing.
Remember when we was kids?
Okay, well, let's see.
We've had a couple of bad horses.
What is this one, Frank?
Le croque-mitaine.
No, now this is children are often threatened with this frightening and evil creature to forbid them from going somewhere they shouldn't go.
Ooh.
It hides in rivers, lakes.
Oh.
And in the winter, they can eat little children's noses and fingers.
What?
Oh, no, not their noses and fingers.
You're out there fishing in these streams and creeks. Have you ever seen it?
No.
Somebody help me.
With Hadler, I remember another legend. Its name is Dahu. It's a dog, a mix between dog, horse, horse, and
pig,
goat,
cow.
cow.
Is he saying
Cow.
dog or Doug?
Dog.
Okay.
Dog.
A dog named
I
Doug.
thought, what Doug do?
So you
Watch
do
that
know
dog.
that one? Have you ever seen it?
No.
Have you ever seen it?
No.
Never?
Kill turn?
What is this one, French?
Le voir-loup.
No. This, Rick, is a creature. It's a man or a woman with a dark soul.
Good
and
night.
it is possessed by Satan. And at midnight, they transform themselves into animals, often wolves.
We've met her.
But they also can be foxes, boars, goats, or cats. And they spend the night roaming the forest, eating people who have committed the 7 deadly sins.
Oh, my
Good
God.
gracious.
They'd be full in this country.
You know this one?
I know this one.
Which one?
Le voir-loup.
Oh, you do know this one.
Yes. I know this one.
Have you ever seen it?
No.
Huh? Did you hear about it when you were a boy?
Yes.
Do you believe?
Yes.
Did it scare you?
Yes.
It did scare you.
Le voir-loup, yes, it's famous. I think it's the most famous of the
Okay.
9 legends.
Okay. And you were afraid of it when you were a child?
Yes.
It looks a lot like Teen Wolf.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I was there. He's pulling some up on the screen.
You know Père Fouettard?
Oh, he's really looking.
This one.
He's into it now.
Oh, he's really
So he's really
focusing
heard
on
of 2 on the list. And what he said,
I know this one. Le Père Fouettard. You don't know?
well,
Père
no.
Fouettard, it's like it's a man who beat children when they are not
on Wednesday.
No, when
When they
they.
misbehave.
I thought he
Yes,
said that too.
Oh, well, that's my dad.
Yeah.
I mean, that's,
What'd that call?
that's just my dad.
It's a picture of Coach Burgess.
Yeah, they called that coach where I was from.
Wish we could see what y'all looking
how
at.
do you call this?
A whip?
Sure.
A whip?
Yes, a whip.
Yes.
They would whip the kids when they misbehave.
Oh wow, that's America.
It's in Germany.
Uh-huh.
It is with the good man who give gift to children.
You talking about Santa Claus?
Robin Hood?
This is like the opposite of Santa Claus, Rick. And he would he would either leave charcoal instead of sweets, or he would beat children with a bag of coal.
Oh,
or
that's
a whip.
Krampus.
He was another nickname for him, directly translated, would be Father Whipper.
Oh, look, that looks like Adler.
Have you ever seen him before?
No.
You haven't seen any of
Did you ever
these?
get any
No.
coal for Christmas and get a
But
beating?
in Germany, it's very famous.
In Germany?
Yes.
Very famous.
Has you ever been dunked on?
Were you afraid of him?
No.
No, because you're not in Germany?
No.
Would you think you would ever come over to France?
Maybe because in some region of France, close to Germany, is it?
Well, see there, he's awful close.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He's getting old in there.
Right,
Frenchie, do you know why James is crying?
What?
Can you say because he just got dunked on
What is dong dong?
in basketball? So
Into hoop?
when Greg is going to ask you why James is crying, and you say because he just got dunked on.
Because it just got dong dong.
That's it.
Yeah,
All right,
but
Greg?
you got to kind of scream it like.
Say because he just got dunked on.
Is that like?
All right, here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us today. Phone calls coming in now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat about whatever is on your mind. It could be the horrifying sound you just heard. It could be something we haven't talked about yet you'd like to bring up. Calvin Speedy Wilburn goes to the phones, and he's ready to take them at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So we finished up another match. Moultrie, if you're late to the show, the kickoff hour has already happened. And now we just listened to read a news story out of West Alabama and played the actual sound. I credit the couple for using their smartphones to record it so they didn't have to describe it to us. And now, of course, that's led to a lot of, what the And we're asking the questions. If you had gone out hunting, you're in your ladder stand or you're in your shooting house, and you got about an hour before the sun's going to come up. It's pitch dark, and all of a sudden you hear that crank.
Oh.
Well,
Not happy.
I don't think I leave. I think I stay where I'm at because I have a rifle. I don't think I run. I think the worst thing you do is get out in the woods and start moving around.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want anything. Let's go to John in Nashville, Tennessee. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Hey, guys. First, before I talk about having my connection to Nate Bargatze, I've known his last name for a long time. I hadn't corrected y'all because I didn't want to be a bip. I knew Helmsley would make fun of me.
That's wise.
So I've never caught in and corrected that. I figured he'd figure it out on his own. But I have I went to the same high school as Nate, and I actually have done some woodworking for him. I've built him some stuff in his house, and he actually walked in when I was delivering it, and he, of course, had a liner for me.
Sure.
But anyway, yeah. So I have a real strong connection. So I think I could get him on the show.
All right. Why don't you?
I don't think I'd be.
Yeah, play that card. I know you're pretty loyal. You're in the loop. You're a veteran. So why don't you open up that conversation and say, hey, these guys talk about you a lot. They really like you, and
just get him to come hang out.
Yeah, and then if you have a contact for us, send it to Speedy, and we'll roll from there.
Okay, yeah, I know you guys were on when we were in high school up here in Nashville, so I know he's probably heard your show.
Okay, good. Yeah, open that door for us.
Anyway, I'll make that. I'll do it, and I think we need to give it some time though, because he's probably getting hit up pretty hard right now.
Yeah, he's pretty high demand right now.
The time for you guys to have an interview with him would be between 9:30 and 10 in the morning, because he's out late. So
yeah, he does not get up early either. So yeah. Let us know, John. That'd be great. Let's go to Al in Alabama.
Yeah.
Al, go ahead.
Big Al.
That would be Greg making fun of you, by the
Hey,
way.
Rick.
Hey.
Hey, all the technology and all that, them voices and all that, don't you believe that they'd have found something by now? That sounded like it was on the repeat. Sound like the same. I mean, it sounded like it was on the loop or something.
Yeah, now that may have been their recording that they had on the loop, not the way the sound was coming in, just so you wouldn't have to wait through long pauses. But no, I agree. No, I don't believe in Bigfoot. I mean, I don't.
Done with it. I'm done with it. All them shows and shit.
Yeah, I think so. I'm sure he did or not.
You know something else, and one of the emailers had alluded to this. Cows make a lot of strange noises too.
Oh, listen, hey, scared Lisa to death when we first moved out in Pleasant Valley. Them cows got to bellowing at night, and she didn't know what it was coming through the woods.
Yeah. It's either an animal like y'all are talking about. It's manufactured. No, none of us believe that it's Bigfoot. First of
Wait a
all,
minute, Rick.
how do I know how a creature sounds that no one's ever officially found? We don't even know what it sounds like.
We don't know if he yells like that.
Yeah. Tim in Mississippi. Tim, go ahead.
I think these people went on an innocent camping trip and put their campsite a little too close to someone's moonshine still, just trying to scare them off.
That, you know what, that really would not be an outrageous thought. Let's go to Perry in Birmingham. Perry, go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing this morning?
Good.
We're great.
Hey, I was thinking if y'all saw yesterday, Joe Biden's telling that story again.
No, he's not.
Of him congratulating the Amtrak conductor.
Not again.
Not Joey Baby. Not Joey Baby.
Not again.
Joey. Apparently, he did it twice in 1 hour. But just seeing if y'all saw that. I just sent it to Adler.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, we have it. I see it on the list today.
I can't wait. That's
Greg,
one of my
he's done it
favorites.
again.
That's one of my favorites.
Done it
that and the
again.
kitchen fire.
Let's go to Thelma out of Mississippi. Thelma, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a new listener, and I hear people call and they say Green Acres. What does that mean?
That means they're calling from work.
Yeah, and they may have to get off the phone quickly.
It's a code.
Yeah, it's where they make their money, so it's green, and we call Green Acres.
Yeah.
A lot of times you have to hang up if the boss walks in.
Yeah. So they let us know that in case they have to get off the phone. So that's what that's all about. There you go.
All right.
Good question, new listener. Let's go to we have this today too, Tucker. Tucker, we do have this story today. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering if y'all was going to talk about the Nashville Manifesto being released from Stephen Crowder yesterday.
Finally got it. Yeah. And it says some of the things that you understand why they were probably trying to keep it from coming out. So we do finally have the manifesto from Stephen Crowder, the shooter in Nashville, the transgender as they're calling in the story. Trans murderer is in the story. Does that mean I'm identifying as a murderer? I don't know why they would use that in that
that's
headline.
strange.
Yeah, I know what they're saying. Let's go to I don't know what this name even is. Welcome to the program, Millbrook, Alabama. RP maybe? Barry?
Hello.
Robert? I don't
Yeah,
know.
go ahead.
There's all kinds of letters.
Yeah.
I don't know what the name would be. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's Robert.
Okay.
I just want to let you know that howling noise is actually from American Werewolf in London in the very beginning when they're walking through the moors.
Oh, really? Is that what it sounds like? I can't remember that sound. I saw that movie, but I can't remember that sound.
Been a minute.
Let's go to Alan in Guntersville. Alan, go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to tell you a few things about electric cars you may not know.
Okay. Interesting.
First of all,
did they make a sound that sounds like Bigfoot? No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Not exactly.
Okay.
Anyway, about 10 years ago, they used to say it charged you about $3 a day to fill, to charge it overnight.
Yeah.
Now I think it's up. Now I think it's up to $9. And another thing they don't tell you, like a street with like 10 houses on it, the grid is only wired to charge about 4 cars.
Greg?
So the whole grid across the nation has got to be rewired.
Well, now that's been a Bubba concern from the very beginning. How do we dispose of the batteries? You still have to have plastic parts that are made from petroleum. And what is this going to mean to the grid if the whole wide world started charging cards every night when we go to bed?
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it's...
the irony of it, if excuse me, I'm choked up thinking about it.
Yeah, it's got you upset.
If we really get to turning out the battery cars, really get to turning them out, there's a good chance we'll have to up oil production to keep up with the plastic demand.
Mm-hmm.
Now, won't that just absolutely
irony.
drive the environmentalists, screw them right into the ground?
Yeah, what about everybody's all excited, even though it's not true, that they're saving the planet? Electric cars, if they're better vehicles, that's the only reason why we should use them, not because we're trying to save the planet. But we end up with a grid problem. We end up with utilities going through the roof. We end up with them costing more and us still needing petroleum, as you said, maybe even more than we need right now.
And
the disposing
you're going to
of
be
the batteries,
running those power plants at night, usually when they have cooled down. So you're just changing exhaust out the power plant for exhaust out the tailpipe.
Well, and also, it's
I'll tell you one that I really think is gaining some steam, no pun intended, is this compressed air engine.
Yeah.
And we need to look at that. I'm not really familiar with it.
We'll talk about some of the headlines that were mentioned in the phone segment when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
Say it like that.
No.
Because it just got downtown.
Yes.
Yeah.
Say it, Greg.
Why is James
What does that
crying?
mean?
Why is James crying?
Because it just get downtown.
On yourself. Boy, am I getting emails on this one. Well, and there's a good reason. I mean, we're always thinking, well, I guess we'll just keep doing it the way we've always done. And that's okay unless somebody comes up with something and makes you wear something that actually is better. Bank on Yourself is saying, have you been lied to? I mean, Wall Street tells you to put your money in an IRA or a 401k, and they say that risking your life savings in the Wall Street casino is a secure investment for the future. The problem is the studies show that the average American who follows that advice, and it's been around for a long time, will outlive their savings by 10 years on average. So and then you hear things like max out your 401k and IRA, but remember, those who invented the 401k have already come back and said this was a failed experiment. We thought it would work, probably should be destroyed. So here's the deal. Bank on Yourself is a better way to grow and protect your hard-earned money. This retirement plan alternative has never had a losing year in over 160 years. It's also not run by the government, who tells you when you can take it out, and if you leave it in too long, you get in trouble for that. You're going to be taxed. A lot of people are finding out right now that they're getting taxed at the highest tax bracket of their lives when they try to go get the money that is theirs that they've been saving. This will be tax-free retirement income.
So you know the tax rate. It'll be 0 under the current tax law, which protects you from the coming tax tsunami. You're in control. You get access to your money for any purpose, no questions asked, without the government penalties or restrictions. And, you know, when you have a 401k, that's not the case. Built-in inflation protection. Your money's guaranteed to grow by a larger dollar amount every single year in both good times and bad. And you have the peace of mind that the minimum guaranteed value of your retirement savings, you know them on the day you plan to tap into them and at every point along the way. So there you go. Do you want guaranteed, predictable annual growth, control of your money, and tax-free retirement income? If the answer is yes, then go to bankonyourself.com/RBS, and we'll send you a free report with the proven retirement plan alternative that banks and Wall Street hope you don't find out about. Just go to bankonyourself.com/RBS for that free report. bankonyourself.com/RBS.
Let him hear it, Rick.
All right.
Show
it.
You
didn't have anybody here.
Yeah.
Look
at his face.
Look right here, Frenchie.
Cause he just got dunked on. I ain't even lying. Yo, he just got dunked on.
But why?
What y'all be doing?
But
that.
why? Yeah.
So if somebody says, like, if I say, "Why Bubba crying?" You say,
just get downtown.
That's right.
You got it.
Why's Gabe crying?
Because he just get downtown.
He got it.
Why Speedy crying?
Because he just get downtown.
We got it now. We'll be right back. You see, he's starting to add a little flavor to it now.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Our friends at MyPillow.com/Bubba ready to go. The American company that's all about saving money. And now more than ever, as the cost of everything continues to rise, MyPillow.com/Bubba says, how about some deals right here? All new MyPillows, the 6-piece set, all types and colors. 50% off right now for just $29.98. All new MyPillow bed sheets as low as $24.98. King and Queen MyPillow 2.0s, 50% off. You can find these savings and many more by going to MyPillow.com/Bubba or going to RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So we now have the long-awaited manifesto, and this is going to be an uncomfortable moment if not if you're like us, because here's what we think. We think when people do wicked, evil things that ultimately they themselves are accountable for it, and it is them who, and they should be held accountable. Now, but on the left, they believe that you can be worked into a frenzy by rhetoric and narratives, and if you go out because you don't have the ability to reason all that out and think that killing people in cold blood is probably not the thing to do. And so then you want to blame it on everybody that worked you into that frenzy or your
remaining family or friends or whatever.
Or anybody but the person
Who did it. So we're not here to be like the left and claim that the left caused Audrey Hale to be a murderer and kill children. But that Audrey should be held accountable for that. However, the left, they believe that the narratives and propaganda that people who are saying things should always be held accountable for the action of other people. Now, if you really believe that, then you have to believe that the left and a lot of these college professors and these college campuses that have a narrative that is alive and well that white people are evil. And that we even have, like Speedy was talking about, the bizarre deal out there that no one is born white. White is a state of mind, which always means to hold people down and to be evil and wicked. So if you think those kind of narratives should be held accountable when people do horrible things like this, you got some problems on this manifesto, which is probably why it took so long for us to get it.
Well, we don't have the full thing yet.
Yeah.
What has been leaked is a couple of pages of
Right.
it. But let me ask you this, because normally when these you have these kind of public shootings, they normally publish this stuff pretty soon.
Oh,
after.
yeah.
Why all the mystery with this? That's what I don't understand.
Well, I'll tell you why, Bubba, because one of the things that has now become public on the few pages that we now have is that Audrey Hale's intention was to kill white privileged kids before being shot dead by police. That is the person's reason that they have made themselves that is now available to us. I'm going to kill white privileged children.
Well,
Or leaked.
why not just put it out then? I mean, it is what it is. Why the big shroud of secrecy around it? What did they think? Did they think that the left was going to be blamed for this, for working everybody into a frenzy?
Isn't she white?
Yeah.
Correct.
Just checking.
The trans woman, because biologically male, was furious because this is a quote: "White privileged kids at fancy private schools." Now, here's another thing, Greg. Not only is Audrey Hale white, but also attended the same school.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where it all gets.
Now,
at
she's a girl living as a man.
But one of the victims she shot was an African American man that
I
worked
think
at the
so.
school.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
So which one is?
Yeah,
see,
she
there's
was-
no
she was
logic
a
in this, guys.
biological female, I think.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Is that right? Or why? Well, then they're calling in this story.
I may be wrong.
No, you may be right. I was just shocked because she's trans. The reason why I was thrown off is the article was calling her a she, and I thought that the press doesn't do that anymore.
Well, you may,
No, I know Adler's saying you're right. So, but I
Are
found
you
that.
saying the story is misgendering her?
Well,
probably got her pronouns mixed up.
Well,
you know,
it's hard to follow.
You got
but-
a handful of them now.
Right. So
Audrey also made mention in some of the stuff that was leaked that she was almost caught a couple of years ago or a year ago. It didn't really go into detail, but Crowder is the one who
Is that who
apparently,
released this?
yeah,
Oh,
he obtained this at least the 2 pages that were released from his leak.
So
or he got them from a leak.
Yeah. So Audrey Hale's Death Day manifesto targeted, in Audrey's own words, crackers with white privileges. I want to kill all you little crackers. I hope I have a high death count. I'm ready. I hope my victims aren't. I hope they're ready to die. So,
according to the story, it says firearm advocates and police unions wanted Hale's manifesto released, but the school and the parents of the victim argued the writing should not be released to avoid potential copycats and to allow for closure. I don't know that that's the best way. I think you need to expose these things so we know what we're up against.
well, here's the bottom line.
FBI that was
Well, here's the bottom line.
I'm just what this story says.
If that narrative that they threw out and they are saying that, then you would say, well, we should do that with all of them.
Yeah,
The problem here, it doesn't matter what anybody's saying. The problem here is we have an inconsistency on how and when we release manifestos, apparently based on what the motivation was. That's the problem, because I understand what the family's saying, and I understand that somebody might say, well, maybe that's the way we should handle these manifestos. That's not the issue. The issue is we're not handling them the right way, and there's a reason for that, and that reason must be pointed out, and light must be shed on it, and we must stop doing this.
we need to do it the same way, no matter what the motivation, as opposed to picking and choosing based on the motivation how we roll it out.
No way this is kept under wraps if it says the opposite of what it says.
Greg Burgess.
No way.
Wall-to-wall coverage, and rightfully so.
Well, sure, yeah. It's evil.
Yeah.
No matter who's the victim.
When we have wicked...
of course, now, the police is going to be more concerned with how this information got out than, what was really going on.
Yeah.
And look, I understand you don't want to make these people famous. You don't want to give their names.
But that should apply to all of them.
And look, maybe that is the way you need to approach all of them. I don't know. There's people that deal with psychology that's a lot smarter than we are on all this stuff. So, but it just seems like we would have an across-the-board response.
Right. We need to do it the same way. And I noticed that even those that love to use these things to say this is why all guns should be taken away, which I would disagree with, they didn't even touch this one.
Yeah.
And usually they're
That's
looking.
true.
And there's a reason why, guys. I mean, come on, we're not all. We know what's going on here.
Yeah.
It's there are narratives that the mainstream media and the left prefer over others. It really is that simple.
Pretty much.
And why do I feel that way? Not because it's something I heard, by the way they act.
Yeah.
And it's wicked, it's awful, it's evil. No matter if let me tell you this: what we've got to be willing to say is that when somebody says something like Audrey Hale has said, and you take the part about all the people that Audrey Hale wants to kill, okay? No matter what color they are, no matter what gender they are, no matter what political affiliation they may or may not be. Can we all agree that when people do this to people, it is wrong, it is evil, and it's wicked?
Yep.
No matter who they're wanting to kill and why they want to kill them. We can't sit there and go, well, now when people want to kill some people, that's not near as bad as when they want to kill other people. We can't be in that world. That's one thing we all got to unite on. We all going to push back against evil, no matter what motivates them.
Yep. It's clear she was all torqued about this white privilege deal.
But again, the odd part is,
and we're not reading all the parts of it because we can't.
No. There's some language in there that there's no way we could.
But she does like the term crackers
very much.
Yeah,
very
little
much.
crackers.
And keep in mind, now don't miss this. We're not talking about, which would be bad enough. We're not talking about adult crackers.
No.
She is specifying, I want to kill the little crackers, the children.
Yeah.
And I hope there's a high death count. Now, can we not all unite that these kind of people, we all have to stand up and say we can't live in a society like this?
Yeah, let's just push back. Let's say this is wrong. Let's there's not a position on gun rights or limiting guns in this or the trans issue or any other issue.
No.
Let's just make this evil is bad and we should all push back against it.
Absolutely.
And quit looking for some way to move an agenda forward other than evil is bad, and we shouldn't have this.
That's it. Bottom line. There really shouldn't be any other narrative. But I know that's naive on my part, and I got it. We'll be back.
And how crazy. I mean, she shoots a black man at the school.
Right.
After saying all of this.
Right.
I mean, how inconsistent is that?
Very
crazy.
inconsistent. Very inconsistent.
Well, it's just pure evil. That's why. There's no logic to it.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Watch it again, but I understand that there's like a highlight reel, I'm sure. I understand they went after Joey Biden pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's pretty standard. And I think he bumbled through his closing statement or something. They
really?
He was trying to give a number to text his campaign, and he got it all tangled up. I hear it's pretty good. I have not seen it, though, honestly. The highlights is about all I can take because, frankly, it makes me sick, and I think our country has no future. But anyway.
But other than that.
Other than that, I try to bounce back. And, well, there is a lot going on today.
Yeah.
Global warming information up there, Camp Google. That's one of the more interesting things.
This Camp Google thing.
To me, that's funny. Have you seen the new houses that Kanye West is building?
No, I haven't.
I saw that.
The little, I call them honeycombs.
I certainly
it's a little
haven't.
dome.
Yeah.
What does he do?
He's got,
you
he's got
know,
300,000 acres or something ridiculous.
What?
Not that
He
many.
just
but he's
putting them
got
all
a lot.
out there?
I think it's 300
acres.
But
and
he's
you know, he has, don't he have a church service he's trying to do?
Yeah, now we did watch that one.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He claims he's born again. I saw that yesterday.
Well, I hope so. I hope that's true.
Yeah.
And
we'll find out.
Yeah, that's it's interesting. I'm
He's a strange bird.
I don't completely follow what he's trying to do with the honeycomb houses.
It does look just like a beehive.
Yeah, it's
that's
I
it.
mean,
That can't be it.
Yeah, that's it. We'll dig into it.
Like something from Star Wars.
Well, that's
really
what
does.
everybody's comparing it to. And I don't know if it's an attempt to take care of a homeless situation or it's some kind of enviro-friendly thing. You know, I'm not going to make fun of it yet, other than it looks funny.
Well, I would just say this, though. Here's the problem.
But look, if he's trying to solve some of these problems, I give him an A for effort. You know, I know that sounds a little strange, but I'm all right with people trying to solve a problem if I have some logic to it.
Or is this going to be his commune? You know, where he has, because they showed it, the little church service. He's out in the middle there just cranking it up.
Oh, yeah. It's just
Is this tied to that?
I just don't see the Kardashian women living in something like that.
No. This is for others, kind of like the Google Summit will be.
He's quite the...
Yeah.
Somebody said they saw Speedy run into one of them to get his watch, though.
So there's a lot out there today. There's some other stories disturbing. I don't even know if I want to go into them, but
Sure.
we'll wrestle them all down. We may play a little Rick and Bubba game or two today.
Oh,
Who
well,
knows?
heck, who knows? My gosh, who knows? We'll jump into it. 15 minutes now, past the hour. 866 We Be Big's the number for you to be part of the program. Much to do going forward. Wheel of Meat hasn't spun yet this week, so that'll be today or tomorrow. Frank Caliendo in studio tomorrow. Make a note of that. And also the send-off for Frenchie. All still to come this week. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Problems about, one of the greatest life truths is you can profess one thing and live another. Anybody can do that. But it's impossible to believe something and live another. I mean, you can't help but live out what you really believe. And I can tell you, Bubba, probably 8 out of 10 times I will reference the Copenhagen, Denmark Global Summit.
Yes.
And I will say the reason why I don't believe in man-made climate change and global warming is because of the way those who claim to believe it actually live. And we talked about the Copenhagen, Denmark World Climate Change Summit, and it wasn't a conference call. It wasn't a Skype. Everybody traveled there and then traveled the whole week they were there and had big cars and airplanes and all these carbon emitting, travel transportation. And so I said, I can only come to one conclusion. They don't really believe it because they thought we were all about to die. You would not have to travel to this summit. Well, my gosh, they're doing it again.
Rick, Camp Google is taking place in Italy right now.
Right.
Attendees have to be personally invited by Google's founders, Sergey Brin and Larry Page. They even foot the bill for the travel and the stay to the tune of around $20 million. Now, Camp Google is meant to be a place where influential people can get together to discuss how to make the world better. There will be discussions about online privacy, politics.
10 minutes now to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you guys for being with us today. We do know that one of our markets, and it's been with us for a long time, Huntsville, Alabama, we know that 100.3 The River did lose the broadcast there. Now, I know that a lot of you out there in the conspiracy world, y'all think because we were reading the excerpts from the manifesto that finally got released that they pulled us off the air. That's not what happened. There's some sort of technical difficulty. The rest of the network seems to be intact, so it was something there, and we think test 1 2, checking 1 2,
Check.
test that we're back. We think. But anyway, it was
somebody get the great Sampezi on the
right.
horn.
It had nothing to do with what we were talking about. I know the timing, dang the luck, but that's just one of those. So Bubba, we're getting ready. You know, you and I and the guys, and it's just I understand all over the country it's different, but where we are, we all pretty much, with an exception here or there, if we're going deer hunt, we're heading into the 18th of November and
middle of the month.
and we roll from there. Of course, a friend of mine's getting married that day, but so that's happened to me twice now. But anyway, happy anniversary, Adler. But anyway, so I needed to get to the farm and I needed to meet with Gary for final preparation, and we're dealing with a drought, so there was a lot. And so I said, he came by here Friday, and he said, "Hey, when you coming to the farm?" And I said, "I think I'm going to try to come down there right after the show Monday, and let's. Is that work for you? Yeah, just let me know. Hey, you want to have a little lunch or something, and talk about it, and then do it." I said, "Yeah, well, I got to eat lunch. That'll be fine." Well, the problem that we have down where the farm is located in rural Alabama is that most of these hard-working restaurant people, they take Monday off.
Oh, yeah, because they've had a hard weekend.
Yeah, they've had a hard week, and so I said, well, I said
on the weekend you got to have an off day sometime.
Yeah, and then he said, which I knew he was going to do, and these are little communities that are pretty close to each other, and he said, "Hey, what, you want to just do something, in Clanton?" And I said, "No." I said, I don't want to have to go all the way to Clanton because we got work we got to do. Let's go somewhere close. And I said, "What about that new Mexican restaurant?" "No, Gwen and I had that last night. I don't know if I could do that again."
That's what he said.
He said, "Hey, it's good though, isn't it?" I said, by the way, we got a little Mexican restaurant war going on in our little town. And I feel so bad for Mr. Tacos. I don't think he's going to make it.
Rick, you're on there.
Well,
buddy.
the new competition, it's authentic Mexican.
Can there not be two?
Yeah, well, I hope they're real close to each other, though, guys. And you know how hard it was for me to give up on Mr. Tacos. I love, but this new one.
We've actually know some people that opening a restaurant or have a restaurant down there, pretty close.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, let me know. So anyway,
His name ain't Mystery.
And I will say this: when you take Gary around the community, Gary's not nice. He's not. But
everybody bothers.
He has he's kind of ornery, about, and he's real picky about stuff, and so I said, well, let's just go, and I won't say where it was. I said, let's just go to that one place, that has the buffet, and we'll just go in and, well, hot. It's hot, I guess. And I was like, well, I thought it was pretty good. We need to go to Clanton. And I said, I don't want to go there to Clanton. That's that. And
you just have to tell Gary, we're going to eat that cheap Mexican, or you're not going to eat.
So we go in. We go in, and of course we go in there, and it's wonderful. It's a restaurant that looks like it was a refurbished barn. It's got good Southern eating. We walk in, everybody calls you honey and sugar, and I'm like, this is our kind of place, Gary. And as soon as I walk in, oh, there's Gary.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all just be quiet and see if we get us some food. And I'm like, Gary, don't do that, please. Gary Vines, I will slap you silly. And so we go up to there and she, what you got today? I said, well, we got we got chicken pot pie. No, we got the pork chop, with gravy on it. We got the chicken here. What's it wrapped in? What is that? Well, it's wrapped in kind of sweet bacon. Okay, and then we walk down there.
You're making me hungry, what you do.
What's wrong with your cornbread? How come it ain't even brown? And I'm like, Gary, please don't do this. Don't critique everything on the lunch buffet. I guess I'll take that pork chop. And so he gets that. What about them greens? In from a can? And I said, Gary, people are in line behind you. He goes, Gary, don't you tell people we have canned greens. Well, are they made from a can or not? Did you put neck bone in it? And so then we got to hear about that, and so we
Rick, bottom line, you were kind of embarrassed.
I was. It was a little bit embarrassing, and so then we get down to trying to wrap up, and hey, what do you think about them cakes over there?
Cakes?
I said, I don't think I'm gonna do dessert. I said, you've complained about everything. Well, I guess you haven't complained about the cakes yet. I guess we could do that. Well, I saw one over there look pretty good, little carrot cake. And I said, I don't really like carrot cake. Well, I might get me a little carrot cake. I said, okay, well, if you want to, that's fine. So anyway,
Do you have sleeves or no sleeves at this time?
No sleeves.
Okay.
So then,
back up.
yeah. So then it warmed back up. Sleeves are gone. So we go and we start, making our way back to get some work done. And I said, Gary, we gotta get that fence off that tree off that fence. I know we do. I know. I said, Gary, that thing's been there a long time. It ain't been there but about 10 months. I said, did you just say 10 months? Like that's not long? Well, I mean, we got a lot to do. That's a lot of property. And I'm like, Gary, we got to get that done. You sound just like Gwen. She's always asking me, when you going to fix something? And I'm like, you ain't got to remind me that every 6 months. And so anyway, so we get down there. And, of course, his thing is that everything that's wrong there somehow is my inability to know what I'm doing. I don't know how I knocked a tree down.
Yeah, that's on you, buddy.
I'll tell you, the thing I like about you though, at least you a lot of people I work with, they think they know something, but you don't know nothing. And I said,
it's kind of a compliment.
That's true. Thank you. And
how big a tree we talking, Rick?
It was a pretty big one. The county, because it was so long ago, has already cut off the part that was out in the county road.
Yeah.
All we have left is about a quarter of it, and it's pretty big. It's got a pretty big stump on it and all that. And then I have to go through the. You want me to get my chainsaw? The electric one? You think we're going to cut that tree with that piece of crap? And he said, no, we're going to need a heavy-duty one like I got. And so as we're riding, there's this moment that I realized, wait a minute, he's serious. So the guy calls about the turkey call, and he answers. Hey, yeah, you can order one for me if you want. I said, Gary, you taking a turkey call? And, hey, Rick's right here. You want to talk to him? And I said, hey, wow, okay, big fan of the show. Thank you very much. And I said, Gary, could you maybe call him back? And then he hangs up. Let me call you back. Rick's got me doing something. So all of a sudden, Gary goes, and he wasn't kidding. I joke a lot about my turkey call, but I'm serious. It's detrimental to turkey population.
He was serious.
And I was like, and I kept waiting on the laugh, and I looked, and he's kind of staring off serious. I said, Gary, do you really believe that?
So it's not just a line he always
No,
gives.
I'm telling you. If there's too many of them out there, it'll be detrimental to the turkey population. And that's why I kind of just I don't do many. And I said, well,
I bet he'd call a seal in a minute.
Oh yeah.
And then the thing about building the house down there, of course, he thinks that's
y'all gonna have a lot of time
y'all be
together.
neighbors.
Hey, you should have.
Practically.
He said, all I can think about is I got about a year worth of peace left.
A year worth of peace.
He said once that little queen gets down here every day, it'll be the end of Gary. And I said, well, I know. I mean, I wish y'all would let me build it. Let you build it. I know I built a nice house. You just go ask my cousin. And I'm like, I don't know, Gary. I don't know if I wanted you to build my new house at the farm. I'd have built a nice one. You ask my cousin.
Have you told him once they start building, he can't terrorize the builders?
So, hey, let me just tell you something. Where they got them stakes, that ain't gonna work.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Human rights, and of course the biggie, the environment, which makes it highly ironic that the event requires the patrons who come to this to fly in 114 private jets.
Say that number again.
114 private jets, according to the Italian media, who is on the ground covering the event.
Now, when the global warming, climate change, climate disruption, whatever the phrase of the week is, when they start getting up on the high horse about carbon emissions, airplanes don't fare well, and private planes are just complete. They're almost talked about like that's the most disgusting thing on the planet. But yet we're going to have 114 private carbon-emitting airplanes fly to the Google, what is it?
Camp Google.
Camp Google to discuss how all these influential celebrities and influential people can lecture the rest of us on how we need to stop emitting carbons unnecessarily, but yet, and you said it, go ahead and say it again, if you want to figure this out, because I was like, don't they know we see them?
Well, that would be the first topic. If I was at Camp Google, I said, hey, guys, we got a PR problem. We're here meeting about the climate, and we're putting in more carbon into the atmosphere than most of America will do over the next year. So we got to figure out a better way, at least to spin this, so that we don't look so bad. So a couple of people who would be notable, you'll recognize who would be there. Former President Barack Obama. Katy Perry is there.
Wait a minute, she was going until she lost that thing about stealing somebody's song.
She may have to come back now. Her fiance, Orlando Bloom, singer Harry Styles, Bradley Cooper, Nick Jonas, his wife, who has the name I can't pronounce, Gayle King, Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg, designer Diana von Furstenberg, and Barry Diller. And apparently the designers arrived via their $200 million yacht. DreamWorks founder David Geffen is also there. And, you speak about Katy Perry. She has done UNICEF videos to fight against climate change, but was recently photographed in a Maserati SUV that gets an estimated 15 miles to the gallon.
Again.
And it's like, you remember Barbara Streisand when she would not go anywhere without taking her mobile home? It was her big RV thing, because she wouldn't use a public toilet.
Right.
Remember that?
Right.
Those things get about 5 or 6 miles to the gallon.
Well, the point, again, we're making the point.
Especially on the hills of California.
These people, it's one of two things, and you gave the other scenario. One of them is very obvious. They don't really believe it, but they know this is something you need to be involved in if you're a big-time celebrity. It kind of looks good. Kind of like when people say, look, you need to make a few charity events. You need to go to a couple of banquets and, give some money. And there's no sincerity or getting your hands dirty in any of it. There's that. Or this is just the greatest definition of an elitist or a group of elitists that you will ever see. See, elitists tell you how to live, but they don't live that way. That's the definition of an elitist.
Yeah, and I would like to just see the numbers. What does a trip like that put out far as carbon emissions versus an SUV that your typical soccer mom would drive over the period of a year? I mean, I just think the science of that would be very interesting. I know it's been done, but it's, here's the thing. If those folks want to get together and have a conference, that's fine, but it just seems bizarre that they would do that. And back to the bigger global warming issue, of course, we're going to hear about it from the demos too. Let's just say that the U.S. did everything they want to do. Now, it would totally wreck our economy. We would have looting in the streets. It would be a total anarchy breakdown back to caveman days. But let's just say we did that and it worked out the way they wanted it to. There's a lot of other places that these carbon emissions are coming from. Western Europe, China, India, just to name a few. We can't solve the whole problem even if we are perfect in their eyes. So you got to have a bigger plan. So, but again, I think that they're, if you just study the science of, and I'm fine with studying it, but so many of them have dropped the gavel and said, hey, this is a done deal, and it's not.
Look, this is a classic case of the extremely wealthy family that the wife doesn't have much to do, and the husband says, go out and get involved in some things, and she has some charities that mean a lot to her, and she puts together teas and dinners and stuff like that to raise money for it. But it's really just part of their lifestyle, things they do that they think are sharp. There's not an ounce of sincerity in it because and there really is no solution. This is a chance for us to all get together who are big-time influencers and celebrities and to look like that we care about something because we're guilty about the lavish lifestyle that we live. And because we have been afforded a lavish lifestyle, somehow we think that we know when we come up with an idea that we then mandate it to the rest of y'all.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And now it's become a status thing. I'm invited to this because I am somebody.
Oh, no doubt.
And that's also why these rules don't apply to me. Yeah, I'm on a jet and all that, but I'm so important and so elite, I can solve all this, so I get a pass. Right. It's just like like we talk about socialism, the ruling class doesn't live like everybody else.
This is
live great. This is a big deal. First of all, we're trying to fix all this, so we're going to go to a bunch of actors and singers. That's who's going to fix all these problems. And why? They live in a fantasy world.
Yeah.
They're going to solve the world's problems because they can sing and act.
Yeah, we don't bring in climatologists to record songs and be in movies.
Exactly.
Do you see how ridiculous
this is
that
nothing
is?
but a status thing. Look at me. I got invited.
That'd be a
really
good commercial, by the way. Bring in some scientists to act.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all making up Team Rick and Bubba. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us for the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
We do have a Trump update. So we got that right out of the top of the hour here. We have the audio and the video. We have Alina Habba. This is Trump's lawyer, and she is not happy. She is extremely mad because of all the things we've said, that Trump could not get a fair trial. The judge has basically said, look, I don't care what y'all have to say. He's going to be guilty, and it's all how much he's going to pay. And all of this has become such a circus, but she is not happy. And she had an opportunity to address the judge after court yesterday, and here she is.
Coming from the judge who has already predetermined that my client committed fraud before we even walked into this courtroom. I'm not here to hear what he has to say. Then why exactly am I being paid as an attorney, and why exactly are taxpayer dollars being used in this courtroom? The answer is very clear. Because Miss James wants to stand right here like she did this morning and call my client a liar, call the company fraudulent, and make a name for herself. She said this morning that the numbers don't lie, and they won't lie in this case. Well, Miss James, I have a message for you. The numbers didn't lie when you ran for governor, and that's why you dropped out. And the numbers don't lie when President Trump runs for office in 2024. And those numbers are loud and clear. This country is falling apart. And if we don't stop corruption in courtrooms where attorneys are gagged, where attorneys are not allowed to say what they need to say to protect their clients' interests, it doesn't matter what your politics are. Everyone has a right in this country to get up and put a defense. I don't care who you are. You have a right to hire a lawyer who can put objections on the record. You have a right to hire a lawyer who can stand up and say something when they see something wrong. But I was told to sit down today. I was yelled at, and I've had a judge who is unhinged slamming a table. Let me be very clear. I don't tolerate that in my life. I'm not going to tolerate it here. And you know what? You shouldn't either. Because not every American citizen gets a camera and a microphone. And what I'm seeing is such a demise of American judicial system and democracy. Miss James came out this morning and said that she knew Mr. Trump, and she always calls him Mr. Trump because it kills her that he was the president. But the 45th president of this country, one of the best presidents we've had, has built a great company. It's worth a ton more than that statement of financial condition. And she doesn't know how to get out of it because her politics won't allow her. She calls him a bully. She says he's going to bring out racial slurs. He's going to say things today and taunt her. Well, Miss James, you taunted him. Before you came into office, before you saw one record, one statement of financial condition, you taunted him. You said his administration was too male and too pale. Those are her words. She said that she and Michael Cohen were going to be his biggest nightmare. Well, I have some news for you, Miss James. Michael Cohen folded, lied, and crumbled. Your star witness, along with all the DAs and corrupt AGs, need to be paying attention to what happens when you let us take the stand, when you let my client speak the truth, and the judge can tell me to sit down, and he can try and shorten my client's testimony, but it is loud and clear. They've got nothing.
So this scene that took place that she is so mad about is the judge got slammed the table, as she said, telling her to sit down, got red-faced,
and she was talking about the circus that was the judge's courtroom.
Yeah, and he didn't like Trump's long testimonies. When being asked questions, Trump had to explain things, and sometimes he can get long-winded, and the judge basically told her to control your client and get him to hush.
Right.
He's like, well, but we're trying to defend ourselves here.
You know? The prosecuting district attorney here all along, she ran her whole campaign on getting Trump without any evidence at all. I mean, to me, her statements going into that would be grounds for mistrial. It doesn't matter who you are. I don't think you want to go into a trial where the person who's representing the people of the district goes in and said you're already guilty, or the judge says you're already guilty before you even start.
Yeah, I think that's pretty straightforward. I don't think anybody wants to live in that world. I don't care what your politics are, as we've warned on this show many times. Bubba, you've walked this narrative out many times. Whenever you celebrate something that isn't constitutional or should not be done just because it happened to somebody you don't like, you're not going to like it when it comes back on you. And you can't create this environment, because the environment then, if anybody gets the upper hand on you, they're just going to do it to you. It's not supposed to be done to anybody.
Okay, imagine Joe Biden, after all this is going on with his family, is brought up in a, let's just say for argument's sake, Texas courtroom. And the district attorney, before it's ever started, comes in there with his cowboy hat on and says, we're gonna get this guy. Elect me to this office. I will put Biden under the jail here in Granbury, Texas. Okay? And you elect that guy, and they bring him down there and rake him over the coals. Do you think that's fair?
No, it isn't fair.
I mean,
and here is Lolita. Is it Letitia James? How you say her name? Letitia. Letitia James. Here is the district attorney. Here's a minute montage of things like Bubba just said. If the shoe was on the other foot, would you think this person should be prosecuting the person that you think is being mistreated? Here she is. Here's a minute of all the things that we just heard the lawyer for the Trump or actually Donald Trump, saying this person should have never been allowed to even come in and prosecute this case. Here we go.
He's called me venomous.
We will fight back to your attempt to bring Trumpism to New York City.
He's called me disgraceful.
Of the fact that they stole the Supreme Court seat. An illegitimate president and an illegitimate member of the United States Supreme Court.
He's called me radical.
Listen, we know he's crazy. We know he doesn't have a sound mind. We know he's out of control. We know he's losing it. We know his days are numbered, and we will come together.
He's called me a racist.
We've got to stand up to an administration which is too male, too pale, and too stale. Too male, too pale, and too stale. Too male, too pale, and too stale.
Thank you.
Keep in mind to what Bubba said.
Now, that guy standing next to you is like, what?
He was too pale.
Well, but all you got to do is put the shoe on the other foot, and imagine this is the kind of rhetoric when someone says, "I'm after you because of your color. I'm after you because of your gender. I'm calling you crazy. I'm saying you're illegitimate. Your days are numbered. I'm coming for you," and that person gets to prosecute you in court with a judge that is allowing the prosecution to do whatever they want because the judge is with them too.
If you are running for office and this is a political stump speech, fine. Do your rhymes, do your rhythms, do your cheers. That's what stump speeches are all about. She's an agent of the court. Right. She is the district attorney. She's in charge with keeping the law for that district in New York, and that's how she gets elected. That's her speeches. Her speeches alone disqualify her for one case, and that is Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. If we were just honest and we were being above board on everything. But some people are not worried about that. They'd rather just get Trump.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Bubba, another here. Looks like
has apparently been eliminated. He was put on, and get this, he was put on the terrorist blacklist.
I bet.
By the Obama administration right before he left office in 2017. His son had been seen as the upcoming leader of several terror networks, best known to us as Al Qaeda, and was gaining ground. He had made public statements about avenging his father's death and continuing terrorist attacks against the West. That was enough for President Obama to put him on the terrorist blacklist, and apparently he has now been eliminated.
Yeah, there's not a lot of details, but you're right. It is being confirmed. How it all worked out and all that, we don't know yet. But and maybe apparently you do at some point get the whole story, because we definitely had the one on how we took Daddy out.
Yeah,
It is believed that he had a $1 million bounty on his head, which helped to bring that about. And that was probably sponsored by the U.S., if I had to guess, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah, they had offered that up for any information on where he would be and how to find him and all that kind of good stuff.
Well, that's one down. He's probably got 30 siblings, but, they have quite large families.
Yeah.
Yes,
Then
they do.
Obama had like 50 brothers and sisters, something. It was unreal, the number.
Well, when you commit to being a terrorist, that's a dangerous occupation if you're going to do that, and carrying on the family tradition is also very dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, when Trump was asked about it, he
Try
said,
goat herding.
Yeah, he said, I don't want to comment on that, so they're not letting all the details out now.
Yeah, I think we'll know more in coming weeks, but the U.S. intelligence agencies are saying they feel fairly confident he is no longer a threat.
Okay, so and when they raided the compound in 2011, it says they did find documents that were showing that this eldest son was being
groomed,
and his dad wanted him to
Rick,
join.
let me hear that music one more time. I like that.
When
I think about evil going down. You know what I mean?
The eldest bin Laden is dead. An enemy of the West, that will include us, and that means you'll be dealing with us as well. Now, we don't know exactly what role we played in this, but definitely there's some role, but no details on that yet. So.
But a lot of these terror groups have been reduced greatly in their abilities over the past few years.
Yes.
We did the story about the Flying Ginzu. That's one reason they think they've been so successful.
Well, you can go if you take off the hats and you just say let's talk about facts. Facts are that we had President Bush waging war against where he thought this terrorist attack on 9/11, where it came from, how it was funded, the training, and all of that, and then of course Iraq didn't stay within the borders of the agreement for us not to come back on them. They broke those. That arrangement. So you had that war going on. So then you have Obama come in, and we credit that administration for finally taking out Osama bin Laden. But at the same time, he pulled us out of the situation that Bush put us in so quickly without a real game plan. It allowed a vacuum, and then we had issues. And now the terrorist groups actually rose back up and became a bigger issue.
Right.
And then, again, you have to say when the Trump administration came into power and then went back on offense, we haven't.
They've been very successful.
We haven't heard a whole lot from those groups now.
Well, I think, again, I
mean, that's just
there's a lot of people smarter than me in this, but when you go in and war is something you should avoid.
Right.
But there's a point where you can't avoid it, and then you go in to win it. And then after you win it, you have to build back that society to some level so they can take care of themselves and hopefully not be a threat. We saw that in Germany. We saw that in Japan. We still have military bases on both of those places. So you can't just pull out because it's a politically good thing to do and people chant and they hold signs. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, when was
you have to stay and keep a stable society, and you're going to have terrorist attacks, and you're going to have this. It takes generations to grow out of that.
Past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get to your phone calls coming up in a bit. 866-WE-BE-BIG. So continuing, now you have the volley going back over the net. Now you got Tom, is it Hommons, how you say his name? Tom Hommon, President Trump's former ICE director. He was on Fox News, and he is letting Donald Trump know that if he becomes president again, be sure and keep his number because he's ready to come in and help with what Trump will do involving our border. Here he is talking about getting the word to the president and what he promises the president. Here we go.
No immigration policy. They walk up by the thousands into our country. You've noticed this too, and you said you've never seen this before. Tell me what you've seen, and tell me what you see now, and what bothers you most.
First of all, we need to hold Ecuador and Brazil. We need to hold them account because both those countries have very low requirements for people coming to the country. That's a gateway for SIA, Special Interest Aliens. Look, in the last year and a half, we got nearly 30,000 Chinese nationals, most of them military-age males. That just scared the hell out of everybody. So, you know, the numbers keep growing. This administration has the same data points you and I had. You would think as China is not our friend. They're creating precursors to fentanyl. They're selling to the criminal cartels in Mexico that are killed over 110,000 Americans. But this president hasn't held China accountable. He hasn't held Mexico accountable. So, look, the Chinese national, 30,000. I've done this job for over 3 decades. I've never seen numbers anywhere near this. This is drastic. This is the biggest national security failure that I've seen in this country since 9/11. This is historic.
And they can't tell you how many Hamas and Hezbollah or Islamic Jihads are also coming across our border. Wait till things start blowing up. Tom, if Trump wins and goes back to the White House, would you go back?
I promised President Trump when he announced that he goes back, I go back, and I'm going to run the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen. Because these millions of people being released in this country, 9 out of 10 will get an order removal based on immigration court data. A judge orders them removed. We're going to find them and we're going to remove them. There's no consequence. We can't fix the border. We're going to have a consequence in the Trump administration.
Holman goes back with Trump.
So there you go. So he said, let me tell you what, if he goes in, I go back in, and we're going to have the biggest deportation program the world has ever seen. So we'll see. The people will have to decide whether they want to do that or not. And if Trump becomes the nominee, and it looks like he will, then that will be before the people of the United States of America. Right now, looking up here at the ones, Adler, our current president, you've been watching him. Impressive. So, Bubba, I can't believe it. He's going to talk about train rides again.
Hell yeah.
And there's even talk that he has done this. So let's just roll through them.
He has
though.
no one in his family that loves him, Rick. He just doesn't.
First of all, he's back in Delaware. No surprise there. No surprise there. Back in Delaware.
If you want to find Joe, just kind of look towards Delaware.
If you're after Joe Biden, Delaware is the place to be. Anything else would be difficult. But here he goes again. He's telling people not to jump. I don't know why he's obsessed with this not jump thing, but he continues it. Here we go. Oh, boy, he's in front of trains. Oh, yeah. Anytime he's in front of trains.
And if I say you don't like, don't jump, okay?
Why does he continue?
If I say anything you don't like, don't jump.
Why is he into this don't jump thing?
If people were jumping because he said things nobody liked, there'd be people just diving off stuff.
If somebody gave him a charity laugh because they don't like silence like me. Somebody's like,
Biden is about to tell us one of the things that he convinced President. He can't remember who the president was. And then he lets us know it was when he was vice president, and he convinced him to do something, but he doesn't know. He didn't know who it was or what it was. So here we
did something.
Yeah, he did something.
One of the things I convinced President Ladd when I was vice president.
That'd be Obama.
I convinced the president to do provide money for high speed rail.
So you can't remember who the president was. That would be Obama.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's who the president was when you were vice president.
Right. That's
he even scratches.
Like you were vice president of several.
Yeah. He even scratches his ear slow.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Have you ever tried to kill like a fly and you have to go real slow?
Yeah.
And then get it?
Yeah.
Everything he does is slow, like he's
going slow.
Does he almost say Vlad?
Yeah, it's
like
something-
Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, I don't even know what he says. What's
Let's hear it
funny?
again, Adam.
What's
Do it
funny is
again.
what Greg said. I understand, some artist that's been touring for 20 years, and he or she's trying to recall where she was when this one thing or he was, and they go, "Yeah, I was." But he only has to remember one president.
Yeah.
That just one. He wasn't vice president of multiple presidents.
No, right.
So here we go.
And it wasn't that long ago.
One of the things I convinced President Ladd when I was vice president, I convinced the president to do, provide money for high-speed rail.
Okay.
You know why?
That whole thing weirds me out.
Sounds convincing.
Okay. All right. So now here we go. Here comes train rods again. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We get
They
this.
love each other, Joey.
We get this one again. Here we go.
This is for some reason he talks about watching people in their houses while he's on a train ride, and then I also have him repeating that story again. I also have that, but first there's this one.
These are jobs for folks I thought about as I take that train home. You know the park guys, you get outside of Baltimore, just before you get into Baltimore, you can look out the window and you're going through basically the neighborhood. And I always used to sit there, I mean it, coming home, and look out and see people sitting at the kitchen tables. Literally, you could see them right along the track. And wondering, what are they thinking about? What are they, what's on their minds?
Y'all, his hands are getting just.
Every now and then I'd look in the bathroom window. I'm sorry.
Oh, wow.
I wonder, what are they doing? Remember one of
Y'all,
number 2?
he is accelerating down the hill.
Every now and then when things great, every now and then when I was having a good day, I'd catch a few people in underwear.
Yeah, every now and then.
What is he thinking about?
So here we go
One time
again.
got some sugar.
So here we go again.
Yeah.
The train rods.
Yeah.
Travel Amtrak, because not Amtrak, rail, because it has to stop so damn many times.
Okay,
And there's
that's
so many
not
options for
necessary,
people to
President
do
Biden.
Things that they don't want to have done. So, but I was coming home to see my mom, and I just, she was living with us at the time. My dad had passed away. And
that's fun.
I got in the train on a Friday, and I won't get him into complete trouble. Just tell his first name. He was number 2 in seniority at the time, Angelo.
Here we go again.
And Ange came up to me as I walked in. He said, "Joey," and he grabbed my cheek. He said, "Joey, baby." I said, "All this stuff," because that's published in the newspaper that I had traveled 1,200,000 miles on Air Force planes as vice president.
Joey. It's the Angelo Joey story again.
Joey, baby.
And they left out the part when he goes, Secret Service nearly shot him.
Right. When was
He'll add that. He'll add that in the second telling.
The world,
Father, he passed away.
I'm sure it's back with us because my dad just.
We're taking phone calls next. 866 we be big. Do you think as handlers, you know how you do things like Greg? You don't remember things. I got a level 5 clinger. Do you think that they start running, going, "Oh, he's doing Angelo.
Oh, he's
doing Angelo's story again." Somebody says, "I'll give you $10 if he doesn't grab his cheek and say Joey."
Quick, change him to corn pop.
Phone calls are next. 866 we be big. All 10 lines available.
Rick and Bubba.
So, but I was coming home to see my mom, and I just, she was living with us at the time. My dad had passed away. And
It can be done. No one was more dangerous and more vicious fighting to the death and willing to give up their own life than the Japanese were in World War II. But you don't see that today. They're a very, very productive society for the world.
Yep.
It was a good transition.
It was, and it was not pretty what had to be done to break their will to continue, but how many lives have been saved by that decision?
Let's just say that we did not win that battle in the Pacific. Let's just say Japan, we ended up making peace with them. We stopped
or just
the war.
left it unresolved.
And we, they wanted to sue for peace. In other words, they wanted to say, okay, holler calf rope before it's over.
Right.
We'll keep what we've got, but we won't go past this line or that line. You still have a problem today. Look at North Korea.
Mm-hmm.
Still got a problem today. Look at Cuba. Still got a problem today. So we see we've got wins and we've got losses. We need to learn from the wins and avoid the lessons of the losses.
Yeah.
But we still don't do that, and I don't know why.
What is, you know what, I can't believe this. I can't even remember. What was the name of the terrorist group that we were all afraid of for a while when they came into the vacuum and set up and said jihad is back on and they were organized and had their flags and all that. What were they called?
Al Qaeda?
No.
Taliban?
No. I mean, I'm talking about the one that just happened after
ISIS.
ISIS.
Yeah, is it ISIS? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, just okay.
When's the last time you heard anything from ISIS?
Nothing. You haven't.
You know why? Because we went on offense and we
Right.
shut them down.
It's hard to operate when they have to
y'all were like
spend.
me. Y'all can't even think of the name.
They
Remember,
have
it was
they have to spend all their time hiding.
Right.
Yeah.
You can't go out and plan all these things and finance these things when you don't have money. You can't move around. You can't communicate.
Do you remember when ISIS was at the forefront of every single day?
You remember when they had a caravan, all them Toyotas?
Yeah. Those
How many
white
square
trucks.
miles of territory they pretty much were in control
Yeah,
of?
there was a
and that's just
report
been
every
diminishing.
single day.
That was the ones.
Now I
President
had to
Obama-
reach to even remember the name.
President Obama referred to as the JV team. Remember when
Right.
they first?
Yes.
They were just now coming in.
They were the ones that when we just said we're here one day, we're gone the next. They said we'll come into that little vacuum and we'll take over. And then Trump came in and said we got to go back on offense here and push that back out.
And see, you don't have a headline every day. We hear about Obama's son today, but day in, day out,
Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, our military has been taking care of these guys, one after another, strategically cutting off their supply lines, getting rid of the people who were doing it, and you can make a difference in it. But you have to be dedicated to it, and it takes time.
And the military that we invest in, so we do keep our freedom, and we do take care of the situations that are important around the world with our allies. You can't. They're of no use if you don't allow them to do their job.
Right.
They have to be allowed to do their job. If not, then you just got a real expensive security system that you never use. You just turn it off all the time, never leave it on.
And it's a shame that you have to spend money and time and lives, unfortunately, in this. But as we've said, freedom has a cost to it, and it's a lease. You never pay it off. The mortgage is never paid off.
That Lisa Marie Presley has been in some financial trouble. That financial trouble has some help arriving. People are estimating to the tune of anywhere between $3 and $5 million. She has signed a book deal, and again, they're all estimating it on the low end $3 million, on the high end $5 million.
Can I tell you? I think that's a little low for her to write a book, considering her ties to Elvis and Michael Jackson.
They're promising that the book will have the following things in it: the most explosive secrets about her marriage to Michael Jackson. Meaning we're going to finally hear from her what this was all about, what they were doing, and they say, they call it also, there's going to be some shocking revelations about Michael Jackson.
Shocking.
And a completely new understanding of Elvis. Undoubtedly, she's going to give us some Elvis news as well about her father.
Bubba thinks he's still alive.
Well,
I didn't say, but there's a lot of speculation about that.
Right.
If you look at him, you could tell he wasn't going to live long.
Yeah, right.
But I mean, good enough. 42.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, it's supposed to be, bring a lot of information, a lot of answer a lot of questions, because we remember, there were so many great lines about it, and I didn't even realize this. Did you know that? Phone calls are ready. Here we go, phone trolling. 30 seconds a call. Helmsy's taking them. 866 We Be Big lines are available if you want to get in now. HelloFresh.com, loving this. Had lunch this past Sunday with our son and his new bride, and the thing they're raving about is how wonderful HelloFresh is. Talking to Camtastic, she was like, this is incredible. I could already tell looking at young Broderick, he's putting a little weight in a good way. He was a little too lean. You can see that his new wife's taking care of him. HelloFresh.com, they love the product. I love the product. It is just great. The way they send it and the way they take care of you and how fresh it is, how delicious it is. Their customer service is great. And here's the bottom line is you can have your dinners and lunches and breakfast, whatever, snacks, all taken care of, and they ship it right to your door. And when they send you the meals for the week, they've got recipe cards. They're easy to follow. Every ingredient you need is also with it. All you do is prepare over 45 options a week.
including recipes that suit any lifestyle. If you're trying to do a little bit better, they can help you there. If you just need delicious food, they got you there. And this is it saves you an extra trip to the grocery store. It's a lot less money than having stuff delivered by, the fast food to the door, or going through a drive-through, or eating fast food. 25% cheaper. So if you go right now, you can find a lot of great options. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. They handle everything that's difficult, and all you do is just prepare the meal. It's America's #1 meal kit. Let's get it headed to your house now. If you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, use our code Bubba, you'll get free breakfast for life. Free breakfast for life. So the breakfast option is yours at no charge at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba for this deal. Whatever you decide to do, breakfast will be free for life. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Put HelloFresh to work for you today and let us know how much you love it. Phone calls, let's go.
Here we go.
Let's start with Jameson in Decatur, Alabama, 100.3 The River, 30 seconds. Jameson, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
I just emailed this to Adler, and I know how y'all like national anthem fails, but there was a marching band that just butchered one last week. And sorry, Speedy, I know it's going to give you secondhand embarrassment.
Oh, so a marching band dropping the ball. You don't hear anything that awful. You hear some that are better than others, but we may give that a listen.
Is this the one in the upper deck way in the corner?
I don't know. I haven't heard it. We continue. Let's go to Dale in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Dale, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
My comment is about President Trump. Do you think these charges he'll wind up before the Supreme Court? And if so, do you think he'd have a better chance?
That's a good question.
I think eventually probably one or two of the cases will get to the Supreme Court. And I definitely think he has a better chance there than a rigged judge in New York who's out. The whole crew has already said they're out to get Trump before the trial even started.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to even imagine that will be semi-fair.
Well, a lot of the commentators on the conservative side all were saying if they get him in a court in New York, he loses before he ever gets in. And say that's not the way it's supposed to be.
No.
But yeah, if he gets to Supreme Court, certainly a better chance of getting to the bottom of it. We continue. Let's go to Rick. Rick, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. I got two things. First, hey, Bubba.
Yes, sir.
This is W4RIX.
Well, good to hear from you.
I hope you're coming to hear Bubba this Thursday.
Oh, yeah. I've talked to Bubba several times on the air. But anyway, I was calling about the Sound and Oak Buggy. Over there around Payne Lake, there's about 25 or so houses, and some of them's got a bunch of old dogs. And if it's not reproduced, that is an old bulldog.
An old bulldog? Of all the things I thought you were going to say.
I've heard hunting dogs. I've heard several things.
Guys, hunting dogs? Hunting dogs? I mean, I don't know about that. I've heard dogs many times, but listen to this right here. I mean, when you hear this, I don't think hunting dogs.
Well, maybe an old, an old hound dog.
As it
howling.
comes through the woods, and what sounds like you're talking about them old cows get to bellering.
Yeah.
You don't know what that
Does Hell County have lions?
No.
No, they don't.
They said it was a lion.
Allen, Trussville, Alabama, ZZK. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick, if the listeners don't recall, there's a best of where you had to wait in line for a hot dog at an amusement park.
Yes, and I took it off the menu.
Yes. So yesterday at Publix Deli for lunch, I watched the guy. He took 20 minutes to make my sub sandwich. I watched him yawn about 10 to 15 times. I finally just asked him, "Hey man, are you asleep? Or are you good? Did you get enough sleep?" And he just basically just told me, "Man, I've drank a couple energy drinks. I just can't get up." And I honestly thought he was going to drool on my sandwich.
Yep, I remember that story. I remember putting my thumb on, because they slide in the menu, and I just took it out and just handed it to him. Said, "Look, if you can't pull this off, don't put it on the menu."
Yeah, get it out of here.
Right. I mean, you're only frustrating us. Just leave up here things you can actually prepare.
Don't give anybody any false hope.
No,
right.
Taking a minute.
Let's go to Bo in Sylacauga. Bo, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, thanks, guys. Great show. Right quick, this is reference to the southern border. This is, quote, "This certain group will commit the ultimate crime," all in cap letters, "of resettling whole nations for the sole purpose of destroying national characteristics." That's from my book called The World Hoax by Ernest Elmhurst, 1938. It's no accident.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can kind of just figure that out. I mean, if there's a border that's wide open and it's unvetted, and you want to go to a nation and do fill in the blank. I mean,
well, just based on the numbers we've had come across, Rick, this is not immigration. This is an invasion.
Yeah,
and it's just being allowed to happen for what I feel like is probably a very evil means of watering down votes in Texas.
And if you're okay with that, then just keep voting for these people that have this ideology. If you don't think this is a good idea, you got to get out and do something. You got to elect different people. We continue. Tuscaloosa. Will is standing by. Will, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Lifetime listener, first time caller.
Well, thank you very much.
Sir, I know 100% what that sound is, but I want to tell you a little bit of a backstory first.
Oh, boy.
Down on the Warrior River, we used to take our city friends snipe hunting.
Mm-hmm.
And you take them out in the woods, and you'd wait on that sound to start and just scare the heck out of them. Anyway, that's those gas wells on those gas pads.
Yes.
Have y'all seen those?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so they found.
He's saying when it
He's just saying it's a fake. He's saying it's a fake.
Noise of that whale.
Yeah, he says he's just saying it's a fake sound. They're manufacturing some way. Somebody's scaring somebody. Is the bottom line?
That it's a thing that the whale. Let's hear it again, Rick.
Well, he was saying.
Let me think about
he was
the
talking
whales.
about gas whales.
He was talking about the gas wells.
Son of a gun.
That's how I would scare people.
You think a lot of people would know that?
You know how the gas whales make it? No?
Yeah.
How's it doing with time?
So let's see.
So it go.
All right, the bottom line is he's saying
agrees that thing.
That it's somebody playing a joke on somebody, and I tend to lean that way as well.
Yeah.
And of course, they get a news story out of it, so they're very thrilled today. It's really
yeah, they
going
are.
right.
They're having a good laugh.
Yeah. All right.
I don't know about that.
What about this
I
one?
don't think.
Did you hear it after the third one, which was louder?
Mm-hmm.
You almost hear it, the back pull on it. So you hear it, he goes, and it goes, at the end.
They may make a bunch of racket and it gets echoing through them old hollers.
But you think the locals would know that? And somebody would say that.
Jason, go ahead.
Hey, man, how y'all?
They're good, Jason. How you doing, buddy?
Doing all right. Hey, I think that sound might be that lady that was on Best Of doing the hound bark.
Oh, yeah. You remember the lady that we kept getting her to do the bark?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. Do it again.
Do it
We can't hear you.
One more time.
By the way, I've forgotten about that.
That's a good one, bud.
Gulf Shores, Sunny 105. Daniel, go ahead.
Hey, so I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but I'm a youth pastor, and just like President Joe Biden, the greatest president we've ever had, quote unquote, whatever, I forget that I tell stories all the time. I don't know if that's bad, or does that mean that I'm eligible to be president soon?
Well, you know, the one thing is sometimes we'll tell them because we don't know who heard them.
I've done that.
But if you're the president, every time you tell the story about Amtrak and Joey, the whole world hears it. You know, I mean, it's
a difference.
it is a. Yeah, I don't think your situation and his is the same. I've seen his situation, and the people that I saw it in, their cognitive skills were leaving them. Yeah. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
actually announced that they had been married in, of all places, the Dominican Republic. So think about how the Dominican is in the news again today, and they claim that's where they went to actually get married.
Rick, here's the thing. I think Lisa Marie could give us some insight that would be very interesting from her point of view, and you got to remember that.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that we know she's in bankruptcy and has squandered the king's money and the king's ransom, if you would,
right,
and that she's needing the money, I feel like that maybe this is a forced thing where she goes, okay, I got to come up with something to tell somebody,
right,
so I can get some money.
Right.
But there's plenty to tell. I mean, look at that. Rick, look at that video there. I mean, come on. There's plenty that she could talk about behind the scenes. Greg's already give us a rundown of things he expects to hear in the book. That Rick, we will not cover on there.
Well, one of them, Greg, that I know you must have said, they said that will be clarified.
Really?
So, yep. There's
I'm sorry, and I know this tabloid feeling about it, but I'm kind of interested in this because it was so bizarre.
Yeah.
That whole marriage thing was just weird.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, they're quoting, and I'd forgotten about this, that some of this she's actually talked about with Oprah back in 2010. So they're going to see if is there anything different, and see what happened. And of course, people want to know about this new HBO documentary. Is she going to confirm that?
Oh, yeah.
She had some concerns about that too, and so she said this in the 2010 interview with Oprah, and this is, I think, one of the things that people say. She said, the one thing that correlates with Michael and my father, referring to Elvis, on this subject, she said about when things got bizarre and how things are always kind of bizarre around this level of celebrity. She said they have the ability, because they have so much power and so much wealth, to really create whatever reality around them they want to.
Yeah.
So, whatever reality they choose, they can finance it and they can create it. Because, if people smell money, they'll pretty much agree to anything, and you can get people to do this and go get me some of that and cover for this. And my goodness, guys, Michael Jackson was eventually killed because he had his own doctor that was putting him to sleep every night like we were going to operate.
And he could make that happen.
And he could make that happen.
Putting him to sleep with the milk.
Right.
But I guarantee you they will. I don't know if she'll cover it in the book, because in the documentary, I haven't seen every bit, all of it, but at one point, one of the victims, for lack of a better term, that's talking said that it was during this marriage, and he was like, hey, don't pay no attention to that. It's just for looks. Right. He claimed that it was all publicity stuff.
Well,
he was telling him, because I ain't gonna go in that weird relationship, but
it was just
basically don't be jealous because I'm just doing this for the camera.
Right. Well,
Wow.
They were talking about some of the. I didn't realize that one of the payouts that Michael Jackson paid out to one of the accusers was $22 million.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, is that, I can't remember. I watched. Is that the different accuser? It's not one of those.
This is Jordan Chandler, whoever that is.
I don't think.
Now, Lisa Marie was also married to 3 other people, including Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, I forgot about that one.
So, we're getting down to the final days of Frenchie, and I will tell you, the audience has really, really taken to Frenchie.
back. 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so Bubba, one more thing moving off the eerie sounds that have been heard today. These we've heard before, a lot of theories that we have, and so do you have those coon dogs ready to go? Do you have the coon dog?
I don't know if I can play it.
You
for
can
you,
just
so
play
you
it
can
out
hear
there, and we could probably hear it off.
Correct way. Someone had emailed and said this is a coon dog barking down the hollow, and it's making its locate sound. This is the call that it does before it trees the coon to let the other dogs know where it's at.
Yeah,
and listen, after about the third sound that this thing makes, listen to the little short bleep right after.
Can you just play it right there and let's hear it on your microphone?
Yeah. You want to hear this one first?
Yeah. Let's hear yours first.
And let's see. I'll get around here.
That's good enough.
You think it'll play?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was loud.
Did you hear that little short one at the end?
All right.
You didn't hear the short. We didn't go far.
Somebody's got an email though.
You want this one?
Scary.
Let's listen again. No, that's up close where there's no echo to it. So possible. It's possible. All right, Rick, you do one of yours and stop it, and I'll do one of these.
Okay. Let me go back. You want a loud one or you want one further off?
Just do the one of the first ones.
I think it's Mothman.
I think it's Kate's.
Go ahead, Bub. You want me to do mine first?
Good Lord. All right, then.
Possible.
I don't know. It's possible. But that other one sounds a little gruffer. Just a little
Well,
bit
it's got a little more echo to it.
Yeah.
And you add a hollow in there, that could do it. But I think that's as good a guess as anything as we've had.
Yeah. So I want to ask you guys.
Bigfoot. I think it's a barn owl.
I want to ask you about a couple things. So, are y'all aware? I was not. Are y'all aware that Priscilla Presley is somehow involved in the production of a movie about her life, and it is in theaters right now?
No.
Do y'all have any idea?
No. Who, what?
Who's
in it?
I was told that there is now a movie about Priscilla Presley's story, and the quote from the person who has seen it says they think it's better than that last Elvis movie that just came out. And they said,
better not say that in front of Lisa.
I know they said
thinks that last Elvis movie
it
was
doesn't
the greatest
take
thing
on as much Elvis, obviously, because it's her story.
Yeah.
But it is the story of her in the 9th grade, by the way, when the king of rock and roll finds her.
No, that's a little early.
Interesting. Did you know that this movie Priscilla is out?
Did not.
I'd never even heard of it.
Who is that playing?
I have no idea. I didn't know
it was in the making.
But did y'all know this movie even existed?
No, I didn't.
And then there's people even saying that it's a really good movie, that it's well done, and really, as far as well done, is well done better than the last Elvis movie.
Can we see the trailer?
You got to get silly about it.
It's Sophia Coppola or whatever. Francis Ford Coppola's daughter is the director.
Yes, she's the director of it. And Priscilla Presley's executive producer or something, I guess, or overseeing it.
Now, the real
it's Scylla's story.
She's been doing some interviews, but maybe it's about this because I was like, what's she doing that?
I guess it is. But I had no idea. There's been
had some more.
Can we see the trailer on it?
Let me try to find it.
Yeah.
Another movie I want to ask you about, because Betty and I were discussing this one last night. We saw the previews for it. Napoleon.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I'm not up on Napoleon history like really good. I mean, I know general things.
He was trying to take over.
But I kind of want to see that now.
I do too.
I thought the scene where he rides up on the Sphinx was pretty good. You know,
I want to see that one.
That's a long horse ride from Italy. Bro.
Yeah, I want to see that as well. And
I keep wanting to go see I'm Killing the Flower People or whatever that movie is.
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yeah, 3.5 hours.
It's a long time.
I heard it is a really good movie. That it is not. There's no, anything that they said the violence. Even the violence, if you get down to Martin Scorsese, it actually is mild compared to what he normally does.
Okay.
But I mean, it's a dark movie because it's about a bad thing. But I understand that the acting and everything in it is fantastic. But
do y'all want to see just a quick clip of the Priscilla movie?
Yeah.
All right.
Priscilla.
There we go.
Hi. What's your name?
Priscilla Boyer.
You like Elvis Presley?
There you go.
There it is.
You like
Well,
Elvis
there it is.
Presley?
Thank you.
Priscilla?
Yeah.
That was quick.
I was told I was told that this movie is better as far as a movie than the last Elvis movie.
Maybe.
Hey. Well, I like the last Elvis movie.
But that would be an opinion.
But it got kind of weird at times.
Well, that's
whenever
that's what they were saying. They're not saying that it has the big actors and all that.
Yeah,
but that if you sit down and watched a movie,
I'll watch it.
you would enjoy this more.
I'm not going to go to the theater, but I'll watch it.
Greg, go home and tell Lisa that.
Mhm.
She'll watch it.
Bubba, any chance you
She's
go
all
see
about
the flower thing with Robert De Niro and Leonardo DiCaprio and all that? About the
Not at the
oil
theater.
and those Indians that were on oil.
I think that might be kind of
Boy, it's
interesting.
long, though.
Yeah.
3
Well,
and a-
Napoleon is 3 hours.
Is it?
Somebody said it was
Forget it.
long.
Forget it.
Yeah, can't we push?
Let me
that
tell you, the
down?
Phil Robertson movie, The Blind, had me at an hour 45.
Ooh.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
good.
That's perfect.
An hour and 45 minutes.
Napoleon is 238.
Okay.
Killers of the Flower Moon is 326.
326.
Man. You better be taking a ring to a mountain if I'm going to watch a movie that long.
Well, if a movie is
You
that
get your
long,
own catheter before you go in.
that's right. I was just about to say, it's a great. That's a great line because a movie.
Hold still. Let me get ready to go in.
You better get two large popcorn.
Yeah, Bubba, then you're like, can I have popcorn too? Because there's no who can sit that long. I mean,
no. That's crazy.
Well, and then somebody told me that the story and everything is so good that there's really nowhere in there to go to the bathroom, so you just have to miss part of it.
I thought Oppenheimer was long. I mean, I struggle with that.
Yeah, Oppenheimer. Yeah, they said the Priscilla movie's 4.5 hours. Where are we going with this? I mean, it's
Oppenheimer was 3 on the dot.
Yeah.
And you saw that how many times, Bubs?
Twice I know of.
Is that any
That you know of?
I was trying.
What did you not know?
No, I was trying to think. I did see it twice.
Yeah,
once in the.
Let me ask Rick. How many is Bubba, Rick? How many is Bubba
I saw it once in regular theater and then once in the bigger one.
That be the IMAX?
I think it was IMAX, but it wasn't the round one.
Or was it the
regular
sphere?
IMAX.
Yeah.
The Sphere.
I don't know. I didn't even know this Priscilla movie was even out. I had no idea.
He was
Looks pretty
24. He was 24. She was 14.
Well, he's from the South.
That's awkward.
That's a little awkward. Yeah.
Greg, I don't think that.
Greg,
How about you saying that?
Please don't say that, Greg.
Greg, you throw in a cousin, you got something.
Rick and Bubba.
And they're starting to now be worried that that he's going to be missed. Can we do check-ins? Are we going to get updates from him? And he's been a big hit. I'm going to tell you what.
Viva la France!
Listen, I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to just tell you this. I laughed yesterday. I went back on the podcast archives. I love this podcast thing now because you can just go catch anything anytime you want to, and it's so simple. But I go back when we had him saying, because he just got dunked on.
Yes,
guys. If you have not gone back and listened to that, Frenchie, get your microphone there. Just pull that over there. Pull it over to you.
That dunked on video is video of the day on our YouTube and Facebook pages.
Okay, so if you have not watched it, our YouTube channel and our Facebook page have the video of us teaching him that yesterday. Of all the things you could teach somebody from another country, is that when we holler why somebody crying, you're supposed to say because he just got dunked on.
Well, Rick, I think we need to check it right quick. Hey, Gabe, why is James crying?
Because he just get dunked on.
So anyway,
that was awesome.
So anyway,
love it.
No, anyway, here's another thing. He's getting more and more. Now, it's almost like he now thinks he lives in the United States.
Yeah.
But what's funny is yesterday, he whistles a lot. He's a big whistler.
I caught him whistling yesterday.
Yeah,
I like to whistle myself.
He whistles a lot.
Not you.
So Greg, look,
Yours hurts. Everybody.
Greg. So anyway, all of a sudden I'm at the house yesterday and he's tooling around and we've come back in, going to work out, trying to do a little better, and all of a sudden I hear him going. And I'm like, what are you whistling? He goes,
Not like this.
And he goes, look, and he goes, living in America. And he starts singing. That was your song yesterday, wasn't it? You started singing that yesterday.
Yes.
All day.
Not all day, almost.
Yeah.
Ricky loves the Godfather of Soul, James Brown.
He does. So, but Frenchie had been telling Sherry that he wanted to cook for us since we've been taking him to restaurants and cooking and taking him all these places, and he said he wanted to cook for us something himself. And so he had his list of things he wanted from the grocery store, and we went and we picked those things up, and he prepared a meal for us last night, and it was delicious.
Yes, I think.
Yeah. Well, I'm not talking.
We asked him where he didn't bring any today.
Yeah, we didn't bring any.
I guess it's in the fridge. We'll
must
warm
be.
it up.
Well, he said something to me last night. It's funny because I realized he's picking up on everybody's stuff. He made it and it had tomatoes in it, and he looked at me and he says, "Greg does not like. Greg likes tomatoes."
Mm-hmm.
And and you were saying you think Greg would eat it because he didn't like tomatoes.
No, yes.
I'd have to
He
pick.
saw-
Could
he
I
saw
pick
him.
around them?
He saw Greg picking off his tomatoes yesterday in his salad.
Yes.
We had a discussion about it.
Yeah,
I told him I'm just not big on tomatoes.
Well, he announced that at dinner last night that you weren't big on tomatoes,
And he's correct.
And I thought, well, Greg, and I was
I would have ate it anyway.
I was an anti-tomato guy till I got older.
But it's cooked tomatoes.
They were
Yeah,
cooked
I could
tomatoes.
eat
Does
it.
that help?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I could work through that.
Yeah, but he made for us. Was it quiche Lorraine?
Not quiche Lorraine.
Just quiche. Just a quiche
with tuna.
with tuna. And
I
listen,
love tuna.
And he made Greg, he made the crust and everything from scratch.
Wow.
And it was
in a little quiche.
And it was really good. So what all was in it?
In the quiche?
Yes.
Tuna, tomatoes, spinach, egg, cream.
Wow.
And for the dough, wet, butter, and water.
Yeah.
And
Butter.
salt.
Yeah. Flour.
Flour. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And water.
Water.
And butter.
And butter.
Yes.
So it was good.
But he got out the old pan, and I mean, I look out there. He's got the dough out. He's rolling it. He makes the crust and everything.
Wow.
And then made us a little dessert, some apples with something, some baked apples with something.
Oh yeah, he was telling me about that.
Oatmeal and cinnamon.
Oatmeal, cinnamon, and baked apples all into some little.
And butter, yes, butter.
And
That was sound.
he loves his butter.
Hey, I like butter too.
Well, when all else fails, put a stick of butter in.
Sure.
I mean, if you're ever in a bind, just
when in doubt, throw a stick of butter in, and it all comes out.
Well, it was very, very good, and so your time is almost up. I mean, 2 more days.
2 more days, yes.
We asked him yesterday, or I guess it was yesterday, are you ready to go back home? And he said yes. Yes. But then he said after being there a few days, he'll probably want to come back.
Yeah, yeah. He's trying. He really, because y'all are like the third or fourth person he said that to. Like he wants to go home, almost like France is the vacation now.
Yeah,
but he
Check
lives
in.
here.
He's got to check in.
Yeah, he
Home
wants to
base.
go home for a week or so and then come back.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
But I think 1 month is a good time. Not too long and yes.
Yeah, not too short.
Yes,
Yeah.
not too short.
Yeah, if you're going to go to another country, the flights are so long and everything. If you stay, even if you stay a week, it's almost like you're back on that plane again in no time. Yeah, a month is a good time to stay.
Yes.
And so, when will you go back to school? You still have 1 more month when you go back to France.
In September.
Right.
In the beginning of September.
Yeah. So when you go home, you and your family will go on a vacation before you go back to school,
yes.
right? That's good.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Or 3.
Yeah, or 3 weeks. Okay. So in
World traveler.
Yeah, he is a world traveler. So what's left is we're going to shoot some guns today.
Oh yeah, America, man.
Yeah. So we'll
Second Amendment.
We'll shoot guns today. He would love to get back to the farm and fish again today. We'll see how that plays out. And then tomorrow we fly to North Carolina to see Blake. He'll meet Blake for the first time. That's right, baby. Still here. 6 minutes past the hour. Let's roll another hour together. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here
today for a brand new hour, and we welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being here, too. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. I don't think it's too much.
No, not too much to ask. We talk about all of our different quirks here within the show and how we operate here, and you and I just did letters from the audience and Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. People love the behind-the-scenes stuff. I wish that I had been privy to a ruler or something that I could document the placement of something and then come back and compare to see if it had been moved or whatever. So I have been watching an item on my baby brother Greg's desk. It's a shirt and a hat that was given to us.
It's just now getting
was given to us by Moultrie and I think Mossy Oak
it's nice.
a couple of weeks ago. And I keep watching to see if I can document that shirt and hat has been moved even half an inch since the day it was given to Greg, and he set it on his desk. I've been watching it for several days now. And so when Moultrie came back today, I walked in there and I told him, I said, I don't think that shirt and that hat has moved a minuscule.
But I know where it's at.
Since Greg was given that a few. I mean, it's still sitting there folded up.
I haven't seen you wearing it.
Mine's hanging down at camp house.
Yeah, most of us take them home.
Yeah,
well, I'm going to, but when we got it, it was real hot.
Mine's hanging down at camp house, ready for me to put it on when I'm down there doing outdoors.
But when we got these, it was very hot out. And I was like, I ain't like I'm gonna wear it anytime soon.
Right, but I mean, I'll
wear it.
You would think put it in a drawer. You would think
but he knows where it's at.
You know where it's at.
It's so sound like Mac Daddy right there.
It's so funny. I mean, I'm not.
Why is that still in the basement? Well, I mean, I know where it's at. Till your mom moves it.
Keep in mind, I'm not talking about that. Like Greg has it in his office and it's in various places. I'm talking about. I think he literally walked out of the studio with it, said thank you very much, walked and put it where it is now, and it has not.
Cool off. I'll get it and put it in rotation.
All right. So will you? All right. Let me ask you this question.
It's gonna be a little big.
What do y'all do when you're given something like that? And
that's nice.
It's folded up like it would be on a store shelf.
Yeah.
Okay. So will you? And I think I know the answer to this because I experienced it when I hung mine up down at camp house. Does anybody think when I took that gifted shirt from Mossy Oak, that is an outdoor shirt, that I did anything other than unfold it and hang it on a hanger? There was no attempt to throw it in, to wash it once, to dry it once. All I did was unfold it and put it on a hanger and hope that some of the creases might fall out while it hangs there. But ultimately, I'll just put it on down to the farm and be ready to go. I mean, I did take mine and at least get it ready to go.
You know what that's going to be? That shirt you wear when you travel to hunt.
Yeah, right.
Oh, so it's going to stay here.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to eventually take it.
Do you
home.
think it's moved?
I just took a picture of it.
Here's a little
Adler,
inside.
So it has not moved at all.
No,
here's a little inside.
At all.
Hey, Rick, drop.
Let me give you a heads up right here, though. That day, he didn't like his hat. He tried to come in and bargain for mine.
Everybody, look.
See, there's my tangerine.
Look, Bubba, they're still there.
That tangerine's going to move because I'm going to eat it.
What are you doing? Are you a lawyer? I didn't know you carried around
yeah, that's what I carry my computer in.
What is? You got a satchel?
Who put the thunder stick in there? Look, it's sitting waiting on me to grab it.
Bubba, does that look
right
like,
there? Ready
does that
for me
look
to
like
grab
that's
it?
even been moved?
That's a nice shirt and hat. I like both of those.
I did want to swap it.
Rick's hat almost looked like a trucker hat. And
I wanted to swap my hat bad.
And he tried to talk me out of that.
Greg, shake it out. At least shake the shirt out.
Listen,
I carried mine home.
I'm going to wear it a lot once it gets cold.
Greg, what?
Now it's a lot.
Can I tell you? I
got some khaki pants. I can already see with it.
I like my shirt they gave us better than yours because mine looks like a little buckskin. It's got that buckskin brown.
The same one I got.
No, mine's a light brown like a buckskin.
Oh, I'm jealous of that.
Why wouldn't you swap hats with me? You don't. I mean,
there's because I didn't like your hat either.
Those of you that are waiting on your spam.
Hey, that's the winner from Friday. It just won.
Right, I did go get some more spam too. We had 3 winners Friday, didn't we?
No, well, we lost one.
Did we? Okay.
One guy didn't care about his can.
You didn't? Mm. And Greg, and I noticed you've got your daily orange.
Yeah,
what in the world is
tangerine.
That? Is it? What do you do with the tangerine?
I ate one day.
Tangerine.
Greg, look, you got your wallet laying out there.
Yeah.
Hey, Costanza, watch the filing cabinet you got to throw there. Right
there. Is your back okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What in the world?
Are there any stamps in there?
Is that a phone?
I would like to have a segment where you come in here and we go through that.
I haven't seen a wallet be discarded like that since Speedy went to lunch with me.
He don't even know what one looks like.
It's on Greg. It's on Greg. Back to Greg.
So look, I know you're jealous of my hat. I get that part, but I mean,
would you be open to swapping that hat?
I kind of like that hat because you're right. Your hat wasn't as good as mine.
Well, you also you're blue collar. I used to climb poles, all that. You made that clear. And to me, the hat I have is a little more blue collar.
It is.
The one
I'll
you
give
got's
you
a
that.
little more stylish.
Well,
For
Rick, it's
somebody,
been 15 years,
who's
I'm a little
somebody
more
like me,
defined.
Greg, that goes outdoors, but he's got style.
But he's looking good. I didn't realize that shirt was bothering you.
Well,
It is.
I've been looking at it for weeks.
It is
It's been in that, but no, I don't care that you haven't used it yet. That's fine.
No, it hasn't moved.
But it hasn't moved.
No,
I mean,
because I want to keep remembering it's in there.
Right.
If I put it in a cabinet in there, I'll forget.
You think
Or
you'd
take it home.
Greg? You think
No, I
you'd
got
at
a
least
lot
would
of
move it
stuff.
to put your tangerine down?
You don't want that to get on there.
Rick, if you picked it up, there'd be dust around where
Oh
it was.
yeah, I bet you if I lifted it right now, you'd see the outline of the shirt
Yes.
laying right there.
I hope Don's makes it Wednesday because I like to have a bag of peanuts in there beside that shirt.
Will you quit documenting how many times Don comes to Bible study because of peanuts?
And let me tell you, you're working through it because
but them
you
aren't
hadn't
as good.
stopped. I know.
Hey, here's another thing too.
But you hadn't
the only problem I had today, and Hamza, you saw it too. I know because you mentioned it to me. It seemed to kind of hurt Dan's feeling a little bit. He walked by and looked in your office. He's like, "Well, Greg didn't even care about that shirt."
He didn't say that.
Helms?
That did not happen.
He didn't
There's
say
a look on his
exactly
face.
like that.
Hey, y'all,
but
guys,
this is the reason
it
Rick
wasn't
and I were
time for the
discussing
shirt yet. I will. It'd be different.
I just wish Dan
had
hadn't seen it. I wish you at least closed
If
your
it's
door.
in the trash can, yeah, you'd have a point.
Or get a bigger tangerine so he can't see it.
Masio brought that all the
If
way.
you don't think I'm on that tangerine,
That's about the biggest tangerine you can find.
That is a big one, huh?
It is.
If you don't, if you
Easy
don't,
peel.
Greg, if you don't like tangerine lines, leave early. Because I'm on tangerine the rest of your day.
Greg, I will say this, okay, and this is all I'm going to say about it. He walked by everybody's office
sure
and he
did.
took a double take in yours.
Stood there in the door frame.
That's my office, so that means stuff in there belongs to me.
But
I'm not going to throw it
he
away.
took a double take
He
on
did.
like,
Dan knows
wow,
that I
why is
love
that
that
still in
shirt.
here? It was a why is that still in here?
He went a lot.
Because when we got it, it was 900 degrees,
Greg,
and I didn't want to wear it.
Here,
again.
let me show you this. See what you interpret this, Bubba. See what y'all think. This is what happened.
I'm wearing it tomorrow.
I'm now Dan Moultrie. Okay, I'm walking down there, and I've got my jacket on because Dan, I guess, doesn't know it's going to be 80 today, but he's got his jacket on. Look, because the morning's a little cool, and he walks. He says, "Hey guys," and he's about to talk to Bubba like that, and I'll see he goes, and he does this.
He leaned in. He leaned into it a little bit.
Next line. Hey, did you ever wear that shirt that we brought you on?
No.
And he started talking to me about my shirt.
And technically, the Mossy Oak guy brought it, not Dan.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
And what were their names?
I forgot.
Right.
Mossy and Oak.
Thank you.
Greg, would you mind next time next time it cools off, get you a pair of khakis?
Listen,
And-
I've
and
got
put that-
plans for that shirt.
But
I do.
but I want outdoor khakis. Don't do dress khakis.
No, I'm going to go Carhartts.
Yeah. Like what I had on yesterday, because everybody might go for them. I'm a little outdoorsy, and it's a little chilly out there. I just button down. I'm not tucking it.
Rick, you can go to town, go to restaurants.
That's right. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to eat my tangerine.
I'm
head
busy eating
outdoors.
that tangerine right now.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you have it. All right, we come back. Bubba, did you tell me we've got a battery-operated bus gone bad?
Yeah, we got a bus that didn't quite make it.
I think.
And also a Tesla truck that they have looks
ugly
like a
thing?
spaceship.
All right, like Greg said, we're going back to the future. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The son, and he is in a play up there about that lost colony.
Oh, yeah.
Of Roanoke. Remember that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
And
Disappeared.
Blake plays the father that sets up the colony and is called back to England, and then when he comes back, everybody's gone.
Ooh, they never did figure that out.
So they do it right there in
That's
North.
cool.
Yeah.
Aliens.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah, maybe something a little more practical than that.
right. So,
But it could be aliens.
yeah, but it could be. So we'll do that, and then you fly out Saturday. I think you have to be at the airport. What about
11.
at 11?
Ooh.
Yes.
And then French.
AM.
Yes.
Out of Birmingham or Atlanta?
Birmingham.
Okay, that helps.
Birmingham.
Birmingham.
Birmingham. Birmingham.
Birmingham.
Right.
Burn.
Turtle.
Turtle.
Turtle's a struggle.
Yeah, that's a
Isn't it?
tough
Yeah,
one.
and that's-
Luckily, you don't have to use it much.
Yeah.
Thank goodness it ain't us trying to learn French.
Oh, Rick.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Calais, boom, boom.
We were in the grocery store yesterday. It got a little tougher than I thought because, like if he just has the word cream, well, I mean, what cream are we looking for here? I mean, it's so
Philadelphia cream?
We struggle with that. I kept pointing at things, and he would no.
Shake it off.
Yes.
Do you regret not having him cook more?
Yes.
Okay.
It was that good.
Okay.
We needed to delve out a few more meals to him.
Rick, he just now figured out. He saw me eating out of this real bowl in there. He said, "Where did you get that?"
Oh, we had that.
He didn't know.
Where's that real bowl from? Well, look, of course, I had to do this in the grocery store, so he's all fired up about this French meal he's cooking, and it was fabulous. Where did I do? I turned down the paper. I said, "Now we need to get some paper plates." No. You wouldn't put that quiche on a paper plate, would you?
No. Can't ruin it like that, Rick.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As we make our way back, the Democrats last night, this was Democratic candidate debate part 2, where we take the 20 and divide them up into 2 groups of 10. So second group last night, Biden was in this group. And we'll start with an update from it, a little montage. It appears that all the other candidates, looking at the numbers with Biden, came in with the strategy, tonight's the night that we tear up the old man.
Yes, yeah.
And here's a montage of them going after him. Here we go.
Courtesy of CNN.
It's facing off for a second night in Michigan.
Joe Biden told wealthy donors that nothing fundamentally would change if he were president.
Unfortunately, Vice President Biden, you're just simply inaccurate in what you're describing. We will ensure that everyone has access to health care. Your plan, by contrast, leaves out almost 10 million Americans.
So, Mr. Vice President, you want to be president of the United States, you need to be able to answer the tough questions. I guarantee you, if you're debating Donald Trump, he's not going to let you off the hook. So did you say those deportations were a good idea? Or did you go to the president and say, this is a mistake, we shouldn't do it? Which one?
I was vice president. I am not the president. I keep my recommendations to him in private. Unlike you, I expect you would go ahead and say whatever was said privately with him. That's not what I do. What I do say to you is he moved to fundamentally change the system. I never heard him talk about any of this when he was the secretary.
Please be respectful. Please be respectful in the crowd.
Mr. Vice President, you can't have it both ways. You invoke President Obama more than anybody in this campaign. You can't do it when it's convenient and then dodge it when it's not. And the second thing, and this really irks me because I heard the Vice President say that, if you got a PhD, you can come right into this country. Well, that's playing into what the Republicans want, to pit some immigrants against other immigrants. Mr. Vice President has said that since the 1970s, every major crime bill, major and minor, has had his name on it. And sir, those are your words, not mine.
Crump, why did you announce in the first day a zero-tolerance policy of stop and frisk and hire Rudy Giuliani's guy in 2007 when I was trying to get rid of the crack cocaine?
Mr. Vice President, there's a saying in my community, you're dipping into the Kool-Aid and you don't even know the flavor. You are trying to shift the view from what you created. There are people right now in prison for life for drug offenses because you stood up and used that tough on crime, phony rhetoric that got a lot of people elected, but destroyed communities like mine.
What did you mean when you said, when a woman works outside the home, it's resulting in, quote, the deterioration of family?
No,
and that we are avoiding, these are quotes, it was the title of the op-ed.
As a single father,
"20 minutes now, past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba." So we will update you on other stories that are happening today. We'll take a look-see, Bubba, into the world of climate change. We'll start with more protesters. The climate cult strikes again to stop oil, not realizing that battery cars are made using petroleum as well. They have no idea about that, apparently. We'll hit that, then we'll get into the battery electric bus, how that baby operates, and we'll take a look-see at a Tesla space vehicle that they're calling a Tesla truck. Here we go. Burn, baby, burn.
You know, when my birthday rolls around next year, Rick, I really would like for Greg to come in and bring his bass, bring his axe.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
And play that bass line off of that song.
All right.
That's kind of cool, isn't it?
All right, Bubba.
When's your birthday? March.
March. It'll be your 60th birthday too.
Yeah, I know. It'll be big.
I have to find
And I want him
my
while
bass.
he's doing it to wear that shirt that Dan Moultrie gave him.
And that.
And over there on top of the bass amp, a tangerine.
Too pale,
too male,
and too stale.
So, what do you think about? I was going to ask you this too, thinking about birthdays. Are you to the point now that you would rather talk to Elon Musk than Kate Jackson?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
He's done moved past Kate.
Okay. Oh, well, just checking.
Well, it was just it was a missing piece of the puzzle.
He said Kate done got old.
We can just leave that piece of the puzzle blank.
That's
so
what
we're
he
just
said.
never gonna get it.
Climate cult, here they go, Bubba.
Good
They
night.
are protesting in London's National Gallery. Here they go, and they're going to be attacking a painting from 1651 that is valued at $90 million. Oh, my.
90 million.
Oh, yeah, they messed it up.
For that naked lady picture.
Yeah, just stop oil is their big deal. So I still don't know how. I still don't know how wrecking paintings,
hitting it with hammers.
Women did not get the vote by voting. It is time for deeds and not words. It is time to just stop oil.
Politics is failing us. Politics failed women in 1914. If millions will die due to new oil and gas licensing, millions! If we love history, if we love art, and if we love our families, we must just stop oil.
Okay, now we're going to step over the little rail, and we're going to sit down together.
Does
And
this
at some
place not
point,
have security?
Look, watch this. About to hold hands too, and that's sweet.
Is he wearing an NWA hat?
Yes, he is.
Why?
Well, the man's got him down.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's a good catch.
Well, I don't.
Yeah, boy. Fight the power.
Now,
Must stop oil.
I'm confused
Must.
again. The
I'd like to
millions of
slap
people
that.
who are going to die because of oil.
He's saying for some reasons the new licenses to drill for oil is going to kill millions of people. Now, I'm
beating
with
on
you.
a picture of
There's
See,
$90 million that could have helped him.
a big
See,
money
what'll-
cause. Yeah, there you go.
You know, the police will show up and they'll be very nice to them and call them
NWA.
sir and ma'am and handle them carefully, and they'll, really not feel any repercussion
Was
from
that
that.
Ice Cube?
Right.
With his NWA hat on.
I would like for them to use that guy's head to make another break in the picture.
Yeah,
Well,
I'd
wouldn't you
like to
like-
see
I'd like to
Terry
slap
Tate, office linebacker, come and stop this.
But I have to ask again, and when these protests in these no security at these museums, because nobody ever shows up and like snatches them out of the way.
I would
taking
think
a hammer and hitting a $90 million picture.
If I've got a $90 million picture, I'm gonna have somebody watching it.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna
Especially
tell you
when you
this.
got straight out of Compton in there.
That's right, Ricky. Not to be picky, but they are over the rope. They're not supposed to be.
They're
over
not
the
supposed
side.
to be
No,
over the
they're
rope.
not.
He's straight out of Liverpool.
In most places, you people wouldn't act a fool. But now, when you run a place, you have to think stupid.
Yes.
You have to think,
But where
how would a
is the-
stupid person act?
Where is the people who are in charge that will just? I mean, I didn't see one person walk up and try to stop anything.
I think security was on their way. They're checking to see if the painting was damaged. It was behind like special bulletproof glass. This painting,
What kind of glass?
Bulletproof glass.
Okay.
This painting is known to have been previously damaged in an act of protest by suffragette Mary Raleigh Richardson in 1914. So the Just Stop Oil people were. That's why they targeted that.
I don't think they messed it up.
I don't think they did either. I think it's like.
I think they put a
grass.
few more dents in that butt.
Yes, they did.
Thank you, Greg.
Stop oil.
It already had a few. All right, so now
I don't see how that's worth.
Now,
$90
Bubba,
million.
as we leave oil, even though you need oil to make battery buses, you keep telling everybody that they're not hearing you.
Yeah, I know.
Here is Google's 100% battery electric bus. Unfortunately, it struggles with hills, and San Francisco's full of them.
It lost power.
Yeah. All right. So
It lost power and knocked these cars off the road as it fell back down the hill.
Oh, there's one smush.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
This is not helping.
No. So there's the 100%. I love that they have
Oh,
100%.
look at the one up in the tree. I didn't even see that. I
Yes.
was looking behind it.
It's in the tree.
Boom.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
about to think I was looking
Do y'all
up.
realize how funny it is to see it sitting there dead? It rolled back down the hill for lack of power, hit other cars, and on the side of it, it's touting 100% battery electric.
Yeah.
We did it.
Here's what you get.
We did it.
Do you think the bus was thinking, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can?
Yes.
That motion.
That's not the. I don't think that's the commercial we're looking for all battery buses.
Battery. That's right. Now, this is a cool electric vehicle. Greg loves it. The Tesla truck is back. The Cybertruck.
Oh, it's a black one.
And this one's blacked out. Yes. Look how cool that is.
Like a stealth bomber.
Yeah.
It does.
Matte black. Nice flat black. Love it.
That's not a truck.
Yeah, it needs a category of its own.
That's so cool.
It does need to be called whatever.
I do like
is.
it.
Yeah.
I would like to ride one around. Just ride it around.
I'd be embarrassed.
Cybertruck.
Craig, why would you be embarrassed of
Look
that?
like some, you know what?
I like to go get mulch.
Greg, we don't know what. No, what do you mean?
What are you talking about, Craig?
I was quoting Jesco White.
Okay.
It's got a bed. Yes.
I would say this.
Are they out now? Can you get those?
I think you can order them.
No,
I think you can order them.
No.
Yeah.
You still, but I mean, are people actually driving them, or is this
What are you gonna do?
one of their test ones?
You
that they
can't
got
put a
out?
dog.
I think these are early test models. If you do see one on the road, I think it's like a pre-production model.
Where's your toolbox going?
In the bed,
No,
Greg.
they made it. Don't go across.
That roll down covers it up.
If I was Tesla, what I would say is look at our vehicle that identifies as a truck.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Maybe it has heels better than that bus.
It's a trans truck.
Right.
Not really a truck, but it identifies.
Start
as
at
one.
$50,000.
What? That's it?
Yeah.
That's entry level.
Not too bad. Yes.
That's cheaper than.
Oh, Greg, you got that in your pocket.
Yeah, I'm loaded with that.
Um,
I'm too stale.
What?
I don't know that we have time for this. Bubba, please tell me in the kickoff
Too
hour
pale.
you heard the conversation with the flat Earth person.
We need to hear it again. I caught part of it.
Rick, even flat Earth people want him to shut up.
Yeah. Do we have? It's a minute 18. Yeah, we could do it.
Oh yes, get you a look at it.
Please listen, Bubba. Please.
If the Earth is flat, where is the sun? It's 93 million miles away.
The sun at any given time, and when you say the sun, there is no the sun. Everybody has their own sun.
What do you mean?
Literally.
What do you mean literally?
Literally, everybody has their own sun. There's a different sun for everybody.
What do you mean a different
Everywhere.
sun? I don't understand that. Like, you mean you're saying that there's a different sun here in Las Vegas than there is in New York?
You're not looking at the same sun there, correct?
So how many suns are there?
As many people who are viewing it.
So every individual person has their own
That's
sun?
correct.
What?
That is correct. The sun's no more than 50 miles away at any given time. And it's
50.
just,
Wait. But
and
wait a
it's
second.
and it's
But
just a light
airplanes
in
go up in the sky.
and that's right. And it's like a rainbow.
How come the sun doesn't get bigger when you're in an airplane?
The closer you move to it, the farther it moves from you. It's like a rainbow. And the sun isn't a thing.
Look,
this is going to break me, man. This is going to break me.
The sun is literally not a thing. The
What?
sun-
Wait a second.
No, it's not.
Wow.
But I'm so sorry you had to hear that. Are you okay?
What is the sun?
Well,
then?
this again is a sign that the drug laws in Las Vegas need to be strengthened. a
He
little
also
bit.
says the sun is cold, not hot.
He says the sun is cold.
Oh, sorry. Was that Hank from Hendersonville?
Everyone has their own sun.
Tell you what.
We'll be back. Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. We will chat with you, America, right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Who in fact raised 3 children for 5 years by myself. I have some idea what it cost. The fact of the matter is the situation is one that I don't know what's happened. I wrote the Violence Against Women Act, Lilly Ledbetter. I was deeply involved in making sure the equal pay amendments. I was deeply involved in all these things. I came up with the It's On Us proposal to see to it that women were treated more decently on college campuses. You came to Syracuse University with me and said it was wonderful. I'm passionate about the concern making sure women are treated equally. I don't know what's happened except that you're now running for president.
So I understand.
Guys, I'm hearing it in Biden's voice. He's too old.
Yes.
He's gotten too old to be able to be sharp enough and quick enough and this kind of stuff.
No, I think he's a good candidate.
Yeah. Well, sadly, I think because of that he might land in a. I mean, I would rather one of the crazy socialists run. But
he gives them a better chance than anybody.
Absolutely does.
I think Biden gives him a better chance to win. But again, he sounds like he's a little.
He does.
And then when he tries to do the thing about the text,
Let's not have him dump him too soon.
right? About the text. You know.
Oh yeah, that was kind of
do
a
we have
strange
that? I want
moment.
to see that.
He was
I've
wrapping
heard about
up.
it. I hadn't seen
God
it.
love his heart. Yeah. Courtesy of
If you
CNN.
agree with me, go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight.
No, it's text Joe to this number.
Oh man!
And there's no, you can't go to that.
How old is Joe?
You have to text Joe to the number.
74.
He sounds about 80.
I'm not sure. I may have stepped
Sounds
out there.
84.
Let me look at it.
Then we also
if he would have said text, can I hear that one more time?
Text the word Joe.
Yeah, that's what he
76,
should.
by the way.
Yeah.
If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight.
No, you're supposed to text Joe to 303.
Yeah, come on, Joe.
That's all right. Look, hey, look, he wasn't in that world.
Yeah.
hey, I hate to break to you. Trump wasn't either, but he's tweeting around like it's nothing.
That's true.
And he's just as old. They're 3 years apart.
Chuck Graham, state senator's here. Chuck,
That's my
stand
favorite.
up, Chuck.
Maybe
Let me
ever.
see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about?
So then we had a little bit of a cat fight, didn't we? Where Kamala and
Gabbard.
and
Gabbard,
Now,
yeah.
I don't know who Gabbard
I'm
is.
out of the loop on her. I don't know who.
She was a major in the army and a congresswoman, I think, from Hawaii. She went after Harris pretty good last night. They went back and forth, little cat fight. It was pretty entertaining.
It's about a minute long, and we'll start with Gabbard so we can jump into it. I know we're pressing here.
Okay.
Here it is.
Senator
Courtesy of
Harris
CNN.
says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California, and she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way. When you are in a position to make a difference and an impact in these people's lives, you did not, and worse yet, in the case of those who were on death row, innocent people, you actually blocked evidence from being revealed that would have freed them until you were forced to do so. There is no excuse for that, and the people who suffered under your reign as prosecutor, you owe them an apology.
Well,
they went back and forth several times. It was entertaining.
That was pretty hard hitting.
Yeah.
I don't even know who that other person was.
That was
Gabbard.
That was Gabbard.
I've never heard her.
What name are you saying? I can't understand.
Gabbard.
Gabbard. Gabbard, as how I would say it. And I don't know if that's how you say it or not.
Gabbard. Yeah, sounds like it. Gabbard.
I know she went after Harris pretty hard.
Yes, she did.
And listen, I give
Kamala.
Kamala credit. She hit back pretty hard too.
Yeah, she did.
Well, so they all went after Biden, and they fought a little bit amongst themselves. I don't know who kind of came away in pretty good shape on that. The fact they're all running for president, not good for America. We got 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Now more than ever, sadly, we have to be concerned about security and securing your property, maybe your home, both. Simply say Bubba.com, your business, they can help you. And right now, we're going to get you up to 50% off a brand new security system. It was named the best home security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report, and why not? I mean, it is the best of the best. Comprehensive protection, that's what we want. Advanced sensors that detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. That's about half the cost of the traditional security systems, by the way. The new 24/7 Live Guard protection, outstanding. Working with that smart alarm wireless indoor camera, monitoring agents can see and speak to the intruders in live time. helping stop crime as it is happening. SimplySafeBubba.com, that gives you a 60-day risk-free trial. You can install it yourself. That saves you money. But if you're somebody like me and you might need some help, they'll help you with that too. But a special 50% off any security system with a Fast Protect plan by going to SimplySafeBubba.com or look at that link under rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like SimplySafeBubba.com safe. If you want to join us right now, you can. The real Greg Burgess on the phones, 866 We Be Big. Let's start with Tony in Tupelo, Mississippi. Go right ahead.
Hey, guys, who do you think is going to be gone first? Joe Biden, Pat McAfee, or Deion Sanders? And I'd like to know what you think of those three.
In the order of firing, I think you'll probably see McAfee go first, Biden second, Sanders third.
I think Biden first and McAfee and then Sanders.
Yeah, I think those first two are. Sanders is third in any poll.
Yeah.
On that one, I do not care for Joe Biden. He's given me 40 years to know what kind of man he is and how he sees the world. So I completely disagree with him on probably 90%, if not. I'm just saying there might be 10% I don't know about. Pat McAfee, I think he's got a fan base. He certainly seems to be kind of love or hate. I think he's one of those. Helmsy even admitted, I've been following your commentary on that, Helms, that you just like the guy even though things he does do bother you.
Yeah.
And
I give him passes on
admitting,
things that I would not give anybody else a pass on, and I don't know why.
Which means you just like the guy.
Not proud of that.
Yeah, but you just like the guy. There's nothing wrong with liking the guy.
I know.
I probably would too. I bet if I hung out with him, he and I would probably have an outstanding day. But he's just a little much for me.
I know,
and
he normally would be for me.
Yeah, and step one for me would be lose the tank top.
Well, that would be.
That's
I'm
day
in on
one.
that.
He wears
I'm
that
with you.
black tank top every day.
Yeah, he does.
On the show.
Yeah.
But
I don't know what color, but yeah.
By the way, we do have one of the callers who's going to mention that thing you mentioned to me, Bubba, about field hockey. Was that it, or was it lacrosse?
It's field hockey. Y'all have that too.
Okay,
It's a Daily Mail.
That's
story.
going to be coming up. Adler, if there's any footage of that, because I think Bubba said there's even a slow motion shot at why this biological male's playing with biological females. We're just asking. I mean, it's just so dangerous. Philip in Pine Hill, Alabama. Philip, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I want to talk to Pastor Rick. Is he there?
Well,
I'll tell you what, brother. I really, I really appreciate you. You are doing such a wonderful job when you were preaching. I watched both services off of Elledale. I encourage anybody who wants to get the word broken to them in the correct and biblical way that you rightly divide his word, and you did an excellent job of explaining to people that to be children of the devil, you are practicing sin. To be children of God, you are doing what God wants you to do. And when you do something wrong, you slip up. You don't stay in it. When you stumble into it, you're convicted by the Holy Spirit. You confess it to Him, and you move on forward. That's a true child of God. And we just thank you, Rick, for what you're doing. We're thankful for the opportunity that they have given you to preach. You're doing such a wonderful job for it. I want to mention something else, too, that is a rightly divider of the word, and that is Costi Hinn. He is the nephew of Benny Hinn, and if you guys have not seen some of his podcasts, that would be a wonderful thing to go on YouTube and look for. But his life is just all out for God, and he is a wonderful pastor also.
Thank you, man. I appreciate the kind words. Yeah, really remember everything in the message from Valleydale on last Sunday, and I made clear on this. This was a process that I had to go through in my life, and it's what Scripture says. You may claim to be a child of God, but is there any evidence of that in your life? And also the Bible, as we laid out in the Scriptures that we studied, if you've truly been adopted by God, then you have God's seed now, and so like all children, do you look like your father? And it's not because he doesn't have the ability to regenerate, and the only way to be adopted is to be regenerated, born again, transformed, and has that happen. And then of course John in his epistle in 1 John says, well, there's also the children of the devil. So Scripture says, here's what the children of God look like, here's what the children of the devil look like, and then we all have to ask an uncomfortable question, which I had to, which led to my redemption, praise God. Which one do you really look like? And so that's kind of the message. And Valleydale's made that archive available to us, and we're working on trying to make that and so you don't have to watch the whole service if you don't want to. I think they've sent us a link we're working with to try to get out there too. So
remind me, I got a question for you.
Yeah, because it's on the YouTube channel of Valleydale, but then there's also one that's on their website, and we're trying to figure out how to make that easier for you to access. We go to this call we just talked about, the anonymous caller talking about, here we go, Bubba, we got biological males competing against biological females, and it's beyond what your opinion is about it. It's dangerous. I mean, it's dangerous. And so here's another example. I understand this is field hockey. Is that correct? So, Anonymous, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good morning to everybody. How y'all doing today?
We're good. We're good.
Good. I really enjoy y'all's show, first and foremost. I want to let y'all know that. It's sickening. I don't want to call it trans something. I call it mental illness is what it is. It's a really bad problem in the world. I don't know. It's just our country. I think it's the world. It's a sickness, and this poor girl gets hit right in the face by a male. I don't know what it wants to call itself, but it's a male. And I'm talking about full blast right in the face, and I broke several bones. And it is absolutely sickening to watch and sit there. And why even people would allow their children? I wouldn't allow my child to go out there and play with it.
Well, let's take a look. Thank you, buddy. We have it here, and so we have a biological male, which is which one?
Bottom right.
Bottom right.
Right. Yeah.
All right. So because of us playing this fake world game, we let this person play in the same league with biological women. And
that was it. I'll slow it down so you can see it, but the audio, you can hear the audio too, and you can hear the audience react because it is bad. This person is about to throw the field hockey. Is it the same ball as lacrosse, by the way?
I don't know. I'm not that familiar with field hockey.
No. But they're both hard, evidently. Yeah. She lost several teeth.
Okay.
Yeah. And then she can be heard screaming for the next minute or so in pain with her teeth out.
Number 24 is the female, though.
Okay, yeah, I see her standing there holding her mouth and her teeth have fallen out. So, I for the life of me, it's okay to say I want to live something out. I mean, I may disagree with it morally and all that. That's a whole different thing. I'm just talking about a society trying to get along. I just don't understand why we can't reason out that there are distinct biological differences between men and women, and one of those, as we've said 1,000 times, is size and strength, and that we should not put biological women, no matter how they identify, and biological men, no matter how they identify, in a competition where that power and strength could be used to damage and hurt a biological female. And you don't even have to stand in the way of allowing that. But none of us are able to say whatever I decide to do, I should get to do it, right? None of us have that right. Because if we get to do that as long as it doesn't harm other people. Well, this obviously is one of those things that says if you want to identify as a woman, and whether you have gender dysphoria, we have compassion, or maybe you're just somebody that thinks this is trendy, okay? Whatever the case may be, whether you have a medical problem or a mental problem or not. It's just what you want to do. And you don't harm anybody. You're not walking into someone's dressing room, someone's bathroom, or throwing a field hockey ball into their face and breaking their teeth out, or punching them, or wrestling them, or tackling them, or body checking them. Then I don't understand why that's such a thing where we go, well, we just can't do that.
Yeah.
It just seems so logical. So logical, and the fact that we don't do it really shows an ignorance, and we're pretending. We're trying to, we're like children. We're trying to pretend something that just isn't so, and that's okay as long as people are not in danger.
I don't get
or it leads to behavior
Where's the logic,
that just
guys?
isn't appropriate by everyone's standard. I don't know. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In Birmingham.
I hate that.
Peyton, go ahead.
In the loop here, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
So I wanted to ask y'all, I've talked to my friends a bunch about this, but we've never come to a conclusion. who do y'all think would win in a fight between a grizzly bear and a silverback gorilla?
I think a grizzly would win.
Yeah.
Is there videos of that? Has it happened before?
I would rather be in trouble with a silverback than a grizzly bear.
I don't think I don't think they're in the same territory.
No,
so I
you're
don't
going
think it would
to
ever.
have to bust them
Well,
in.
surely there's somewhere they meet up.
You're going to have to plow them in. But the only thing I give
Their areas don't touch somewhere, like in Alaska.
I don't think they do. You got the silverback.
Alaskan silverback.
Did you just hear what you said?
Well, now wait a minute. Ho. Russia's got bears.
I know.
Grizzlies.
All right, look right here, guys. I mean, the
But
silver.
you still no silverback close.
The silverback's 500 pounds, but he's only 5'11".
No, but
the
he's
grizzly,
strength,
the
though,
grizzly is 900 pounds and 10 feet tall.
Well, I'll give you advantage grizzly because of the claws.
Yeah,
that's it. Because
and
I think,
silverbacks are not meat eaters, so
but he can rip him limb for limb.
No, he can.
The gorilla actually has more strength, according to that chart there, right?
Yeah, he has more
Why
strength.
did this person have
but
to
I don't.
Weight, the weight is 2-to-1 grizzly bear.
And I think the grizzly bear has more of a killer instinct than the silverback. The silverback
pretty agile,
but he'll false charge and grizzly.
I got to tell you, I'd pay good money to see it.
Well, let me tell you,
I'd pay pay-per-view.
I think
to
it'd be
watch
a heck of a fight.
I'm going with the grizzly bear.
I am too.
The one thing about the gorilla,
I'm going with the long shot. I'm going with the gorilla.
Okay, well, his strength, if he gets his hands on you.
The way that thing can jump around, it might get behind
He
him.
may get behind him, get him in like a choke. And look, hey, the gorilla can like jump up a tree if he gets in
Yeah,
there.
it's like jump
No, we're
back.
talking cage match.
Grizzly bear.
Nowhere they can go.
Well, yeah, but he can run around the cage, come back.
Yeah,
well, that's
what
not
I'm
fair.
saying.
You got to leave them in the wild so they can use their natural ability.
And the silverback can learn sign language.
What does that have to do with
He's
him?
intelligent.
He can talk to
Coco.
He can talk to
Forget about Coco.
Always goes back to
Wait a minute.
Coco.
What, so he
bear-
can talk to Mick in the corner?
I'm just saying, I think
what
he
is
can
this?
reason his way out of the fight. Then.
Right.
A bear's never been able to sign in anything.
He can't. They wouldn't take his hands and do the rip your face
the
off.
Coco thing was
Troubling.
I know that it was a reflex type thing, but it made you think a little bit about what's going on there.
Of course, she finally died about a year ago, but
Adler's got something for us.
spooky.
I found footage of a grizzly bear and a gorilla fighting.
Okay.
You did not.
All right, let's see what we got.
I never knew this happened. Did y'all? That Bigfoot fought a bear?
I didn't.
Did y'all ever know this?
Oh my goodness.
That bear's got better wrestling skills than I thought.
Yeah, he does.
Greg, I tried to tell you this. I'm telling you, the bear's trouble.
Look, the Yeti picked up the big rock and threw at him. Though. He wasn't ready. He started using weapons. See?
I don't think y'all understand the formidable foe that the grizzly bear is.
I think that
It's just so big.
The silverback may can knock him out with a punch.
No, you're right.
He got sign language. I come in peace.
Jumping off the cliff. That's what he tried to do.
We'll do. So we are always fascinated when we get these people that have these monumental birthdays.
Yeah.
We have a woman from the Bronx that
lived there her whole life, Rick.
107 years old.
Wow.
Now, Speedy says there is a package.
Yeah.
And then there's a few things in the article. If they don't mention it all in this package,
Well, we need to expand on.
We'll show you some more of that.
Yeah, courtesy of CBS New York.
Okay.
Fit for a celebrity, and this beautiful lady who turns 107 years old today is certainly the star.
the gravy, please.
10 minutes now to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. For a lot of us, we may be wrapping up our time together. But for some of you may still have some more Rick and Bubba to roll through today, whatever the case may be. You know, you can catch the Rick and Bubba Show on your own time every single day on our YouTube archives and also on our podcast archives. So if your live option and your schedule on the live option, you missed some show and you want to go back and gather, you can each day on either one of those platforms. All right, so a couple things to hit before we wrap up this hour. Bubba, marijuana, Mary Jane.
Mary Jane.
We for some reason, the big chief has gotten a pass as if somehow, how dare us, that, you know, of course, you made the point, we made the point. I kind of think inhaling the smoke on anything, if you're smoking, is probably not good.
Yeah.
But
Lungs
now,
for air, not smoke.
But now with marijuana being legalized in many places, and we're talking about recreational marijuana, right now it says it's those that make sure that marijuana is part of their daily routine, they are raising their risk of heart failure by 34%. Second, it says they were 20% more likely to suffer a major heart event or a stroke. So the latest studies that using marijuana regularly is strongly linked, and they use the word strongly, to heart failure, stroke, and this is according to two major studies, not minor studies. So heart attack, heart failure, and stroke all tied to recreational daily use of marijuana. Shocking there. I know all of us are aghast. Robin Williams, San Francisco home. His ex-wife, Marcia, where they raised the two children in their home, putting it up for sale, and it has hit the market. Bubba, if you'd like to take a look at it, I would not take a battery-operated bus in San Francisco to go to it.
No, I wouldn't either.
$25 million.
Must be a nice place.
Originally built in 1926.
Wow.
And Robin and Marcia restored it. It's 3 stories, 6 bedrooms, 8 bathrooms. And it is deemed, I guess it's looking over the water, Sea Cliff's crown jewel. I'm not familiar with Sea Cliffs in San Francisco, are you?
Wouldn't you like to hear Robin Williams describe it
I really
would.
In
that hurry-up voice of his?
You know how nowadays, thanks to all this modern technology, and there's a lot of garbage out there, but there's a lot of really cool things, too. And on this reels and some of these stuff we're seeing. Have you seen the one? Imagine being this person. Greg Burgess would have you'd have left, because I know you're feeling about when Robin Williams is riffing.
Rick.
This guy is trying to get Robin Williams to cut a commercial, and he has one line. And he keeps doing 13 minutes every time they pitch to him. He starts riffing, and the guy's losing his mind. He's like, I need you to say one line when it's your time.
And I just can't do it.
And
I can't do
it. He was supposed to talk for about 5 to 10 seconds. He kept doing 13 minutes. So
look, I thought he was good in movies and all, but I can't take him in interviews and stuff.
Bubba, you and I have often
can't just
said.
answer a question.
You and I have often said.
I don't know.
That right.
You're going to have the Russian accent's going to come in.
Right.
The feminine accent's going to come in every time.
No, Greg, I mean, you're right.
And a lot of this.
I heard on Mork and Mindy that they had to hire several people that spoke several languages because he kept sneaking cuss words in different languages.
That is hilarious. I've never heard that before.
And then the Russian person, too, would come
I have to worry about this every day, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
That's right. You're coaching.
I'm learning them, too.
Yeah. So, Bubba, you and I once said many years ago, and it was controversial, that profiling is not always a negative thing. It may just be good police work.
Yeah, sometimes it's the law of averages.
So, because if something over time seems to
it's a good starting
to
point.
lead to something,
yep.
Well, you and I may be targeted today because there has been a stolen Dunkin' Donuts truck.
Wow.
And here's the bad thing. Now, we laugh.
Don't check my garage.
We laugh, but how about this? Donut shortage among towns that depend on this delivery. Can you imagine somebody has stolen the Dunkin' truck, and now you can't get your donuts? And honestly, if there's a Dunkin' Donuts truck stolen, if police walked up to you and me and we were in this community and said, "Could we have a word with you two?" We would expect it. Now, we clear our names.
Right.
But
we didn't do it, but I understand that I would probably be profiled.
Bubba, I mentioned some things going on this week. You're out and about speaking to some hams on Thursday, and then tomorrow night, James Spann is going to actually be speaking at a man church in Birmingham, and people keep asking, have we seen James Spann? He'll also be part of our Starkville Man Church Conference coming up in March 8th and 9th of next year. Have we seen James Spann leading the $1 Million Band at the University of Alabama? I haven't seen it, but we have the footage.
And when he takes his jacket off, you know he gets serious.
Yeah,
they go nuts.
Yeah, here he comes right here. Look, oh no.
He's showing the suspenders off, and everybody's going crazy.
Everybody's going crazy. Have you ever seen the picture of Spann when he was actually in the band at his high school?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. And so look, he's focused and he's ready. And I like how he will not wear the jacket because everybody's demanding. He's also got the houndstooth tie on.
Rick,
watch him go. Oh, he's doing great.
Look how focused he is.
Oh, he's getting a little off.
Okay. But look at the stone commitment. Okay.
He's the guy signaling signals. You know, that's the,
you okay,
the guy
Speedy?
you don't look at.
Yeah, the decoy.
Speedy, how you holding up over there?
He's fine.
Okay.
He's fine.
Once they got the other girl out of the picture, you couldn't tell how often.
Right.
The band's been told, don't look at him. You know, but I mean, what do you expect?
No,
I mean,
it's
he's
not
looking out
his
the corner of
thing.
his eye trying to mirror
the
what's
best
happening.
part of the
That's
video.
$1 Million James.
Yeah, it's up there.
Is him? He's dropping that jacket, which means he means business,
That's
and the
it.
crowd goes wild.
Yeah, I love it. That's great.
Bubba, the German Forklift Championship.
Well, I saw this on the list,
Yep.
and I had no idea they had forklift championships.
I did not either.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Take
Check
a look
it
at
out.
this video right here.
Drive an obstacle course.
Yes. And they have to hold like this huge stack of foam blocks, and they better not fall over. And they're on like a little teeter-totter with the forklift. The announcers love it.
You ever driven a forklift, Bubba?
I'm certified to drive.
Easy.
Greg is certified to drive a forklift. Still?
Well, I'm sure it's lapsed by now.
You any good on one?
Yeah. Is he going to land it? Oh, he does it. And now he has to run. He has to go park it first. And then he has to go run up a ramp and hit a buzzer.
Oh, that the accent's terrifying.
Schnell!
Yeah.
And he runs like a forklift guy, too.
Yes, he does. He's been sitting down a lot.
That
is so much more than I thought it would be.
It was. Now, I'm not sure.
It's the guy that owns the comic book store on Big Bang Theory, wasn't it?
It really is.
If you're not real fast, you're not going to win.
I'll be honest, and they've done it up good and all, and I get it's hard to do what he did, but as far as a spectator sport,
Well, I mean, it's a skilled.
I mean, now, if they were jumping ramps
to do that.
Yes. Did you watch what we just watched?
Yeah, he went and sat down the pallet with stuff on it.
That was riveting.
It was. Okay, that's what I was wondering because I noticed that you have put here. Y'all go to this. This video is amazing.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I saw that. It was. I understand that why we would be intrigued with it. I'm not sure it was amazing.
The buzzer.
It's hard to do. I mean, without dumping that off, I get it. But it's, as far as a spectator sport, something that would
A forklift
entertain you,
on a
not
teeter-totter is somewhat entertaining.
Yeah.
That's true.
I mean, it's not James Spann taking his jacket off.
I got it. It was fine.
What is though?
It was fine.
Greg, you couldn't do it, Greg.
He's certified.
I could have in my day.
Are you certified?
When I worked in the warehouse.
Nice.
He could wear that shirt that Moultrie brought him and put it on, get the full
With my Carhartt.
Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.